Chapter 599. There were figures flying successively into the sparring session area. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had also arrived by then. Their group walked down from the air and landed on the ground. Apart from Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, there was also Yi Xiaoshe, Yuan Zhon, and Qi Jie. There were figures flying successively into the sparring session area. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had also arrived by then. Their group walked down from the air and landed on the ground. Apart from Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, there was also Yi Xiaoshe, Yuan Zhon, and Qi Jie. Although the Battle Sage Palace had many disciples, most of them were out cultivating in other areas. Moreover, there were only 4 of Sage Dozhan's disciples who were in the Noble Plane. Apart from Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Qi Jie, there was one other disciple named Do Kuan. Will Brother Do Kuan be participating in the sparring session? Yi Futian asked Qi Jie. Brother Do Kuan has always cultivated in the sky-reaching tower. He's the person in the 18th level, you should have seen that before. He should be here for this time's sparring session. It might even be his last, Qi Jie replied. Is Brother Do Kuan a descendant of a master? Yi Futian was curious and asked. Do Kuan was rather similar to Sage Dozhan. No, he's from a Do clan in the Barren State. It's a strong clan, Qi Jie replied. Are their life spirits all a Do word? Yi Futian asked curiously again. How do you know? Qi Jie looked at Yi Futian and asked. Even I haven't seen it. Yi Futian smiled and nodded, then looked towards Yu Sheng and asked, do you remember an opponent called Do Kuei that you fought during the entrance examination? I remember. Yu Sheng nodded and continued, by borrowing his strength, I was able to break through my cultivation level. Brother Do Kuan and that Do Kuei should be from the same clan. However, when the people from the Holy Ji Palace asked him whether he wanted to enter the palace to cultivate, Do Kuei actually rejected it and claimed that he was only there to experience the strength of the Barren State's geniuses. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he wasn't taken in as master's disciple, he should have been able to enter the Battle Sage Palace, Yi Futian said. The palace is indeed quite boring. Yi Xiaoshe muttered, I wonder where 4th and 5th brother have gone adventuring. Yi Xiaoshe felt that his life was too pitiful. Back then, he had few opportunities to leave the mountain in the cottage, and he was now sent by second sister to watch over little brother. The life in the Holy Ji Palace was not one that he liked. However, the reason he did not like it was probably because he felt ashamed that he had been overtaken by his little brother. Now, Yi Futian was a direct disciple of Sage Dozhan while he was merely a disciple of the Battle Sage Palace. Sigh. He wondered if it would be a good idea to go out and train himself after this year. I'm also bored. Qi Jie nodded seriously. 7th brother, the palace is a haven for cultivation, how could you be bored? Yi Futian smiled at Yi Xiaoshe and said. If he cultivated diligently, his time would naturally be well spent. The problem was that the fatty was too lazy. At that moment, a figure flew across the air from a short distance away and descended from the sky like a goddess. It was Hua Jiyu. She landed next to Yi Futian and smiled sweetly. Yi Futian walked forward and held her hand. Behind him, Yi Xiaoshe smacked his head and thought, of course you're not bored. What a bully. Jiyu, those people aren't harassing you anymore, right? Yi Futian asked. It's gotten much better after that time, but I've been cultivating all this while and haven't had time to care about them. Hua Jiyu smiled and replied, I've improved a lot, you know. Really? Yi Futian blinked and said. I've broken through to a grade 7 noble just a few days ago. Hua Jiyu smiled and told Yi Futian, with a little bit of smugness. Yi Futian did a double take and said, will I lose my standing if I am surpassed by my wife? Hua Jiyu glared at him cutely and said, you need to manage so many different aspects of your cultivation. I am a divine spiritual sorcerer and specialize in cultivating my spiritual energy. As long as I can achieve breakthroughs in my spiritual energy, it's enough. My potential in other elements will improve alongside my spiritual energy. As long as my spiritual energy is strong, I will be strong. Yup, you're definitely the Jiyu I know, Yi Futian smiled and said. Although she said it casually, she probably worked very hard on her cultivation in the Holy Ji Palace. That is but mere mortal beauty, Qi Jie recited a Buddhist scripture at the side. Yi Futian recalled the last time he spoke with him, that fellow did not care about external appearances or mortal beauty. Yeah, it seemed he really did not care. We're arriving soon, Qi Jie said. At that moment, there was a row of statues in front of them, sitting there. Each one of the statues had a mysterious will embedded in them, as though the statues were alive. What are those? Yi Futian asked curiously. Those are just decorations, Qi Jie replied, and they continued walking forward. Walking through a white gate made of stone, they reached a vast empty space where many others were already waiting. How grand! Yi Futian looked around and saw the 9 palaces spreading out in the formation of the 8 trigrams. There were many people standing at the positions of the palaces, and the palace in the center sunk into the ground, creating a battle arena that looked like a valley. Moreover, there was a colossal statue behind all of the 8 palaces, standing tall at tens of meters, like a god. Many people were looking at the 8 statues and could faintly feel a will emitting from the 8 statues, as though they had lives of their own. It was an extremely intriguing feeling. Yi Futian's group continued forward onto the Li position. On the left was the Kuan position and the right was the Zun position. The Khan position was directly in front of them. In the direction of the Khan position, there was a group of people looking toward Yi Futian. Across the air, Yi Futian could feel their frosty gazes. He saw Bai Ziyi and Zhuge, the duo who were cultivating Tin the Sage Palace. Apart from them, there were many other people looking at him. The one in the middle had an exceptional aura. With just one gaze, others could already feel how strong he was. Who's the person standing in the middle of the Sage Palaces group? Yi Futian asked Qi Jie softly. Hua Fan. Qi Jie looked forward and replied softly as well. The first on the law rank, Hua Fan. In another direction, many of the Daozong Palace disciples were in the Zun position. Among them were Lian Yuqing and Yun Feng. Yun Feng's gaze looked towards Yi Futian with malice. These few months, he had been in terrible condition and it had affected his cultivation, causing him to stagnate at his previous cultivation level. All this was thanks to Yi Futian. No trace of Yun Feng's previous arrogance could be seen on his face. His aura had changed after that battle. No longer was there any of his teenage arrogance, it had been replaced by a faint, grim feeling. Yun Feng, at that moment, Lian Yuqing addressed him. Yun Feng looked towards him and heard Lian Yuqing say, "You can choose your sparring partner at will during the sparring session. Since Yi Futian is here as well, challenge him again. Your attainment in art is extraordinary. Perhaps you can cause the statues to create images and give you some enlightenment. No matter what, you need to have him as your target and defeat him by any means possible." He could naturally see that after the battle, Yun Feng's cultivation had been affected and needed to be remedied. If that was so, he could only escape the trauma by defeating Yi Futian. Otherwise, he would lose confidence in himself and his will would waver, causing him to face huge difficulties in breaking through his cultivation level. Yun Feng was his little brother and as disciples of Sage Daozong, he did not wish to see Yun Feng collapse under his setback. If he was defeated again, then it could be considered fighting fire with fire. At this point, his situation could not get worse anyways. Millimeter. Yun Feng nodded, but there was no trace of the confidence he had back then. This confidence was essential to every cultivator, or their might would be weaker than their opponent before the battle even started. Beside them, Xiongji Qin was also there and she glared at Yi Futian ruthlessly. At that moment, a few figures flew towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and asked, "Wuchen, how has your cultivation been this past half a year?" "The Sword Palace suits me very well," Yi Wuchen replied. "Is Chunyu doing well?" Yi Futian asked again. "She's doing all right. I often accompany her in her cultivation," Yi Wuchen replied. "That's good." Yi Futian looked at the people beside Yi Wuchen. They were Zui Qianqiu and Shu Qiu. The few of them were all cultivating in the Sword Palace under the Sword Demon. "I've heard that you're impressive in the Holy Ji Palace." Zui Qianqiu smiled and said, "As a newbie, you beat up the palace's seniors?" "I didn't want to," Yi Futian shrugged and replied. "Arrogant." Shu Qiu's looked forward and continued in a quiet voice, "However, you have every right to do so. In the palace, There seems to be a tradition of bullying the newbies. If I had the chance, I would have done so as well. You've been bullied in the Sword Palace? Yi Futian smiled at the three of them. The three people beside you are the combination of the successors of the Baron State's four great swordsmen, excluding the Wuji sword. What do you think? Shu Qiu said. He was the successor of the Tingxue sword while Zui Qianqiu was the successor of the Ghost sword. They could all be considered successors of sword demons. Indeed, apart from the sword Saint Villas Yang Wuji, the three of them were the successors of the four great swordsmen. Had Shu Qiu's words hinted that they had joined forces? This was interesting. The Tingxue house's killer swordsman always acted alone. To be forced into joining forces with others probably meant that newbies had it tough no matter which palace they entered. These prideful fellows would evidently not succumb to the pressure. There were a few other people who walked to the Li position where Yi Futian was. Zhong Li and Yang Jian were all newbies from their batch, but they had all gathered together. The people from the other positions were all watching this scene with interested expressions. Many people who saw Yi Futian gradually got to know his identity. Standing beside Hua Jiyu, the two of them did in fact look like a well-suited couple. It seems like the person who got first in this time's admission examination has strong rallying power, someone who was watching commented. Entering the Holy Ji Palace in the same batch, the first among them beat up the palace's seniors and made it to the 81st spot on the law rank. He will naturally become a benchmark for other new disciples. Moreover, the newbies who entered the Holy Ji Palace must have suffered a lot, someone smiled and said. In reality, the treatment they received was also similar. Under the competitive environment in the Holy Ji Palace, it was perfectly common for battles to happen. However, it seems like those from the Sage Palace have formed their own clique. There were people who looked in the direction of the Khan Palace and saw Bai Ziyi and Zhuge Xing. They were also new disciples from the current batch, but they had followed Hua Fan here. The first of past batches have always entered the Sage Palace. This trend continued for many years and it has formed a tradition. They will always treat the previous generations first as their benchmark, but it seems that this batch is different. However, Hua Fan must definitely hope that Bai Ziyi can take over his position and be superior to Yi Futian, someone in the crowd said. The first ranking on the law rank had been dominated by the Sage Palace for many years. Chapter 600 Holy Sage Pavilion was the best pavilion in the Holy Ji Palace and had a symbolic significance. According to some rumors in the palace at the moment, Bai Luli might have already been chosen as the next Lord of Holy Sage Pavilion and he would manage the Holy Ji Palace in the future. Indeed, Holy Ji Palace was already paving the way for him. Holy Sage Pavilion was the best pavilion in the Holy Ji Palace and had a symbolic significance. According to some rumors in the palace at the moment, Bai Luli might have already been chosen as the next Lord of Holy Sage Pavilion and he would manage the Holy Ji Palace in the future. Indeed, Holy Ji Palace was already paving the way for him. Hua Fan was ranked first on the law rank and was the most brilliant person after Bai Luli. The Holy Ji Palace similarly had high hopes for him. Shimon Hanjiang was ranked just below Hua Fan. Of course, in his batch, there were also a few others whose talents were no weaker than his. Going further down the rank, it would be Yi Futian's cohort. Although Yi Futian had emerged first in the entrance assessment of the palace, he had entered Battle Sage Palace, while Bai Ziyi had entered Holy Sage Pavilion. Hua Fan would therefore clearly hope that Bai Ziyi would top the law rank in the future. However, Yi Futian was already stronger than Bai Ziyi in the assessment. Moreover, he had defeated Bai Ziyi despite being one level lower. Bai Ziyi would need to put in much effort to surpass him. No elders would be participating in the year-end sparring session in the Holy Ji Palace. All the disciples here were geniuses and the elders would only occasionally guide them. Most of the time, they would be relying on their own hard work and ability to comprehend new things. The Holy Ji Palace had plenty of cultivation resources. If a disciple had any questions, he could also ask the seniors around. There was no need for the elders to supervise everything. This was meant for noble plain disciples. After they became sages, the Holy Ji Palace would release all restrictions and allow them to do whatever they wanted. Even in the vast barren state, Sage plane cultivators would be considered as extremely powerful. They would have a high position in any place. The year-end sparring session was an opportunity for the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace to have friendly fights with and learn from each other. It was a tradition passed down the generations. Therefore, most disciples would participate to see the progress of the others. While the elders of the Holy Ji Palace would not be present, they would also be taking note of the outcome secretly. At the moment, disciples of the Holy Ji Palace were arriving one after another. The appearance of many people had attracted much attention. Clearly, all the disciples would be paying attention to those on the law rank. Suddenly, Hua Fan walked out from the Khan direction and stood in front of everyone else, looking at the rest. His long robes swang in the air and he looked indescribably elegant. It's the end of the year again. Every year, the Holy Ji Palace holds the year-end sparring session to examine the progress everyone's made over the year. Furthermore, you'll be fighting against each other. The session is non-competitive and does not have a ranking. You only need to display your skills casually and there are no rules. Most people should be aware of this, Hua Fan said. It's nice that this year, the Holy Ji Palace has admitted new disciples, which only occurs once every 3 years. We have many new people here. Juniors, you should make use of this opportunity to display your talents and the progress this upcoming year. There were no elders present during the session. Therefore, the first person on the law rank was the natural candidate for the host. After speaking, Hua Fan glanced at Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian was the top performer among the newcomers, while Yu Sheng, Shu Qiu, and Hua Jiyu were also gathered beside him. Apart from Bai Ziyi and Zhuge Xing, the most powerful people among the newcomers were all around him. Hua Fan wanted to see how outstanding this newcomer, who had defeated Bai Ziyi with a lower level and was ranked 81st on the law rank, really was. Apart from Hua Fan, many other people in various directions were also staring at Yi Futian, looking forward to his performance. People at any level could participate in the sparring session and they would all have a chance to display themselves. Yi Futian's level was somewhat low and he certainly would not be in the spotlight, but he could still display his skills. In the previous years, the top performers among the newcomers would all obtain a rank on the law rank after the sparring session. They might, in fact, even attain quite a good ranking. This year, Yi Futian was already ranked 81st on the law rank before the sparring session. Therefore, many people wanted to see which position Yi Futian could climb to after the sparring session. Let's begin, Hua Fan said. Everyone quietened down, but nobody walked out. Many people looked at Yi Futian and his friends. Since they were giving the juniors the opportunity to perform first, most people would obviously be looking at Yi Futian, the top performer. If Yi Futian and his friends did not walk out, those who did not do so well in the assessment would also not walk out first as to not be humiliated. The whole place fell into an awkward silence. Then, someone smiled and said, "Why are the newcomers this time so humble? You don't have to worry that you'll lose face by performing badly. This has been the case in all the previous years. Nobody will mock you. Just try your best," someone said. Yi Futian looked at everyone. He bowed slightly and smiling, he said, "The newcomers, including me, do not really know the rules, so will not go first. Seniors, please start the session, and you do not have to think for us all the time. I believe that when we are familiar with the rules, we'll certainly go up the stage and perform." Hearing Yi Futian's words, many people had a strange expression on their face. Yi Futian's words did not have any problems, but Hua Fan had already asked the newcomers to go first. Was Yi Futian trying to refute Hua Fan by speaking like this? Indeed, this would very likely cause a misunderstanding. If Hua Fan really thought this, then many people looked at Hua Fan to see his reaction. However, his expression was just as usual, and he did not seem to have any emotions. "It's simple. Shimon, go and demonstrate," Hua Fan said. Then, a young man in a blue robe walked out. A somewhat sharp kind of coldness was being emitted from him and his temperament was extraordinary. He flew into the air and landed on the Zhonggong battle platform, after which he put his hand forward. Immediately, a freezing aura befell from the sky and the entire place was covered with a layer of frost. Snow started falling down. In this snowy world, a silver sword suddenly appeared. The snow was cold, but the sword was colder. Two of the statues behind the 9 halls diagrams also lit up as though they had felt the power released from Shimon Hanjiang. They started resonating with his power. In an instant, brilliant radiance was released from the 2 statues and a terrifying beam of light landed on Shimon Hanjiang's body. Then, a 2-colored light circled around his body. The light from Shimon Hanjiang's sword was 7 jong high, so was the freezing radiance around him. It caused the sword chi around him to become stronger and colder. Shimon Hanjiang is already in the upper noble plane. In a few years, he will probably be able to stand at the peak of the noble plane and try to break through into the sage plane. The radiance from both his sword and freezing aura is 7 jong high, and it's because he is only releasing his aura. If he's at the climax of a fight, it might even go up to 8 jong high. He is indeed the top performer of the assessment last cohort. Go onto the stage and release your aura. Display your abilities and ask someone to fight. Do you understand? Hua Fan said to Yi Futian. Withdrawing his aura, Shimon Hanjiang walked back to his original position. The radiance on the 2 statues also died down. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. Just now, he could clearly feel that the 2 statues seemed to have turned alive. They actually formed some kind of resonance with the aura from Shimon Hanjiang, who was on the battle platform. The battle platform, 9 halls diagram, and 8 trigrams were indeed placed in special positions. It seemed like the statues and 9 halls diagrams were somehow connected and could sense each other. I understand. Yi Futian nodded. Then let's start properly, Hua Fan said again. However, after he said that, Yi Futian still seemed as if he had not heard anything. Instead of reacting, he only stood quietly there. Yi Futian did not have any other intentions. It was only that he did not want to go onto the stage and perform, at least not now. The sparring session was supposed to be a very casual event. Yi Futian had come here mainly to see how strong the other people of the Holy Ji Palace were and did not really want to display his abilities. Therefore, although he knew that Hua Fan and many others wanted to see him go onto the stage, he still made no moves. He simply did not want to. He did not have to go just because the others wanted him to. When he really wanted to perform, he would naturally walk out. Many people started smiling. The top performer this time was really somewhat interesting. It was no wonder many rumors claimed that he was shameless. Indeed, he would not act logically and did not care about others' feelings at all. Even Hua Fan could not change his decision. Hua Fan did not say anything directly, but he had already hinted something. However, Yi Futian still did not move. Clearly, nobody would think that Yi Futian did not know what was happening. All they could say was that Yi Futian really had a unique personality. Many people from Holy Sage Pavilion frowned and glanced coldly at Yi Futian. Hua Fan was the top in the law rank at the moment and had received a place in Sage Palace. Indeed, he was the best disciple here after Bai Luli. Even Shimon Hanjiang would listen to his orders. On the other hand, the top performer deliberately gave no face to Hua Fan. Suddenly, a person walked out from the Khan direction. It was Bai Zi. Since Yi Futian did not walk out, he would do it. During the assessment battle, Bai Zi was badly humiliated. Over several months, he had been putting in his best to cultivate. He knew that Yi Futian must also be becoming stronger, but he still believed in himself. At the very least, he had to try. His brother, Bai Luli, was a saint to be, the most talented person in the barren state. Bai Zi would not allow such a defeat to stay with him. Even if he was to lose again, he would still not give up. The people from White Cloud City had their own pride and they would never think that they were lesser than anyone else. Bai Zi walked onto the Zhonggong battle platform and glanced at the 8 statues in the air. Then, he released his eye of devastation. At once, the spiritual chi of various elements around him raged and a horrifying artistic conception was born. It was as if all the spiritual chi was being controlled by him at the moment. The statues lit up one after another, and only one of them did not light up. A 7-colored radiance circled around him and it was 4 jong high. With his current level, it was already very amazing for him to achieve this. Many people seemed to be surprised. He was indeed the second lord of White Cloud City. Bai Ziyi was not weak, but how about Yi Futian? Bai Ziyi raised his head. Looking at Yi Futian, who was in the Li direction, he said, "I'm Bai Ziyi from Holy Sage Pavilion. I would like to challenge Yi Futian from Battle Sage Palace." Since Bai Ziyi called for a specific opponent, it was already a challenge. Everyone looked at Yi Futian. It was almost certain that this time, the top performer would not be able to avoid the battle. Yi Futian glanced emotionlessly at Bai Ziyi. He totally disliked Bai Ziyi, who had invited Hua Jiyu to join Holy Sage Pavilion right before him. "A loser has no right to challenge me," Yi Futian said. Right away, Bai Ziyi's sharp look froze on the spot and his face darkened rapidly. He wanted to wash his old shame off. However, Yi Futian's words were hitting him directly on his face. Chapter 601. Everyone in the sparring session was stunned. Everyone in the sparring session was stunned. In the crowd, Yun Feng's face was also particularly gloomy. If he also challenged Yi Futian later and received the same reply, he would be stuck in an awkward situation and lose all his face. At the moment, Bai Ziyi was precisely in an extremely embarrassing spot. He was left on the Zhonggong battle platform just like this. However, he actually could not refute Yi Futian's words. Everyone knew that he had lost to Yi Futian in the assessment battle. It's different today. We have both entered the Holy Ji Palace. This is the sparring session, Bai Ziyi said coldly. Yi Futian was deliberately humiliating him. Yi Futian glanced at Bai Ziyi with much contempt. Obviously, he knew that this would cause Bai Ziyi to feel awkward time, but he couldn't care less about his feelings. In the past, Bai Ziyi had been acting superior. He had ignored Yi Futian's presence and disgraced Yi Futian openly. Bai Ziyi was actually correct in some sense. Today was indeed different. In the past, Bai Ziyi was the second young lord of White Cloud City, a famous genius. He was the most probable candidate for the top performer in the Holy Ji Palace assessment, while Yi Futian was known to none. On the other hand, both of them were Holy Ji Palace disciples at the moment. Bai Ziyi wanted to regain his glory, but Yi Futian was too busy to play with him. "Precisely because it's the sparring session, I'm not playing such a game with you. Otherwise, you will not receive a second chance after losing again," Yi Futian said emotionlessly. "If one day, your ranking on the law rank is higher than or close to mine, maybe I will consider accepting your challenge. Today, you're far from being a worthy opponent for me." Yi Futian's cold and toneless voice slammed onto Bai Ziyi's face like a violent slap. In particular, his last line caused Bai Ziyi's aura to erupt uncontrollably. As the second young lord of White Cloud City, Bai Ziyi had never been humiliated like this. Above all, he was being shamed before all the other disciples. Everyone present stared at Yi Futian, looking interested. The top performer of the assessment was indeed way too arrogant and everyone was looking forward to his performance. Yet, even when Bai Ziyi challenged Yi Futian himself, Yi Futian still rejected it straight away. During the sparring session, when someone asks you to have a fight, even if your level is much higher, you should still accept the battle and guide your opponent. "This is the whole point of the sparring session," someone from the Khan direction suddenly said. It was a cultivator who had a sharp expression on his face. He looked in Yi Futian's direction and continued coldly, "You have just entered the palace. You are too imperious." The person who just spoke was called Du Yu. He was a descendant of an elder from Holy Sage Pavilion and his talents were indeed extraordinary. He had a senior who was in the same generation as the Lord of White Cloud City and they had cultivated in Holy Sage Pavilion together in the past. Yi Futian was the top performer this year and was ranked 81st on the law rank, but he was still just a grade 8 noble, a newcomer. He had rebutted Hua Fan's words just now and also humiliated Bai Ziyi publicly at the moment. Arrogant, he did not look like a newcomer at all. "It depends on who I am talking to," Yi Futian replied, smiling. Many people looked at Bai Ziyi with some sympathy. Bai Ziyi was really unlucky to have such an opponent. Yi Futian had humiliated Bai Ziyi with every sentence. Bai Ziyi's face had already turned completely dark. Staring at the people around Yi Futian, he said, You're avoiding the fight, but nobody beside you has beaten me, right? Who wants to accept my challenge? Hearing Bai Ziyi's words, Yi Futian was somewhat surprised. Bai Ziyi was really digging his own grave. This being the case, he would allow the second young lord of White Cloud City to remember this day forever. Yu Sheng, be quick and clean. Yi Futian secretly transmitted his voice to Yu Sheng. During the assessment that time, Yu Sheng lost only because Shu Qiu was able to target his weakness. After entering the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian had been noting Yu Sheng's improvement. He would be able to easily deal with Bai Ziyi. Yu Sheng nodded, after which he flashed and jumped into the air. Then, he landed on the Zhonggong battle platform below. Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire platform vibrated. From just his burly, violent body, everyone could feel how powerful he was. They knew that Yu Sheng had also managed to enter the top 10 in the assessment. Just like Yi Futian, he had entered the Holy Ji Palace when he was only a grade 9 noble. He should not be underestimated. Looking at Yu Sheng's appearance, Bai Ziyi felt as if he was being targeted by a wild beast. Yu Sheng's huge eyes were extremely cold. He was present when Bai Ziyi invited Hua Jiyu personally. That time, he had left Bai Ziyi to Yi Futian. Since he was the one fighting this time, he would, of course, not show any mercy. Bang! Dark golden radiance bloomed. A suit of demonic armor appeared on his body and a pair of demonic wings behind his back. A dark golden demonic halberd condensed in his hand and an extremely violent martial will erupted. The might from his will immediately swept across the entire Zhonggong battle platform. Bai Ziyi felt that a demon had just appeared before him, waiting for him to surrender himself. Yu Sheng was actually pressuring Bai Ziyi with martial will. Bai Ziyi released his life spirit. A terrifying pair of pupils and his spell scroll spirit appeared at the same time. Then, a powerful wave of spiritual will bloomed and the entire place seemed to have turned into a grey world. Yu Sheng felt as though an invisible hand was grabbing him, wanting to drag him into the destructive grey world. In his mind, the pair of grey eye of devastation was causing him to lose himself. Spiritual attacks were most appropriate when fighting against martial arts cultivators. However, at the moment, an illusory, dark gold demon appeared in Yu Sheng's mind, guarding him. His demonic method focused mainly on martial arts, but it also contained a way to train his spiritual energy, namely the demonic meditation. It could allow his spiritual energy to be very stable. Although it contained little damaging abilities, it was sufficient for him to defend against spiritual attacks so that this would at least not become his weakness. Demonic might erupted wildly. Yu Sheng's body seemed to have turned into a black whirlpool, rapidly engulfing all the powers around him. That included the spiritual qi that was controlled by the Eye of Devastation. In the sky above the arena, many dark golden demonic halberds actually appeared. They then charged forcefully towards Bai Ziyi. Bai Ziyi raised his head to look at the halberds which had appeared in the sky and his face was only filled with coldness. Was Yu Sheng trying to hurt him with this kind of attack in his eye sorcery zone? Even the speed of the halberds seemed to be restricted. Bai Ziyi extended his hand. Right away, many frightening golden light runes appeared before him, turning into a defensive screen. When the halberds landed, many violent bangs were produced, but the screen remained intact. As the demonic halberds were falling down, an alarming golden radiance was also flowing on Yu Sheng's body. Many beams of golden light penetrated across his body, all the way to his feet. Immediately, his power shot up again. In the sky, 2 of the stone statues lit up, one of which was extremely dazzling. Some of the radiance poured down onto Yu Sheng's body and actually became 6 jong high. What? Some of the cultivators looked at the statues, astonished. The light from the statue glittered, as if it was heavily stimulated. Why would Yu Sheng, a mere grade 8 noble, cause such an intense response? Was his artistic conception of martial arts really this strong? Dong! With a loud bang, Yu Sheng stomped his feet onto the ground and jumped into the air. His demonic wings flapped, and his speed was as quick as lightning. In an instant, his body penetrated across the space. Then he fell down from the sky and stepped towards Bai Ziyi as if he was a god from the heaven. Yu Sheng raised his arm and threw out the demonic halberd in his hand in midair. The halberd turned into a striking bolt of lightning and punctured through the air. With a loud bang, the golden light screen below was crushed directly. Bai Zed's face darkened. Yu Sheng's way of fighting was too domineering. Bai Ze could not move Yu Sheng at all with his spiritual energy. His Eye of Devastation was useful against spells, but highly ineffective against such a brutal martial arts cultivator. Bai Ze used all his might to stimulate his spell scroll spirit. At once, many spell scrolls flew out from his life spirit, giving birth to a destructive power. It was much stronger than when he fought with Yi Futian. Activating the almighty Thunder Guide, countless chains of Thunder God immediately appeared on Yu Sheng's body. At the same time, many spell scrolls circled around him, wildly devouring the spiritual qi in the sky. Many storms bloomed, and a golden lotus was being born. Bai Ze extended his hand. The roaring, golden storms converged together, forming a destructive golden lotus which had 81 petals. The petals of the lotus rotated wildly, destroying everything around them like sharp blades. Die! Bai Ze roared coldly in his mind. The deadly golden lotus charged towards Yu Sheng, who was coming towards him from the air. After being defeated by Yi Futian last time in just one strike, he was motivated by the bitter experience. In the end, he finally managed to learn this combined spell whose power was simply calamitous. Bang! Two brilliant beams of light erupted from Yu Sheng's feet as he continued coming down. His dark golden, demonic body seemed to have become even more intimidating, and he stepped towards the destructive lotus. Is he mad? Many people were bewildered. Yu Sheng was trying to kill himself. Was he going to take such a horrifying spell with his body? Even if he had entered Battle Sage Palace and was learning body-enhancing techniques from Sage Dojan, he should not be so crazy. After all, Bai Ze was powerful, and this particular spell was even more hair-raising. You're the one who's trying to kill yourself, Bai Ze thought as he stared at Yu Sheng, who was in the air. Then, Yu Sheng stepped onto the destructive lotus directly. An ear-piercing noise erupted, followed by a loud bang. A godlike figure continued stamping down, and it was none other than Yu Sheng. Although the dark golden armor on his body had already shattered, he had survived the attack from the golden lotus. Bai Ze retreated backward. However, following a loud noise, Yu Sheng landed on the ground and grabbed Bai Zed's foot with his hand directly. Bai Zed's body had just left the ground when he froze at his spot. Immediately, his face turned pale. Feeling the power from Yu Sheng's hand, he was actually somewhat fear-stricken. In the next instant, he felt his body fly into the air. He quickly enveloped his body in spiritual qi for protection. Bang! After a loud bang, Bai Ze was nearly unconscious. Nobody knew how many of his bones were broken, and his mind was totally blank. Countless people stared motionlessly at the burly figure, astounded. After smashing Bai Ze on the ground just once, Yu Sheng let go of him. However, Bai Ze continued lying on the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably. Dong! With another loud bang, Yu Sheng jumped off the battle platform and ascended into the air, returning to the Li position. Yi Futian widened his eyes at Yu Sheng in dissatisfaction and said secretly, "I only asked you to be quick and clean, not to be so serious." Yu Sheng's external defense was broken, and his shirt also had many holes, through which some bloodstain could be seen. Clearly, even though he had activated his acupoints to release more power, his body was still damaged under the destructive power. He could have finished the battle in other ways. Of course, this was indeed the quickest and cleanest way. From the start to the end, he trampled Bai Ze. "I'm fine. Already used to it these days," Yu Sheng replied. Yi Futian was speechless. As for Bai Ze, he would spend his remaining time in the Holy Ji Palace in sheer embarrassment. Chapter 602, Bai Zed's body was carried out on a stretcher. Many had learned of him before he went to study in the palace, and that was due to him having a brother of unparalleled talent. It was even rumored that his brother was to be made the successor of the Holy Ji Palace itself. Bai Zed's body was carried out on a stretcher. Many had learned of him before he went to study in the palace, and that was due to him having a brother of unparalleled talent. It was even rumored that his brother was to be made the successor of the Holy Ji Palace itself. Many thought that while Bai Zi would not have been able to achieve what his brother was capable of, he would have at least become some important figure known by all. No one expected that he would have been beaten and humiliated by Yi Futian during the battles to qualify them for entrance. Worse still, he ended up being walked over by Yu Sheng in his sparring session in his very first year entering the palace. Bai Zi's reputation was practically in the gutter. Bai Zi found it difficult to live with dignity inside the Holy Ji Palace. Those two battles were simply too intense, especially the sparring session. He was practically being slaughtered. If Yu Sheng's plane was higher than Bai Zi's, that would have been seen simply as the natural course of things, as it was normal to be bullied by one of a higher level. There would have been nothing humiliating about his loss if not for the fact that Yu Sheng was the one with a lower plane. That battle was simply too brutal for Bai Zi in more ways than one. Many from the Holy Sage Pavilion felt rather uneasy at everything that took place. Even Hua Fan thought they had taken it too far, judging by how badly battered Bai Zi ended up. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng held nothing back in ridiculing Bai Zi, which was more than enough to crush his pride and destroy his confidence. However one would have put it, Bai Zi was still Bai Luli's biological brother. Futian and Yu Sheng simply did not give any face to Bai Luli or the Holy Sage Pavilion when they went about pounding Bai Zi. But then again, Yu Sheng's strength was indisputable. He was thought to have been trained in Sage Dojan's art at body refinement, as he sported appallingly powerful constitution. That, coupled with his own training in demonic arts, practically made him a devil. Many were astonished by what Yu Sheng was capable of. From the looks of things, the second most powerful among the newly added students was not Bai Zi, it was Yu Sheng. It was the first time that a disciple of the Holy Sage Pavilion ended up completely overwhelmed by a disciple of the Battle Sage Palace. With Yi Futian and Yu Sheng both studying in the Battle Sage Palace, the upper ranks of the law rank would probably end up being bagged by the Battle Sage Palace. It was a situation that could have been overturned by the Holy Sage Pavilion if someone from there turned out to be some tremendous genius. That one battle allowed Yu Sheng to demonstrate his prowess that was worthy of being ranked in the top 3 in the law rank in the future. Just how far are those two going to go with things? Shu Qiu mumbled right beside Yi Futian. It was him who had bested Yu Sheng before, however, Shu Qiu did not manage to end up overwhelming Yu Sheng. He won only because he was taking the attrition warfare approach with Yu Sheng. Had both of them actually clashed head-on, Shu Qiu might have actually been the one who ended up losing. But then again, Shu Qiu trained in the killing arts and cared little about how he won. It was even more obvious that Yu Sheng had gotten stronger, and considerably so. Bai Zi clashed head-on with such a monster, and it was only natural that he ended up losing terribly. Shu Qiu stepped onto the platform in a flash, and a sword appeared in his hand. The sword aura around him whipped about in furious howl, as streaks of formless currents of the sword flowed between the heavens and the earth. Shu Qiu was a grade 6 noble, and it was a given that he had become even more formidable. Lights from 2 statues were seen showering down onto him. Shu Qiu from the Sword Palace. Is there any one of the seniors here who wish to spar with me? Shu Qiu asked. A grade 5 noble went onto the stage and said, I've always wanted to see how powerful the killing arts of the sword of the Tingxue house are. It seems like I've gotten my wish. The figure taking the challenge leaped into the air, but Shu Qiu vanished from where he stood before his opponent made it to the ground. The faces of many looked funny. Strike without proper announcement, eh? Shu Qiu had launched his attack before the figure was even able to stand up properly. Shu Qiu's opponent lashed out with a palm attack, bringing the force of the mountains to bear on Shu Qiu in the front while being on guard against any attacks coming from the back. Streaks of killing sword aura went to attack him from the back, and all carried intense murderous intent. He responded by lashing out with his palms on both sides of his body. Cracking noises were heard instead. The overwhelming huge palm attack striking at the front ended up being cut right in the middle. A sword went swooping by at tremendous speeds as if it was something that came from the heavens, heading for the throat of its target. The attack carried intense cold, sending chills to everyone's bones. The battle ended before the one who answered the challenge was even able to make it to the ground. I'm sorry if I have offended you. That was the sword technique of Tingxue House. No patterns, no rules, just seizing any opportunities there were to be seized. Shu Qiu sheathed his sword and backed away. Everyone was rendered speechless. It was the one who answered the challenge who claimed to want to know what the sword techniques of Tingxue House were like, and as such, he could not have blamed Shu Qiu for striking so suddenly. Everything happened so quickly that he was unable to process anything. However, other than the element of surprise, it was still true that Shu Qiu was powerful, as he ranked 5th in the battles for entry into the Holy Ji Palace. It was only natural for him to become one ranked in the upper ranks of the law rank in the future. He would at least be able to make it to the top 20. However, the one he fought was not one personally instructed by the Palace Lord, but one who advanced from the 1,000 Holy Islands. Even if he were to fight squarely with Shu Qiu, there was no certainty that he would have come out on top. That attack would have been even more ferocious if it came from the front, Yi Futian said to himself after watching Shu Qiu fight. Yi Futian was thinking that Shu Qiu had definitely merged the essence of the sword techniques of the master of Tingxue House with those learned from the sword demon. It seems like the little brothers who entered this time around all sport incredible prowess. It would be wise to take them seriously, Hua Fan said. Many spectators looked amused. While the sparring session was definitely an opportunity for the newbies to show what they were capable of, the stage still belonged to the old-timers. Every time there were newbies to fight, everyone would allow the newbies to demonstrate their abilities for a bit before the old-timers went in to teach them a lesson. However, the newbies from that particular batch were interesting, especially those who had experienced sparring sessions 3 years ago. They felt the talents demonstrated by this particular batch were possibly higher than that of the last batch. At the very least, from the looks of things at the moment, Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Shu Qiu performed admirably. Hua Jiyu of Daozong Palace was also a divine spiritual sorcerer, and it was a given that she was meant for great things in the future. Understood. Many went on to try their hands against the newbies, and the fights felt rather fun. There was nothing wrong with finding something amusing to do before the true mighty ones on the law rank were pitted against each other. Yuan Zhon stepped out and made it onto the platform. Its wild body coursed with overwhelming force. He looked like a meaty mountain made of gold by just standing. A mighty one who seemed to be basking in dazzling golden lights walked out, looking down on the ape. Many who saw him walking out looked amused. Yuan Zhon is really going to get hurt really bad. The one who walked out was someone from Tianxing Pavilion, a grade 4 noble with incredible powers. Boom! Yuan Zhon stepped forward and began running in the battlefield. His opponent, however, simply stood in the air, basking in showers of light. Rows of golden halberds appeared behind him, and lightning crackled about as if the end of the world was near. The golden halberds fell from the sky with a loud crackle of thunder, out to kill everything below. Ning Huang's god-slaying halberd. Yi Futian watched the battle closely. The figure from Tianxing Pavilion was probably a student of Elder Ning. Yuan Zhon conjured a golden staff and struck with the 9 heavenly attacks. However, his opponent was simply too powerful. One halberd after another fell, accompanied by bolts of lightning as if they were some form of divine punishment dealt on their target. A devastating thunder halberd fell from the sky soon after. The staff in Yuan Zhon's hand was utterly destroyed, and he ended up falling hard onto the ground with a roar. The golden halberds kept raining from the sky, landing around his body. Bullying at its finest, Yi Xiaosha said coldly at the scene. That is something everyone here has been through, Qi Jie added. But bullying newbies of my place, the Battle Sage Palace, eh? Other newbies walked up one by one, and every one of them ended up overpowered. Furthermore, they went about bullying newbies of other pavilions or palaces. Yi Wuchen was also targeted by people of Tianxing Pavilion and was brutally bashed. Yi Xiaosha, Zhong Li, and all others were no exceptions. When Hua Jiyu stepped forth, it was Xiong Jiqin, a disciple of Daozong Palace who went to face her. Xiong Jiqin was the princess of the Xiong Kingdom. It was a given that she was powerful, and she went on to overwhelm Hua Jiyu. Our little sister here possesses exceptional talents indeed, being able to reach grade 7 noble in less than a year. Furthermore, she's a divine spiritual sorcerer. I would advise you to quiet yourself and train hard. Lian Yuqing of Daozong Palace stood at a corner watching Hua Jiyu on the platform and commented. Hua Jiyu smiled and said, "Thank you for guidance, seniors." She went to take her place beside Yi Futian as soon as she finished. Lian Yuqing looked in Futian's direction and said, "You are now the only one who has yet to step on to the Zhonggong battle platform among all the new students this year. It's better to not miss the chance to learn from this opportunity." Learn? Yi Futian smirked. No newbies after Shu Q managed to win, and their opponents were those who seemed to target each one of them specifically. They did well in teaching the newbies by pummeling them to the ground. "I don't see any meaning to all of this," Yi Futian said plainly. "All of you new little brothers and sisters were proud sons and daughters, and you all had an intense ego. This served as an opportunity to warn all of you to never be arrogant and keep your feet on the ground with your training. It is also an encouragement of sorts," Lian Yuqing elaborated. "Whatever you say, senior." Yi Futian smiled. "I just think that as new students, the sparring sessions should have been one where we juniors get to watch our seniors fight, so as to remind ourselves to be diligent in our training. There is simply no meaning for us juniors to fight our seniors. If that is indeed so useful, why don't you seniors go pick fights with the sages and encourage yourselves? Is it not a part of your training to find out what you lack in battle and find out parts of yourself to improve?" Lian Yuqing looked at Yi Futian. "I don't see the need to do so." Yi Futian said, "If there is anything lacking with us juniors, that would be level in planes. There is hardly anything else. You are indeed the champion. So arrogant." Many smirked at his comments. While such ways of encouragement did have its demerits, it had become the tradition of the place. As new students, they were expected to simply take it without question. However, Yi Futian seemed adamant on challenging the rules. "That way you put it, is it to say that other than differences in planes, there is nothing that sets you apart from your seniors?" Lian Yuqing added, "Even those who ranked high on the law rank dared not say that they were free from weaknesses and reigned supreme over others. The sparring sessions have always served as a platform to find out one's own weaknesses by fighting others. This is to improve." Yi Futian looked at Lian Yuqing and smiled brightly, then said, "Indeed." The eyes of everyone present turned to look at Yi Futian. He actually said indeed. "I have never seen a newbie so insolent. Even Bai Luli did not behave in such an arrogant manner when he first entered the Holy Ji Palace. Seems like the number one this time is indeed different from everyone else." Yi Futian, in turn, returned the gazes beamed at him, without any care about what they thought. Many new students looked at him and thought him to be immensely pompous. Qi Jie blinked and felt impressed. "Our little brother is indeed no common folk. I never thought he would be daring enough to say something like that in front of his seniors." Chapter 603, Lian Yuqing stared at Yi Futian. The newcomer had been pretty arrogant back in Daozong Palace, asking to spar with Yunfeng on the platform, then went on to practically beat Yunfeng to a pulp. The damage was so bad that Yunfeng had yet to overcome the resulting emotional trauma. His mind remained very much crushed. Lian Yuqing stared at Yi Futian. The newcomer had been pretty arrogant back in Daozong Palace, asking to spar with Yunfeng on the platform, then went on to practically beat Yunfeng to a pulp. The damage was so bad that Yunfeng had yet to overcome the resulting emotional trauma. His mind remained very much crushed. Yi Futian came to rank 81st since that last battle. Yunfeng, on the other hand, was eliminated from the law rank. He had been in a deep depression since, and his training stagnated. As Yunfeng's senior, Lian Yuqing was very dissatisfied with Yi Futian. While Lian Yuqing acknowledged Yi Futian's talents and thought him to be one who would reach top 3 in law rank in the future, the new student was nonetheless little more than a junior who had just entered the Holy Ji Palace. The newbie, however, was incredibly rude and tremendously insolent. Lian Yuqing resented people with such personalities. The arrogant newbie even went so far as to say that he did not see any difference between the new students and their seniors, other than the difference in planes. Cultivation as a whole and the increase in planes came with the increase in one's awareness and comprehension. As a grade 1 noble, Lian Yuqing knew that very, very well. There were bound to be great differences of various sorts between those of lower planes and those of higher planes. The difference was far more vast than what Futian had stated. If one with such arrogance and exceptional talent were to become powerful, it was a certain thing that they would have turned out to be nasty people who went about doing as they fancied. "You are quite insolent indeed," Lian Yuqing looked at Futian and said. He grew to dislike the newbie even more. "Are you saying that none of the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are better than you in any way but difference in planes?" Shimon Hanjiang quipped. The way Futian had put it was indeed too arrogant. Even he, the champion of the last batch, found Futian insufferable. Shimon Hanjiang saw not even a single hint of humility in Futian. All he saw was arrogance and rudeness. Hua Fan's gaze turned to Futian as well. Futian had never been one to follow rules right from the very beginning. Hua Fan came to know that from the very moment Futian was accepted into the Holy Ji Palace. He had not been paying much attention to the newbie at first and had only heard things about Futian. The disciples of various palaces and pavilions took an increasing interest in the champion of this very batch of newbies. There were many rumors circulating about Futian in the Holy Ji Palace. He was called pretentious, vile, horny, and shameless. It seemed that he had even behaved insolently around Yun Shuaisheng in front of everyone. His reputation was quite literally in the gutter. It was not until he stepped into Daozong Palace, made peace with Yun Shuaisheng, went on the battle platform and beat Yun Feng that his reputation began to take a turn for the better. Hua Fan was finally able to see Futian with his very own eyes, and everyone seemed to get to know Futian in the flesh better. His flamboyant attitude, blatant disregard for rules, and even his handsome face, all seemed to speak volume about his pride and confidence. Such people were utter geniuses. Futian might have still been a low-grade noble for the time being, but no one could guess how he would turn out if he became a sage one day. Futian cast his gaze at everyone present and said, "If the sparring sessions are simply meant for gauging each other's strengths, there would have been nothing wrong with them. How it is done here, however, is simply an excuse for some to immerse themselves in the twisted joy of bullying those who come later. How is this even sparring? I participated with the intention to learn, to truly see the seniors spar against one another, and develop a comprehension about what I lack personally. I believe most newbies felt like I did. But from the battles that have taken place before, I failed to see any meaning in them." Futian went on to look at everyone present. "If all here actually believe that being oppressed equals being encouraged, why don't you all get tortured by the elders of the place a time or two and encourage yourselves? During training, disciples at the top of the noble plane go looking for sages to evaluate their own progress. Do they have to spell it out for you?" Lian Yuqing added plainly, while the sparring sessions were indeed a little bit too intense, doing so allowed for seniors to demonstrate their capabilities in front of the juniors, to test themselves out and to allow juniors develop an even deeper comprehension of many things. Yet, all you were able to see was how people of higher planes trampled over those of lower planes. Or rather, as you have said before, do you think that none of the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are better than you in any way? That it's just a mere difference in planes? A tinge of anger was heard within Lian Yuqing's words, and his usual composure was cracking. "No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. It is so indeed." Futian looked at Lian Yuqing. Cultivation is something done in phases. One will develop some measure of comprehension when one reaches a certain plane. Cultivators themselves need to have absolute confidence in themselves or they will fail to reach for greater heights. It isn't just me I'm talking about, I mean every single one of the new students who has been defeated today. I don't think any one of them is inferior to any one of you seniors. It is just a difference in planes, that is all. I believe they all feel the same." As soon as Futian finished talking, the newbies, who had their share of getting beaten up, all turned to sport sharp looks on their faces and went on to stand tall and proud, shooting their gaze at the likes of Lian Yuqing. The sessions had all of them feeling frustrated and deeply resentful. Futian had simply spoken what was on their mind on their behalf. Lian Yuqing smirked at Futian's words and said, "What you have just said is another matter altogether. You are indeed good with words. Is this your excuse of not stepping into the platform?" Yi Futian had claimed to speak for everyone, and it was only natural that his words were taken as truths. Here is where you are mistaken again. Yi Futian looked at Lian Yuqing. You said it yourself, if such sessions were meant to have the newbies be aware of their own shortcomings, I indeed believe that there is no need for me to battle. Many looked rather amused at the words he just uttered. Is he admitting that he was being arrogant before? So you mean to? Lian Yuqing looked at Yi Futian. What I meant was that I was not interested in battling before. Now, it is the opposite. Yi Futian spared a glance at Lian Yuqing before flashing and leaping onto the Zhonggong battle platform beneath. All eyes were on him at that very moment. Yi Futian bowed at everyone present and went to look up at everyone, saying, since this is my chance to verify what was being said about the sparring sessions, I'd like to do it my way to prove what I have just said, and to let all seniors here see what I had in mind with such sessions. Is there any senior here willing to give me time to prove my words? Many turned to look at Hua Fan, and he, in turn, turned to look at Yi Futian and said, very well. Hua Fan wanted to see for himself how Yi Futian would go about proving anything. Yi Futian nodded. He looked at everyone again and spoke, my plane is low, as I'm but a grade 8 noble. If any of the seniors were to come spar with me, there would be no doubt that I would end up losing. Since this is a sparring session and the seniors think there is more to it than just being of a higher plane compared to the newbies, I'd like seniors who have fought the juniors before, to come spar with me. He cast his glance at the ones from Tianqing Pavilion as soon as he was done talking, and added, are you the one who fought against Yuan Zhon earlier, senior? I would like to know, in what ways are you better than me, other than being of a higher plane? Everyone within earshot looked bemused and came to somehow understand what he was trying to pull. This is one unbridled asshole indeed. He went pointing out individuals and asked how they were better than he was. How is anyone supposed to answer such a question? If the ones asked were unable to answer his question, it would have simply verified what he said before, that other than the difference in plane, they were no better than the juniors they had just bullied. Yi Xiaoshe looked at the scene, dumbfounded, before looking rather amused. He knew that little brother of his well, after all. That little shit isn't trying to prove anything about the sparring sessions. He was simply trying to find a logical excuse to exact his revenge. Yi Xiaoshe felt very astonished, thinking that his little brother was indeed the little brother he knew, one who stood tall and proud exacting his revenge. He had not, however, expected so many to have fallen into his little brother's trap. That disciple of Tianqing Pavilion glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes, then said with an equally cold tone, I specialize in martial arts attacks, blending my will into the situation of things. We can't fight here due to our differences in planes. How are you going to prove anything? Of course I can. Yi Futian said and leaped into the air. His speed was frightening as he gathered terrifying aura about him. Overwhelming martial arts will burst from his body. The martial arts statue shone the most brightly among all the 8 statues, which appeared within an instant. The force gathered became increasingly powerful. Yi Futian lashed out with his hand and conjured a staff in his hand. He stepped forward and dealt a strike with the staff. The air was shaken, yet there was no stopping the growth of his aura. The force gathering about him became more terrifying, the shining statue's light grew increasingly bright and blinding. Yi Futian made consecutive attacks with his staff, and every strike felt like a thunderstorm, fearsome and unyielding. When he dealt his 5th attack, shadows of the staff were seen everywhere on the platform. The tremendous force went about pounding away at the air as the shining statue glowed with blinding light. He did not lash out with the 6th attack but stood in the air after dealing 5 blows. Many felt themselves trembling after seeing how he moved. While he was only a mere grade 8 noble, that force that he had just demonstrated in front of everywhere was extremely terrifying. He was, after all, the champion. Yun Feng's face went pale. He knew that even if he were to ask for a rematch, there was simply no way he would be able to beat Yi Futian. Yi Futian turned to look at that Tianqing Pavilion disciple and said, I now ask for your guidance. He excused himself after he was done saying that. Yi Futian's techniques with the staff, his bearing, power of the body, and martial arts will all seem to have blended perfectly. That Tianqing Pavilion disciple looked incredibly troubled. While his plane was indeed far higher than Yi Futian's, and there was no doubt that his power would have been able to overwhelm what was demonstrated by Yi Futian, none of the spectators were blind. As soon as he made his move, everyone could tell who was better in terms of mastery of the art. Yi Futian seemed to be telling everyone with his actions that that was the sparring sessions that he had in mind. Senior, Yi Futian said. The person he addressed was now looking immensely troubled, as there was no way he could finish this without making a fool of himself. I admit defeat, that disciple of Tianqing Pavilion said, causing an uproar from everyone present. It was to say that other than being of higher plane, he had admitted that the art that he was best at proved inferior compared to Yi Futian. His actions, in turn, verified what Yi Futian said before. What about you, senior? Yi Futian looked at the one who had bested Yi Wuchen before, also a disciple of Tianqing Pavilion. That person looked troubled as well, as he specialized in martial arts just like the one Yi Futian challenged. So, even you seem to think that you only have the advantage in terms of the difference in planes, Yi Futian quipped with a smirk at the other party's utter silence. He went on to look at Xiong Zhiqin. How about you? Xiong Zhiqin had beaten Hua Jiyu before. Resonance of wills, blending into spells. How will you prove your superiority? Xiong Zhiqin glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes. Yi Futian stood silently. Fearsome spiritual qi circulated about him in an instant. Many were able to feel intensely dangerous martial arts willpower, and then, streaks of white flames danced in the air. The flames grew increasingly intense around him, and many were able to feel the eerie fires from above the Zhonggong battle platform, fires which felt incredibly cold. The fires felt as if they were capable of sucking the marrow from one's bones, and packed tremendously devastating damage potential. 3 statues glowed brightly when the fires appeared, which meant that the fires packed powers of 3 different elements. When Yi Futian ceased casting the skill and stopped what he was doing, the fires remained dancing in the air, as if they were fires that were capable of burning indefinitely. Yi Futian looked up and said to Xiong Zhiqin, "Please, your guidance." Xiong Zhiqin felt the power infused with the fires and was speechless. Many were shocked to their core at the scene and came to understand what Yi Futian was trying to do. He was retaliating as the champion of the battles to gain entry into the Holy Ji Palace. He was retaliating against everyone and proving his point along the way. It was natural that Lian Yuqing came to understand what Yi Futian was trying to do, as he glared at the newbie with cold eyes. That guy is indeed a genius like no other. Lian Yuqing felt a bad taste in his mouth admitting that, but the truth remained the truth. You are indeed the champion, one to emerge once every 3 years. I have to admit that your talents are indeed exceptional. All of them are middle-grade nobles. While they are of higher planes, they are inferior compared to you in these areas demonstrated, and it is no surprise. Lian Yuqing went on to add, this hardly proves anything. Well then, what did all those battles before prove? Yi Futian looked at Lian Yuqing and continued, I wonder what you specialize in, senior? Countless eyes froze as soon as he finished. Did Yi Futian just ask Lian Yuqing that? Lian Yuqing, who ranked 5th on the law rank? Lian Yuqing was startled himself, before shooting back at Yi Futian with a gaze as sharp as blades, I play the guqin. Do you? Yi Futian smiled and said, I know a thing or two about that. Chapter 604. Everyone's eyes fell onto Yi Futian and Lian Yuqing on the sparring place. Everyone's eyes fell onto Yi Futian and Lian Yuqing on the sparring place. Yi Futian answered that he knew a thing or two. He even knows how to play the guqin. And is he really trying battle Lian Yuqing using the guqin? Isn't this going a little too far? Lian Yuqing isn't like those Futian has beaten. He is a grade 1 noble, and furthermore, one who at the pinnacle of the plane, and ranked 5th on the law rank. The progression of one's cultivation was usually as most guessed, the higher one's plane, the deeper one's comprehension in all areas became. No one thought an outlier like Yi Futian would have appeared, let alone one capable enough to beat both the Tianqing Palace and Xiong Zhiqin. However, it was only natural that Lian Yuqing's comprehension was definitely higher than Yi Futian's, as he was, after all, a grade 1 noble ranked 5th on the law rank. Just how did Futian think he was going to best Lian Yuqing playing the guqin? This is a joke. It was true that Yi Futian had demonstrated extremely eye-catching talents prior to this and proved his worth as the champion of the entrance battles. He was even deemed capable of taking the entire Holy Ji Palace in 5 years. His name on the law rank would have been incredibly distinct as well. However, now he behaved like a thug. If he were to actually fight Lian Yuqing, wouldn't he just be trying to embarrass himself? Of course, there were also those among the spectators who knew that Yi Futian was good at playing the guqin, like Zhuge Xing. Zhuge Mingyu was Yi Futian's second older sister, and it was only natural that he knew where Yi Futian came from, as well as the reason why Zhuge Mingyu was able to go home, the guqin song played on Sky Mountain all those years back. He knew what others did not, for many of the students of the Holy Ji Palace had trained only within the palace for the past several years. They would not have known much about a nobody like Yi Futian. If Yi Futian had been unable to make it into the Holy Ji Palace, those senior students probably would not have even learned of his existence. But Zhuge Xing was nonetheless curious. Even though Yi Futian inherited the scores of the Yukio song passed down by the 2 emperors, is he actually capable of playing the subtleties of the song as intended? Just how does Yi Futian compare to one like Lian Yuqing in the art of the guqin? Lian Yuqing's eyes never moved away from Yi Futian all that while. Know a thing or two? So, you mean to test what you are capable of against me? Lian Yuqing asked calmly. He felt something was amiss. Yi Futian playing the guqin against me? Lian Yuqing recalled the day on the law battle platform where Yi Futian said that he would like to hear Lian Yuqing play a song sometime in the future. By that day, did he mean this today? Lian Yuqing became curious as to how capable Yi Futian was at playing the guqin and if Yi Futian was indeed as exceptional at the art of the guqin as he was at martial arts and sorcery. Even if he proves exceptional, so what? It would be my honor, Yi Futian said slowly as he fixed his gaze on Lian Yuqing. Lian Yuqing's gaze remained fixed on the silhouette on the Zhonggong battle platform. The tone Yi Futian had taken was similar to when he spoke to the Tianqing Palace students and Xiongji Qin, calm, yet brimming with confidence. Lian Yuqing was puzzled about what Yi Futian actually based his confidence on, yet the origin of this said confidence hardly mattered. He believed Yi Futian would learn that while it was indeed important for cultivators to have faith in themselves, they were also required to know their place. You are a new one on the law rank, and it shouldn't be someone like me to teach you anything personally. However, since you are so eager to prove your skills with the guqin, I am not in a position to refuse, Lian Yuqing replied and began taking his steps toward the Zhonggong battle platform. He dropped onto the platform and came face to face with Yi Futian. As both of them were standing on the Zhonggong battle platform and were going to determine who was better at the art of the guqin, it was only natural for them to do it with guqin songs. Yi Futian wanted to verify the validity of his idea about the sparring sessions, and as such, he was forbidden from fighting directly. There was, after all, little meaning for a grade 8 noble fight a grade 1 noble. How do you want to go about it? Lian asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian crossed his legs and sat a day. A guqin appeared in front of him. He caressed the strings with both hands, and the aura around him changed into something else entirely in an instant. At that very moment, Yi Futian looked calm and collected, as if he had become one with the cosmos around him, and of course, one with the guqin before him. I will let you decide on that, senior, Yi Futian said as he began plucking the strings. The sound of the guqin was soon heard, depicting a realm within the minds of those within earshot, tranquil and peaceful like a silent night, casting off all worries and being kept company by nothing else but the sound of the instrument. The song was one capable of cleansing people's minds, enabling those who heard it to relax. That demonstration was devoid of the prickly, antagonistic air demonstrated prior. At the very moment, those who heard the song felt as if they were basking under moonlight while listening to a soothing melody, instead of being at the sparring place. The song was simple, yet the simple song was capable of bringing people of their levels into a realm that was so peaceful and quiet. Yi Futian's skill with the guqin was indeed formidable. Yi Futian's mastery of the guqin apparently was far more than what he had described himself, knowing a thing or two, and he was definitely a master at it. Seeing that tranquil and handsome young man playing the guqin made everyone feel as if they were watching someone else altogether, as the one playing the instrument was devoid of any hint of obnoxiousness that he so happily demonstrated before. The spectators felt as if they were seeing another side of Yi Futian. Lian Yuqing knew what Yi Futian was trying to pull. He went on to sit cross-legged as well, and began playing the guqin across from Yi Futian. The sound of his playing melded perfectly with the feeling exuded by Yi Futian. Sounds of both sides melded harmoniously with one another. Spectacular, many said to themselves. Lian Yuqing demonstrated his exceptional mastery at the art by blending in with Yi Futian's playing. While it was easy to learn to play the guqin itself, it was very difficult to draw pictures in people's minds with it. Blending one's thoughts playing the guqin with that exuded from the guqin songs of others proved even more difficult. They seemed to clash and spar, using their own ways. Yi Futian's guqin sounds went smoothly as intended, growing increasingly intense. It was as if a scroll painting was being unfolded gradually, being laid before the eyes of everyone. Yi Futian was not disturbed in any way by Lian Yuqing's playing. He kept playing his tune. The painting seemed to depict a young man learning to play the guqin from a master. One simple guqin song after another was blended seamlessly by Yi Futian into one song, as if every song had actually been a part of one long one. With the painting unfolded, the guqin's sounds spread out as well. The melody of the white feathers garment was heard and many felt as if they saw a palace before them. The young man was playing his guqin there for amusement, yet he also seemed to have been fighting and arguing with someone else. Lian Yuqing was still playing. His style changed continuously, following Yi Futian's changes, and went on to stick closely to Yi Futian's tempo, blending his tune into the illustration. He played a dance tune as Yi Futian was playing melody of the white feathers garment, and the two seemed to be benefiting from each other. Lian Yuqing's playing hardly affected Yi Futian's sounds. The illustration of the songs was still in Yi Futian's control. The World, a song depicting the grace and glory of the world, was soon quickly replaced by a chaotic nation, singing about the sorrows and bloody, noble sacrifices of the world in chaos. As the intensity of the guqin's sounds grew, many were swept off their feet and taken into the realm illustrated by the guqin's sounds. Many saw Yi Futian's expression change, blending many simple tunes and making one perfect tune out of them. He even infused the song with his own emotions. The resulting image depicted was rich and vivid. Is this what you'd call knowing a thing or two? However, what Lian Yuqing was capable of seemed even more out of this world. Regardless of the illustrations of the songs played by Yi Futian, Lian Yuqing had no problem keeping up, blending Yi Futian's style with compatible tunes. There was never a hint of messiness, and it spoke volumes of Lian Yuqing's mastery at the art. He must have mastered countless guqin songs, being able to play with such poise and composure. Both men demonstrated their art at guqin through different means and styles. He is illustrating his own life and experiences using the instrument. Many listened quietly and their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at Yi Futian. The ups and downs and joys and sorrows of his life were made into something like a fine brew, all found within one song. One was able to feel the impulsive youth gradually turn into someone composed, reserved, and confident throughout his experiences. The state of his mind changed with the tune, yet the purity seemed to remain the same throughout. When the song, Elegance, was played at its climax, everyone's emotions burned alongside the sound of Yi Futian's playing. Streaks of light emanated from the statue, draping over Yi Futian as if it had achieved some mystical resonance with him. Lian Yuqing continued matching him with a compatible tune. The long robe reaching the floor billowed in the wind, making him seem like some legendary figure. Lian Yuqing is indeed a musical sorcerer ranked 5th on the law rank, able to blend seamlessly with other people's playing. While Yi Futian's skills with the guqin are indeed those of a master, brimming with youthfulness, Lian Yuqing's mastery is superior in terms of technique. Many thought it impossible for Yi Futian to learn songs from Lian Yuqing. However, Yi Futian paused and smiled. Your art is definitely exceptional, befitting of one ranked 5th on the law rank, senior. You are not bad yourself, Lian Yuqing replied. The tune I will play next will not require you to play something compatible. If you were able to play something remotely similar, it would be my defeat, Futian said. If I'm unable to, I'd be the one defeated instead, Lian Yuqing replied forcefully. He deemed himself unbeatable in the art of the guqin. It is a song that I have acquired by chance. I seek your guidance for it, Futian said, then lowered his head, plucking the strings. An illustration of some sort was born yet again, and it was different from what was played before. What Futian was playing now was no longer about his own life, but was of a spectator telling the story of the life of another person. Lian Yuqing's expression was calm. He plucked the strings and played in a similar way. The faces of those around them began to change. They had heard the song on the day of the entrance battles. The one who played back then was Bai Luli. Furthermore, there were also some from the Holy Sage Pavilion who had heard the tune before, like Hua Fan. Futian is able to play something like this. Many within earshot were swept into the intense illustration as the sound of the guqin reverberated in the air. Even the statues around them began to emanate beams of light, like they were being touched by the guqin sound as well. Lian Yuqing began to look troubled. The tune seemed to be an exceptional kind. As time went by, he felt that it was rather difficult to keep up with. It was as if the tune was trying to knock him over. Those adept at the guqin knew to appreciate the songs played. Futian's song directly interfered with Lian Yuqing's mind. It was as if that song had no equivalent. At the very least, Lian Yuqing did not feel the songs he knew were qualified enough to match it. His fingers plucked on the strings furiously. The speed of the tune he played slowed, then was sustained by only his exceptional mastery at the art. When the painting illustrated by the tune was unfolded, it was a mighty, brimming piece. The state depicted by the sound was that of a whole world, the heart of kings and emperors. All 8 statues were influenced by the tune, emanating dazzling beams of light in pulses, showering onto Futian. Spiritual qi danced around in the air, and the spiritual qi in the Zhonggong battle platform pulsed to the tempo of the guqin sounds. Lian Yuqing looked incredibly troubled by then, however, he did not stop. The tunes he played changed from one to another, and exceptional sounds kept emanating from his instrument. But then again, even his exceptional mastery proved inadequate to cover the one played by Futian. His tune became encroached one time after another, for the tune of kings and emperors would not tolerate being defiled by other sounds. Stronger illustrations were born. Wind danced on the Zhonggong battle platform and the 8 statues emanated dazzling light that circled around Futian. The beams grew increasingly tall. Countless eyes were set on the silhouette of Futian playing. With intense emotions welling up inside them, the spectators watched him play. Their minds seemed to have been entirely carried away by the illustrations drawn by the song, as if telling an incredibly epic legend. It told of the divine prefecture, its history and culture, the chaotic world and the yearning for one to bring order. The illustration became increasingly powerful and vivid as the tune went on. All 8 statues glowed with bright, tall beams of light. Air of terror seemed to have been swept in from nowhere. The clouds changed and endless worldly spiritual qi rained down from above. Futian remained seated cross-legged, losing himself in all of it. Many even began to look at him with dazed eyes of admiration. Twang! A crisp sound was heard. Lian Yuqing's playing was completely swept away, halting abruptly. The string of Lian Yuqing's instrument had broken. The guqin was smeared with the blood spewed from his mouth. Chapter 605, Lian Yuqing lost. Lian Yuqing lost. A grade 1 noble ranked 5th on law rank and possessed unparalleled skill in the art of the guqin, yet he lost to another playing the instrument. He lost to Futian, a grade 8 noble. If the competition had been one where the musical spells were used for fights, it would have been pointless as the victor would have been apparent. However, that competition was based on Futian's ideas about sparring, where one's mastery of the art of the guqin was considered. Lian Yuqing had immense pride, especially when it came to the art of the guqin. It was unthinkable for him to attack Futian. As such, he went testing Futian's skills as a fellow musician of the instrument, matching the illustrations brought forth by Futian through his own extraordinary mastery at the art. Lian Yuqing performed admirably, befitting of one who was ranked 5th on the law rank. Yet, the last song proved too much for him to handle. Despite giving his all, he failed to match the state illustrated by that last song. He ended up thoroughly burnt out, suffering intense mental trauma and physical injuries while the string on his guqin broke. Many understood what that outcome meant. Lian Yuqing lost to Yi Futian at a guqin competition. Having only arrived at the Holy Ji Palace less than a year ago, the champion of the entrance battles emerged as a newbie to question the rules of the sparring sessions, presenting his ideas of proper sparring to the veterans and old-timers. He claimed that he was not inferior to his seniors in any way but plain. He fulfilled what he had claimed, beating his seniors in both martial arts and sorcery. Now, even Lian Yuqing, the one who ranked 5th on the law rank, lost to him. It was a prestige for Futian like no other. Looking at the silhouette who was still playing his instrument, many looked dazed. Rumors about Yi Futian had been all over the place since the day he entered the Holy Ji Palace, rumors which were all unsavory, claiming him to be vile, weak, and cowardly. So what now? He remained calm and composed even when facing the one who ranked 5th on the law rank. Yun Shuaisheng looked at Yi Futian with a tinge of interest in her cold eyes. She felt unable to read the young man before her. Xiong Zhiqin's face went pale altogether. What happened before seemed like a joke. It was a sarcastic twist of fate like no other. Even the number 1 noble in the Daozong Palace lost, which meant that she had no place disparaging Yi Futian or doubting the one Hua Jiyu deemed worthy. She came to realize right there and then why Hua Jiyu reacted so intensely that day. Hua Jiyu knew him through and through while Xiong Zhiqin knew nothing. Yun Feng looked at Yi Futian. He felt the light of Yi Futian was unbearably blinding. It made him feel worthless and despaired. Zhuge Xing had his eyes on Yi Futian as well. The impact Yi Futian brought forth then was even more intense than the ones seen in the battles prior to their entry to the Holy Ji Palace. The one Yi Futian faced was not a newbie, but Lian Yuqing, who ranked 5th on the law rank. All those who were in the same batch as Yi Futian felt some kind of heat welling up in their chests. What Yi Futian had pulled just now was indeed a tale to be told in legends. That one song made him into the only truly unique being in the place meant for sparring. Hua Jiyu smiled, looking at Yi Futian with her clear eyes. What a good-looking guy indeed. That was the Yi Futian that she knew and loved. Yu Sheng looked composed, and he was the only one capable of looking so composed. He ceased being surprised no matter what Yi Futian ended up achieving. He deemed such achievements to be Yi Futian's destiny, a glorious being admired and revered by tens of thousands. That was his destiny regardless of where he ended up, even in the Holy Ji Palace. Tremendously terrifying spiritual qi moved as a horrifying current was sensed from afar, encasing the entire Zhonggong battle platform. Yi Futian continued to play his instrument as if he had totally lost himself in the illustration brought by the song he played. It was no longer a match between him and Lian Yuqing. He played because he felt a resonating power coming from somewhere else. It was not just Yi Futian, everyone in the sparring place felt the same kind of power. They looked far away and saw a gust of terrifying air moving toward them with the wind. Intense vibrations were whipped up around them. The air came from an area located between where they were and the law power zone. The area was incredibly vast, with many secret sites and ruins strewn about the place, as well as blessed sites for training left by the predecessors of the Holy Ji Palace for those who succeeded them. There were even places that were incredibly difficult to tread. The students of the Holy Ji Palace spent many years to advance themselves, not even having to go on pilgrimages outside. The reason for that lied within the tremendously rich resources for training in the Holy Ji Palace. Even if one were to spend 5 to 10 years studying there, it was still impossible for one to step foot in every single place for training there was. The song Yi Futian was playing grew incredibly loud and vivid, reverberating everywhere. All 8 statues resonated and burst with dazzling light. Mystical energy was conjured in the air, resonating with the sound of Yi Futian's guqin. The tune was practically heard everywhere by then, spreading far and wide, invoking even stronger vibrations. Its musical notes. Many were shocked to their core. Lian Yuqing looked up in the air. Countless musical notes were seen coming from the area of ruins, attracted by Yi Futian's playing. They resonated with the sound of Yi Futian's guqin, writing a new tune with him. Lian Yuqing's pride was practically shattered by then. He was utterly crushed by a student who had just entered the Holy Ji Palace. That day on the law battle platform, Yi Futian said that there would be a day when he would have Lian Yuqing hear him play. Lian Yuqing did not bother with him. It was totally unexpected that that day would have come so soon. Within mere months, Yi Futian indeed came to play him a song. That would the Yukio song. Although Lian Yuqing had no idea that the Yukio song was introduced to the barren state through Yi Futian, he nonetheless knew of the song renowned to be one of the top 10 pieces in existence. What Yi Futian played was infused with the will of rulers. Thus, it was none other than the Yukio song introduced to the barren state. It was said that Bai Luli learned the song, but it was unexpected that Yi Futian knew how to play it as well, and furthermore, was able to be so richly illustrative with the Yukio song. Lian Yuqing lost to Yi Futian in the art of the guqin. He was pitiful, yet he did not feel much sadness about it. To anyone who devoted their lives to the guqin, there was nothing to be sad in losing to someone playing the Yukio song. What was embarrassing about his predicament, however, was that the one who was playing the Yukio song was Yi Futian. Yi Futian, who Lian Yuqing disliked intensely, bested him with one such legendary song. The crazed rush of the current continued as more and more musical notes were seen. One figure after another moved to the site where the tune was played. Even some of the elders in the Holy Ji Palace were so moved that they had to hear the song in person. The minds and hearts of many were shocked. The sparring sessions attracted the attention of the elders due to Yi Futian's actions. They had thought the sessions were just about to begin only to find out that it was already the climax. With such a magnificent display of skills and power demonstrated at such a stage, what more could have happened that was deemed capable of surpassing what was seen right there and then? Some of the Holy Ji Palace elders looked in the direction of somewhere in the area of ruins. They knew of a mystical place there, a place left behind by an extraordinarily powerful predecessor, and it was a place few were able to tread. At that moment, musical notes traversed the space between the two places to write a song with Yi Futian. Following the trail of the musical notes, head to Guqin Valley, an elder told Yi Futian as they looked in the direction of the Zhonggong battle platform. A spark was seen in Yi Futian's eyes, and he leaped up from where he sat, playing his instrument as he headed for the place where the musical notes came from. If it was a place the elders of the Holy Ji Palace told him to visit, then there was no doubt that it was a place worth visiting. So the resonating power came from Guqin Valley? Guqin Valley. Lian Yuqing went pale as he uttered the name of the place. It was as he had guessed. The sounds came from Guqin Valley indeed. He had tried multiple times to venture there, yet he was unable to enter the mystical place even now. However, right there and then, the possibility of Yi Futian being given the right to enter was incredibly high. It was indeed sarcasm like no other. Lian Yuqing suffered a truly crushing defeat. Everyone stared at Yi Futian as he left for Guqin Valley, and they turned their eyes to Lian Yuqing, feeling extremely uneasy. The sparring session had been rather cruel to Lian Yuqing. Not only did he, the one who ranked 5th on the law rank, lose to Yi Futian at a Guqin battle, but the victor was also even summoned by the valley itself. It was natural that many had heard of the Guqin Valley. It was said that there was a frightening powerful figure in the Holy Ji Palace who reached incredible heights training with the guqin, becoming an existence feared by many. His skill in the guqin allowed him to mesmerize people and take control of their minds. It even allowed him to stimulate the latent potential of people, and his abilities were incredibly eerie in nature. Many top-class figures in the barren state avoided him like a plague. It was said that he was the number 1 on the barren sky ranking of the previous generation. That figure was none other than Liu Guangsheng, the 9-fingered guqin demon told in legends. He had been a madman throughout his life, and his soul came to rest in Guqin Valley. Many in the Holy Ji Palace knew that Lian Yuqing tried many times to gain entrance into Guqin Valley to inherit the lineage of the ruins of Liu Guangsheng. However, he failed at every single attempt and had never been able to truly step foot in Guqin Valley. Yet, Yi Futian's song managed to move the Guqin Valley instead. It would have been anyone's guess how Lian Yuqing, the one known to be the best in the art of the guqin in the law rank, felt. Lian Yuqing's eyes were locked on the figure who just left the site. His expression changed as he took to the air, chasing after Yi Futian. He wanted to see yet again if he would be able to make it into Guqin Valley. Yu Sheng, Hua Jiyu, and some others flashed and took to the air, going after Yi Futian. Many in the sparring place looked funny as one figure after another left. Despite the event of the day being sparring sessions, Yi Futian practically stole the event's thunder. With Guqin Valley resonating with Yi Futian, many went after him, and that rendered things rather awkward for the event itself. Shall we continue or just pause it for now? Many turned to look at Hua Fan. At that very moment, an elder said while standing in the air, "Those who wish to leave are free to do so, but it is probably something that has nothing to do with you. Those who stay, continue the sessions." They left as soon as the announcement was made. Some others were seen leaving, but most elected to stay behind. That practice was indeed inappropriate. Since Yi Futian proved his point to be true, "We shall just abolish that round of events in further sessions then," said a voice. Many turned to look at the one who spoke. It was Do Kuan from Battle Sage Palace, and Yi Futian was considered his junior. Do Kuan was ranked second on the law rank. Many went silent at his words. While there was no absolute right or wrong, Yi Futian had beaten Lian Yuqing, and it was only natural that his points were right. From that battle, it was obvious that Yi Futian's ranking on the law rank would have made a considerable leap. "This will be my last time hosting the sparring sessions. The future sessions will be in your hands. The sessions for newbies in the future shall be restricted to the difference of 2 planes at best, and they should be held mainly to provide guidance," Hua Fan said calmly. The battle of the day spelled more than Lian Yuqing's defeat, it was also the defeat of obsolete rules. Yi Futian broke it as a newbie. If there was a day where he would end up as the champion of the law rank, it was something that had to be acknowledged, regardless of what everyone else thought of him. Hua Fan did not make one thing clear, however. There was a huge possibility that the future law rank would have been overseen by Yi Futian, and that was probably something that would happen within just a few years. "Continue," Hua Fan cleared his thoughts as he said. He felt immensely moved. Many prominent figures appeared from every generation, and the ones to emerge from the younger generations were destined to best the ones who came before them. Chapter 606. The Guqin Valley was one of the many relics within the Shengdao Palace, and a famous one at that. Liu Guangxing's illustrious reputation was one of the reasons. Another was that no one had been truly able to touch Liu Guangxing's guqin in the Guqin Valley and get his approval. This was indicative of the kind of character Liu Guangxing was. True to the meaning of his name, he lived wildly, and even after his death, none of the palace's talents had been able to impress him. The Guqin Valley was one of the many relics within the Shengdao Palace, and a famous one at that. Liu Guangxing's illustrious reputation was one of the reasons. Another was that no one had been truly able to touch Liu Guangxing's guqin in the Guqin Valley and get his approval. This was indicative of the kind of character Liu Guangxing was. True to the meaning of his name, he lived wildly, and even after his death, none of the palace's talents had been able to impress him. The entrance of the Guqin Valley was a stone cave. Many people were gathered here, and at the head of them was Yi Futian. He was holding a guqin in his arms, playing continuously. If Yi Futian were to stop playing, the resonance between him and the Guqin Valley may be disrupted. Yi Futian could feel the incredibly powerful energy of musical will within this valley. He walked through the stone doors into the valley. It was a whole new world on the other side of the arched doors. Startlingly bright and cheery, it was like a private little world of one's own. There were green plains and strange jagged rocks, mountains, and springs. It was a world filled with life, and an invisible energy seemed to inhabit the space as well. Those were the musical notes that danced in time to Yi Futian's music. Behind Yi Futian, many people walked out into the valley as well. Unlike Yi Futian, they felt a sort of pressure, one that surrounded them from all directions in the Guqin Valley. It was as if the musical will was seeping into their minds, making them feel incredibly uncomfortable. It was as though they were about to lose their minds. "Let's wait outside," Yi Wuchen whispered. Hua Jiyu and Yu Sheng nodded, and they all retreated. Shu Qiu, Zhong Li, and many others had come as well, but they too went outside the Guqin gardens to wait. Only Lian Yuqing followed Yi Futian in, similarly holding a Guqin in his arms and playing. However, the musical notes were relentless still in their invasion of his mind. In the past, even if one was not a musical sorcerer, they would still come to the Guqin Valley in order to train their spiritual will. But to him, this place held a different significance. Furthermore, regardless of who came here to train, they would not come before the Guqin in the Guqin Valley. Lian Yuqing lifted his head to gaze into the distance. The ground was higher there, and the surroundings elegant. A Guqin lay quietly on a smooth large rock. At this very moment, the Guqin was actually playing itself, and the musical notes that spread across the space were resonating with the Guqin in Yi Futian's arms. Lian Yuqing saw with his own eyes how Yi Futian walked forward until he was right before the Guqin. This Guqin had become famous because of Liu Quangsheng, and was hailed as an iconic Guqin in the barren state. It was called the Soul Guqin. Lian Yuqing's Guqin was peaceful and calm, just like his own inner state. He had always wanted to experience just how proudly defiant the enchanted Guqin of Liu Quangsheng's was, though it was a pity that he never actually got the chance to. Now, he watched as the newcomer to the Holy Ji Palace, who had been first in the law battle, walk before the Soul Guqin and sit down, crossing his legs. He felt a twinge of jealousy towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian had stopped playing by now, and he glanced at the Guqin in his hands. He remembered how this Guqin from the ancient Lulan in the ancient barren world had been unwilling to follow him back then. Now it seemed like he would never have any use for it in the future. However, Yi Futian would keep the Guqin with him as a memento. Since he had already walked all the way over here, he could predict what would happen next. It was a form of acknowledgement that the musical notes had drawn him here. It would also be a form of inheritance for him as well. Yi Futian sat down on the ground and looked at the Guqin before him. The words Soul Guqin were carved into the side of the Guqin. It was probably the name of this Guqin. He reached out and touched the Guqin lightly. In an instant, the strings of the Guqin moved, and Yi Futian's fingers danced along with the strings as well. The surroundings were immediately filled with musical notes, which floated into Yi Futian's mind. Yi Futian closed his eyes and immersed himself within the experience, quietly feeling the musical notes that were floating into his head, and remembering every single note, burning them into his memory. An image surfaced in Yi Futian's head. A middle-aged man sat right where he was, playing the Guqin with both hands. It was the previous owner of the Soul Guqin. As Yi Futian listened to the music, he felt a hint of Guqin spirit within the Soul Guqin. This was the resonance created between him and the Guqin spirit, which had also laid down a musical boundary around the Guqin Valley to seal the Guqin here. If Yi Futian was not playing the Yukio song, he would not have been able to even set foot into this place. The music playing in Yi Futian's mind felt wild and unrestrained to him. He had never learned such a wild song before. Back then, he had learned songs like The World and A Chaotic Nation. Those were songs that had moments of magnificence and solemnity, but the only word that came to mind as he listened to this song was wild. It was as if the song had taken on a form of its own and was on the level of a grandmaster. At this moment, Lian Yuqing was still struggling outside the musical boundary, trying to get to where Yi Futian was. However, he realized that he was slowly losing his will. If he were really to force his way through the boundary, he may very well lose his mind. Finally, Lian Yuqing stopped and sighed as he looked towards Yi Futian. He then turned to leave. He would remember everything that had happened today as a point of motivation for himself. Once he got back, he was going to train his state of mind as well as his abilities in the Guqin path. Yi Futian stayed in the Guqin Valley for many days. Yu Sheng, Hua Jiyu, and the rest waited outside for him throughout. By this time, the sparring sessions had come to an end. The real sparring had started after Yi Futian left, with powerful individuals clashing against each other. Even those at the top of the law rank had gotten involved as well. But the fight that Yi Futian had walked out of remained the most shocking battle of this series of sparring sessions. On the last day of the 10,006th year of the divine prefecture calendar, many of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples left to visit home. Those who didn't leave kept busy with their training. The new law rank was now carved onto the stone wall in the law battle platform area. Once the sparring sessions ended every year, there would be great changes to the law rank. However, this year, the biggest change in the law rank was attributed only to one person. Many people were gathered before the law rank. Zhu Guxing, Xiong Zhiqin, Yun Feng, and the others were all there, staring at the new rankings. Shockingly, Yi Futian's name was at the top. He was 10th in the law rank. Despite only being a grade 8 noble, he had made it to 10th place. This was practically a miracle in the Holy Ji Palace. Of course, no one dared to question this ranking. Yi Futian had already displayed the potential of someone who would rank first in the law rank from his performance in battle. Furthermore, his skills in sorcery and martial arts were all outstanding, and he had defeated Lian Yuqing in battle using the Guqin path. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Futian was still at a lower plane, and was not as physically strong, he may have ranked even higher. Other than Yi Futian, Yu Sheng had entered the law rank as well, though he was further down the list. But it seemed like the two names who would eventually be on top had already appeared within the law rank. People made it a point to remember Yi Futian's name. Where the relics were, there were many people training everywhere as well. Some occasionally had their eye on the Guqin Valley as well. Hua Jiyu was waiting outside the stone doors of the Guqin Valley. Today was the last day of the year, but Yi Futian was still training inside, refusing to come out. Just then, a handsome figure walked out from the valley. All smiles, he gazed towards the countless people waiting outside the Guqin Valley for him. A smile appeared on Hua Jiyu's face. Walking up to him, she first threw him a sharp glance before asking gently, "How's your training?" There was the inheritance of a senior within the Guqin Valley, Yi Futian replied. "I managed to obtain several superb songs and the senior's Guqin." He then chuckled. "Did a day without me feel like an eternity?" Hua Jiyu pouted at him. She thought he was being incredibly thick-skinned. "I thought you weren't going to come out," Hua Jiyu said softly. "Why wouldn't I? I'm planning to welcome the new year with my wife-to-be." Yi Futian laughed, before looking at Yi Wuchen. "Wuchen, call Chenyu over. Let's find a place to sit." "Sure," Yi Wuchen replied. "Where shall we meet?" "Up there." Yi Futian pointed to a mountain. "That's the highest point in this place, we should get a pretty good view." Yi Wuchen nodded and turned to leave. "Yu Sheng, I'll get little Condor to bring Qingxian over. Let's head there first." Yi Futian smiled. Yu Sheng nodded, and they set off towards the tall mountain. At the peak of that mountain, one could get a bird's-eye view of the area. Staring down at the many relics below, Yi Futian laughed. "Just training in the law power zone alone has taken me half a year, and there's still plenty of resources left for me to train with for a good while. There probably are still places like the Guqin Valley among these relics. Seems like I'll be able to train well in the palace for the next few years." After the sparring sessions, no one would be picking a fight with Yi Futian. Which was good, since he had come to the palace in order to train and ascend to higher planes. "We're still going to be training here for a few years." Yi Xiaoshe clenched his teeth. He was thinking that he wouldn't be able to take it. "Seventh brother, if you're going to be so lazy, I'm going to have a chat with second sister when I get the chance." Yi Futian grinned at him. "You think that scares me?" Yi Xiaoshe glared scornfully at Yi Futian, but he still seemed a little unconfident. "Yuan Zhon, why didn't you go back to Mount Taihang?" Yi Futian turned to Yuan Zhon and asked. "The old man had me follow you," Yuan Zhon replied, gazing into the distance. "But you didn't have to stick with me all the way." Yi Futian rubbed between his eyebrows, marveling at how rigid these demonic beasts could be. Soon, Yu Wuchen, Liu Chenyu, the Black-winged Condor, Yi Qingxian, and Lu Lanxue arrived at the mountain peak at the same time. Yi Futian smiled at Liu Chenyu. "Chenyu, you've become prettier. Looks like our Wuchen has done a good job taking care of you." Liu Chenyu had been training in the palace as well. As she transcended to a higher plane, her aura became even more outstanding as well. "Who is Yun Shuaisheng?" And why have I been hearing things about her even at the sword pavilion? Liu Chunyu looked towards Yi Futian, seeming to ask in all seriousness. Yi Futian blinked and looked at the stunning figure before him. I was in the wrong. This woman is ruthless, he thought to himself. It's the last day of the year already, let's not argue today. Yi Qingxian walked up to them, smiling gently. Qingshuan's right. Yi Futian nodded. Why does it feel like we're missing something, like roasted meat or whatnot? As he spoke, Yi Futian's gaze landed on the black-winged condor, and the condor jumped up hurriedly, speaking up woefully, Boss, if there's anything you want, just give the order and I'll go get it done. The condor was wary of the others having any funny ideas about it. It spooked him. Does anyone want alcohol? A voice rang out. Yi Futian turned to look, and saw Zui Chenju walking over with Shu Qiu, carrying a pot of wine with him. Sure. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. This situation was perfect for drinking. Looks like I have no choice but to bring out the good stuff. Zui Chencho seemed a little pained. From a storage ring, he took out many wine cups. There was a great variety of cups, with some made of gold and others of jade. Yi Futian was dumbfounded at how exquisite Zui Chencho's taste was. Everyone sat together, and Zui Chencho poured them all a cup of wine, chuckling, despite being alive for so long, I haven't actually had the chance to welcome the new year with people who aren't my master. To fate, which brought us all together. Shu Qiu chuckled, thinking to himself that life really was interesting. He had thought himself a person who did not get along with the rest, but after arriving at the Holy Ji Palace, he had discovered people he didn't mind, like Zui Chenju and Yi Wuchen. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng seemed like interesting people too. Perhaps this really was the workings of fate at play. To fate. Yi Futian laughed, and everyone raised their cups and drank. The sparring sessions a few days ago were really satisfying. Shu Qiu grinned. How long do you all think it will take for us to take over the law rank of the Holy Ji Palace? Most of those who would predictably be at the forefront of the rankings were here at this gathering. Probably 3 years, Zui Chencho replied. 3 years. Yi Futian looked towards the Holy Ji Palace. I've never thought about conquering the law rank. Zui Chencho and Shu Qiu were taken aback for a moment and glanced over at Yi Futian. Then they both chuckled. Indeed, they had forgotten that not everyone had their sights set on the law rank. The rankings meant little to Yi Futian. Then what about the Barren Sky ranking in the Barren State? Shu Qiu looked towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian was still staring off into the distance. He thought about the Barren Sky ranking in the Barren State. A smile then appeared on his face, but he did not reply. In years to come, when Shu Qiu recalled this memory again, he would finally understand the meaning behind Yi Futian's smile. Chapter 607. It was now the 10,009th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar. 3 years had passed, and now something big was happening within the vast Barren State again. The assessment for admissions to the Holy Ji Palace, which was held once every 3 years, would be happening soon. The younger generation of the Barren State had set foot onto the 9 divine roads and was preparing to conquer the roads and enter the Holy Ji Palace. It was now the 10,009th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar. 3 years had passed, and now something big was happening within the vast Barren State again. The assessment for admissions to the Holy Ji Palace, which was held once every 3 years, would be happening soon. The younger generation of the Barren State had set foot onto the 9 divine roads and was preparing to conquer the roads and enter the Holy Ji Palace. Just like 3 years ago, many young talents had gathered at the divine roads, heading towards the Holy Ji Palace. Powerful individuals from all across the land had also arrived in large groups at the foot of the palace, preparing to watch the final battle from there. Among them, there were many influential characters who had come in support of their disciples participating in the assessment. Within the Holy Ji Palace, the disciples were busy training. At this moment, there was a crowd gathered before the law rank, staring at the rankings carved into the stone wall. After 3 years, immense changes had occurred within the law rank. About 2 years ago, after the sparring sessions had ended, Hua Fan entered the Sage Palace and emerged from his training as sage. Afterward, Do Kuan and the person who was third in the law rank entered the Sage Plane as well. Even then, they had not been replaced by the fourth and fifth person in the original rankings. Instead, the top 3 positions had been taken over by those who were lower down in the rankings. The batch of disciples from 6 years ago had already advanced to be at the peak of the noble plane. This put them ahead of many disciples in the batch from 9 years ago, who had not entered the sage plane yet. It was a large leap to get to the sage plane, which made it difficult for people to break through into the plane. As such, it was common that disciples from 2 different generations would clash with each other in the law rank at this particular plane. Such occurrences had happened throughout the years. Even within the disciples that had entered 3 years ago, there were many whose names had already appeared within the law rank. Furthermore, there were many whose positions were especially eye-catching. The person who was 10th in the law rank was especially prominent. His rank was not especially high, but he had steadily held that position for 2 years in a row. About 2 years ago, Futian had made a name for himself through a battle during the sparring sessions and become 10th in the law rank as a grade 8 noble. Afterward, he had maintained that rank without any changes happening. He did not increase in rank, but neither was he replaced by anyone. It was as if his position was fixed. Those who ranked lower than him skipped 10th place when they rose in ranking. Those who dropped in rank also fell beneath Futian as well. Once, there had been a person in 11th place who rose in ranking to take over the 9th place. The person originally in 9th place should have become 10th instead. But that did not happen. Futian remained in his rank, and the person dropped directly to number 11 in the rank instead. It was strange. However, those in the Holy Ji Palace were not fazed at all by this occurrence. Over the past 2 years, Futian had not participated in any more battles. He had even been absent from the sparring sessions for the past 2 years. Under these circumstances, even if one wanted to have Futian's ranking in the law rank shifted forward, it was unclear where he should be placed. As a result, a strange occurrence happened within the law rank where Futian remained in the exact same ranking for about 2 years. "What plane is that guy at now?" someone asked quietly, looking at Futian's name on the ranking. Those next to him knew exactly who he was talking about. In truth, there were many who were curious about Futian. Someone else answered from the side, "I thought he would have participated in the sparring sessions a few months back." In the end, he still wasn't interested. What a character. But even without participating in the sparring sessions or any other battle, his name is still getting more prominent within the palace. They continued, "He's someone who broke through many relics continuously, and he even helped many of those entering the Holy Ji Palace in their training. It's no wonder he's well known. He has an extraordinary capability in understanding things. We've already seen that back at the sparring sessions over 2 years ago. Today, whether it's sorcery, martial arts, or the Guqin path, he probably has outstanding achievements in all of them. Even those talents from the batch 3 years ago were willing to head to the Battle Sage Palace in order to ask him for training advice." Many people chattered before the law rank about how Futian had become a legendary character among the Holy Ji Palace disciples. Despite his unconventional ways, he was still outstandingly capable. They predicted that if Futian were to actually participate once, there would even be the possibility that he could leap straight into the top 3 from being 10th in the law rank. It had been 2 years already. With his current abilities and his potential to become first in the law rank, it was absolutely possible that he would be able to enter the top 3. Over at the sky-reaching tower area, shouts were heard, and there was a ruckus both within and outside the tower. "Entering the 18th level? This guy's crazy good," some people were exclaiming in jealousy. "Who entered the 18th level?" someone asked outside. "Who else could it be?" "It's Yu Sheng, of course," someone replied, walking out of the tower. Many people headed for the sky-reaching tower in a blink, and they saw the hulking figure on the 18th floor of the tower. Many felt a twinge of jealousy in their hearts. Yu Sheng was probably only a grade 4 noble. Even if that was one of the peak states in the noble plane, there was still a ways to go before he would be considered a superior noble. However, one usually had to be a grade 1 noble in order to enter the 18th level of the sky-reaching tower. Even if one was physically powerful, they probably still had to be at least a grade 2 noble in order to enter successfully. Yu Sheng was only a grade 4 noble. What kind of body did he have in order to be able to enter the 18th floor? He was a monster. The batch from 3 years ago already had Yi Futian with his strange ways and Yu Sheng, who was an absolute monster. Many people wondered if these two would be the ones to fight over the top position in the law rank in the future, and if so, who would prevail. However, they also understood that these two fellows didn't seem to have any interest in the law rank at all. If not, they wouldn't have ignored all the opportunities to battle. They were only concerned with training and improving their own abilities quietly. They hadn't even participated in the sparring sessions. They wondered what those at the Holy Sage Pavilion would think if two disciples from the Battle Sage Palace were to become number 1 and 2 in the law rank in future. It would probably be humiliating for them as the top palace in the Holy Ji Palace. Throughout history, it had always been a disciple from the Holy Sage Pavilion who stably held the first position in the law rank. The current disciple at the top of the law rank was a disciple from the Holy Sage Pavilion as well. The Holy Sage Pavilion was the top palace of the Holy Ji Palace. Situated within the northern parts of the Holy Ji Palace, the Holy Sage Pavilion towered over the land. At this moment, a person walked out from an ancient hall within the Holy Sage Pavilion. While this person had absolutely no aura, the sight of him standing there gave one the impression of grandeur. He lifted his eyes to look at the skies, and his gaze seemed as though it could penetrate through the sky. Assistant Palace Lord, an elder from the Holy Sage Pavilion bowed and greeted him from aside. This person who had just walked out was the second most powerful man in the Holy Ji Palace and was third in the Baron Sky ranking. "It's time for the next batch assessment, isn't it?" The Assistant Palace Lord spoke in a low tone. "Yes." The other man nodded. "Are there any good seedlings in this batch?" he asked. "There are a few," came the reply. "They are pretty talented, but they may not be as strong as the disciples from the previous batch. Z's already considered pretty good in terms of capability, yet in the previous assessment, he was crushed by 2 other participants. It was a huge emotional blow to him, and I don't think he's walked out of the shadow of that event yet. Training is an individual responsibility. When it comes to one's emotional state, no one else can help him but himself. If he can't let that event go, he's destined to remain average for life," the Assistant Palace Lord mused. Then he asked, "What about those 2 from the Battle Sage Palace? How far have they come along in their training?" "They're both at the peak of the Grade 4 Noble Plane," the elder answered. "It's not clear how their battle abilities are at this moment, but with their performance so far, it seems like they'll be very powerful. They're both rare geniuses that you can only find once in a blue moon. Perhaps they'll be of great help to Luli in future. It's just that a senior of theirs from the eastern region of the Baron State seems to have some disagreements with Luli. As you cultivate, you train the heart as well. If Luli can disregard the animosity between Bai and himself, then hopefully he'll be able to look past these affairs between seniors," the Assistant Palace Lord said. "The Battle Sage Palace will nurture them properly. When they reach the peak of the Noble Plane in the future, then we'll gather the Pavilion Lords for a discussion to permit their entry into the Sage Palace to train." The man at his side nodded in response. Many of the disciples in the Holy Ji Palace thought that the Holy Sage Pavilion would be concerned that Yi Futian was becoming so prominent. This was but an underestimation of how gracious the elders in the Holy Sage Pavilion could be. They were not concerned with the internal competition between the 6 palaces. The competition between disciples was a way to motivate them in their training, and the palaces would not interfere in that. "Time's beginning to run out. It's about time to put the marriage between Luli and Zhuge Mingyu on the agenda," the Assistant Palace Lord whispered. The Baron State had to have a saint. Many top individuals had failed in the past. Even their senior had failed. Bai Luli was to be their new hope. At the Battle Sage Palace, a few people had appeared by the Golden Cliffs. Yi Futian was there as well and was sitting opposite an incredibly beautiful woman. That woman was Phoenix from the Daozang Palace. Next to her, white flames hid her figure from sight. A strange area of will fell upon her, making it feel as though she couldn't even move her body. Sage Daozang once mentioned in his lecture that when we reach the plane we're in right now, integrated energy should come from areas of will. Since everyone has a different perception of energy, The new areas of will created would all be different as well. This is the area of will that I've perceived, Yi Futian said, looking at Phoenix. He then took back his energy. Thank you. Phoenix nodded at Yi Futian in gratitude. Over the past 2 years, Yi Futian had entered many of the relic's secret realms. This had not escaped the notice of people, and many came to him for training advice. It was just surprising to Yi Futian that Phoenix, who was reticent in nature, would come to him for advice today as well. Phoenix's plane was higher than his. No problem, we can help each other to become better. Yi Futian smiled. I'll take my leave now. If the chance arises, I'll come seek your advice again. Phoenix stood up and turned to leave. Her sleeves fluttered as she moved, adding to her loveliness. Brother Yi, seems like you've got pretty good luck with the ladies. At this moment, a figure moved through the sky towards him. It was Zhongli, another talent who had entered the Holy Ji Palace at the same time as him. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Futian chuckled and shook his head. Yeah, I'm talking nonsense here. Zhongli laughed and threw a glance at the beautiful woman next to Yi Futian. In Yi Futian's second year at the Holy Ji Palace, Mu Jiqiu had come to the Holy Ji Palace's core island from the 1,000 Holy Islands through a selections process. Since then, she would often meet Yi Futian to discuss their training in the celestial way. They come here for the same purpose as you do, Yi Futian explained. Over the past 2 years, he had also gotten closer to Zhongli. Got it. Zhongli chuckled before coming to Yi Futian's side to seek his opinion on problems he had faced during training. Though they could turn to the elders for guidance should they meet with issues during their own training, they found that sometimes hearing about Yi Futian's own experiences in training could inspire them, given that Yi Futian was a peer whose plane was not far from theirs. At the side, Mu Jiqiu watched Yi Futian and Zhongli quietly. After 3 years in the Holy Ji Palace, the young man who had once come to the Zhaixing house in order to claim the divine destruction polearm had now become someone who had an incredibly high standing among the disciples of the palace. She knew that within the palace, there were many disciples who declared that Yi Futian would indisputably become first in the law rank in the future. Younger brother, Qi Jie called out, walking towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked up at him and responded, older brother, is anything the matter? It's now the assessment period for admissions to the Holy Ji Palace. Qi Jie smiled. Those going through the assessment have already stepped out of the divine roads, and many of them are outside the Holy Ji Palace now. Someone asked me to convey a message to you. Who? Yi Futian asked. Your older sister, Qi Jie replied. A smile twinkled in Yi Futian's eyes, and he asked, what did older sister ask you to say to me? She said to tell you that you were a rascal for not thinking about her for the past 3 years and that you better go and see her tomorrow. Qi Jie spoke, his expression caught in the middle of seriousness and mirth. Yi Futian was speechless. He blinked before breaking out into a grin. His second older sister was coming. It had been 3 years since he last saw her. Having spent 3 years in the Holy Ji Palace, he was excited to find out how everyone else had been while he was away. Chapter 608. The next morning, strong cultivators gathered outside the Holy Ji Palace like clouds. Big figures from all over the barren state came over. Strong cultivators of the pavilions lined the sides of the stairs too. The next morning, strong cultivators gathered outside the Holy Ji Palace like clouds. Big figures from all over the barren state came over. Strong cultivators of the pavilions lined the sides of the stairs too. At the foot of the Holy Ji Palace, there were even more people. Today was the day of the final battle. The talents of the 9 holy roads would fight below the Holy Ji Palace and fight to the end. Who would be the most brilliant figure this year? Countless people were discussing it. Many of the names were already familiar, but everyone was thinking whether the winner would be an underdog, just like last time. Yi Futian had swept all his opponents as an underdog last time. He'd embarrassed Bai Ziyi, second young lord of the White Cloud City, and defeated Huang Zhouge in the final battle. Under everyone's shock, he'd taken first place and entered the Holy Ji Palace, becoming Sage Dozhan's personal disciple. This year was a new round. They wondered what cultivation plane Yi Futian, who had entered the pavilion 3 years ago, would be at now. He'd been at grade 9 then. Would he be a mid-level noble now? In the crowd, Chen Yuan, chief of the Divine Sky City's Starry School, arrived as well. He'd come to see how Yi Futian's cultivation these 3 years had been and also see if Starry School disciples could enter the Holy Ji Palace once again. Long Mu and Jiyu Yunxi's group joined this trial, journeying down the Holy Road. 3 years ago, they'd followed Yi Futian. Now, they were grade 7 nobles and could hold their own. They traveled down the Holy Road to hear. Long Mu, Yunxi, how confident are you? Chen Yuan asked the ones beside him. Long Mu was the descendant of his disciple Long Yitian. Chen Yuan had high hopes in him. It was just that Yi Futian had appeared and outshone the other disciples. Long Mu seemed to have been affected by the Holy Road last time. He worked harder on his cultivation and had improved greatly. I will try my best, Long Mu answered. He gazed at the vast battlefield. 3 years ago, he'd watched Yi Futian get first place. He knew he couldn't do it, but he'd worked hard to see Yi Futian's back. Grandpa Chen, why don't you ask about me? A bright voice asked. Chen Yuan looked over and saw a pretty girl beside Long Mu. Affection filled his eyes. You want to join the fun with your cultivation plane? Mother, Grandpa Chen is being mean, the girl complained to the woman beside her. Is Grandpa Chen wrong? Madame Long said, smiling. The 18-year-old girl was Long Linger. She'd grown up and was beautiful while still being filled with youth. You all bully me. Brother Futian is the best for me. Long Linger thought of Yi Futian and smiled brightly. Mother, do you think Brother Futian can recognize me? Maybe not. Madame Long found it funny. How is that possible? Long Linger made a face at Madame Long. I don't believe it. I might have gotten prettier, but I'm still easy to recognize. Ah, yes. Madame Long shook her head and smiled helplessly. This girl was a lot to deal with. But she was very relieved that this girl could exit the Holy Road peacefully. Long Linger was also in the Upper Arcana plane, but Long Mu had experienced how dangerous the Holy Road was. Last time, Yi Futian had been there, but this time, Long Mu and Jiyu Yunxi had taken good care of Long Linger. Thankfully, nothing had happened. Otherwise, she would regret letting this girl go on the Holy Road. Zhuge Mingyu had already arrived on the steps. She was standing in the same spot as before. This year, the Zhuge family still had people in the trial that was still extraordinarily talented. Of course, that wasn't why she was here. She'd come to the Holy Ji Palace to get some air and see Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu. After all, they'd already cultivated in the pavilion for 3 years. Senior sister, what plane do you think Junior is in now? Beitang Xing'er asked Zhuge Mingyu. We can ask them after he comes. Zhuge Mingyu smiled. Second senior sister, a voice called from afar. Zhuge Mingyu looked up towards the Holy Ji Palace and saw a group flying over. It was Yi Futian's group. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu came hand in hand. Yi Xiaoshe, Yu Sheng, and Lulan Shui were behind them. Yi Futian soon arrived and Hua Jiyu smiled as she called, Senior sister. Seems like you're living well in the pavilion. Zhuge Mingyu smiled at them. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu looked great and happy. I'm okay. I just miss second senior sister a lot, Yi Futian said emotionally. Stop acting. Do you still remember me when Jiyu's here? Zhuge Mingyu gave a half smile. It's been 3 years and you never came to see me. Senior sister, I was busy cultivating so I can protect you sooner, Yi Futian said with a timid smile. Then what cultivation plane are you now? Can you protect me now? Zhuge Mingyu asked. Pinnacle of the grade 4 noble plane. It won't be long before I reach the upper level noble plane, Yi Futian said. Not bad, Zhuge Mingyu said, smiling. Then she looked at Hua Jiyu. What about Jiyu? Senior sister, I'm on the same plane as him, she said. Xiaoshe, why are you hiding? You don't know me anymore? Zhuge Mingyu asked Yi Xiaoshe who was in the back. What plane are you on? Senior sister, I was waiting for Junior to finish reporting. I'm grade 3, Yi Xiaoshe said. Junior is catching up. How are you cultivating in the pavilion? Zhuge Mingyu grinned at him. It's the problem of talent, you know? I work really hard in the pavilion. If you don't believe me, you can ask Junior. Yi Xiaoshe glanced at Yi Futian and fluttered his lashes. Yes. Seventh senior brother works really hard, Yi Futian said, nodding. Yi Xiaoshe let out a relieved breath. Zhuge Mingyu looked at them with a half-smile, making the fatty's heart pound in fear. His senior sister's gaze seemed to suspect that he'd been slacking off. Senior sister, is there news about third senior brother? Yi Futian asked. Dead. Zhuge Mingyue's smile disappeared. Yi Futian blinked and saw Beitang Xing'e shake his head. Yi Futian felt awkward and resentful. Had third senior brother really disappeared for 3 or 4 years? Or if he hadn't contacted second senior sister ever since he left the Eastern Barren Territory, how many years had it been? How could Zhuge Mingyu not be resentful then? Third senior brother must be cultivating crazily so he can go to the Zhuge family with honor. Maybe it's really dangerous outside, Yi Futian said weakly while studying Zhuge Mingyue's expression timidly. As expected, Zhuge Mingyue's expression softened a bit, but she said softly, don't mind him. Cultivate well and don't be like Shui Yi and Luo Fan. What happened to fourth and fifth senior brother? Yi Futian asked. Don't mention them, Zhuge Mingyu said. Yi Futian became much more confused. What had happened to them? Futian, a voice said below them. Yi Futian looked down and saw Chen Yuan's group. Senior sister, I'll go see Chief Chen now. Jiyu can stay with you, Yi Futian said. Zhuge Mingyu nodded and Yi Futian walked out. Lulan Shui also followed. She saw an extremely familiar figure behind Chen Yuan. Chief Chen, madam, Yi Futian called while walking over. Yunshi, you're also here for the trial? Yes. Jiyu Yunshi nodded and smiled brilliantly at Yi Futian. Long time no see. Long time no see, Yi Futian said. Then he looked to the pretty figure on the side. He studied her and asked, who is this? You can't recognize me? Long Linga fluttered her lashes. Her clear eyes seemed a bit nervous. PSH. Yi Futian knocked against Long Linga's head. Little girl, you've grown up and gotten prettier. Ah, you tricked me. Long Linga jumped up and rushed into Yi Futian's arms. Brother Futian, did you miss me? Hey, you're an adult now. Aren't you embarrassed? Yi Futian stared speechlessly at Long Linga. The girl was 18 years old now. She was a slim and graceful girl. Linga, you still make trouble even after growing up, Madam Long said, glaring at Long Linga. This is my brother. It's okay, Long Linga said, upset. Right, Brother Futian? Seems right. Yi Futian shook his head with a dry smile. Long Linga had been a little demoness when she was little. Now, she was even scarier. Futian, someone came to the Starry School asking for you, so I brought her with. Chen Yuan looked to the figure behind him. She was another beautiful woman with an extraordinary temperament. Lulan Shui had already walked before her. This woman was the Empress of Lulan. Empress, Yi Futian called, walking up. Yi Futian, come with me. I have something to say, the Empress said before turning to leave. Yi Futian followed with Lulan Shui behind him. The Empress led them away from the crowd. Then she turned and stared coldly at Yi Futian. Empress, why are you looking at me like that? Yi Futian asked. How is my daughter not good enough for you? Empress, what do you mean? Yi Futian asked. You have a girlfriend, but when I sent Lulan Shui to Book Mountain, I'd already said that you can even take her in as a mistress. Now, she's been by your side for so many years. How come she's still only on the side? Have you really ordered her around like a maid? Why are you humiliating her like this? The Empress asked coldly. She was the Empress of Lulan and Lulan Shui had the high status of a princess. She could give Lulan Shui as a mistress, but Yi Futian still didn't think she was enough. This was definitely humiliation. Yi Futian looked at the Empress, confused and speechless. What kind of mother was this? Thinking of this, he became more upset. You forced Lulan Shui into Book Mountain back then. But I'm the one who mistreated her. Hearing this, the Empress became even more furious. Coldness radiated from her and enveloped Yi Futian. Don't get angry. If we really want to fight, you're not my match anymore, Yi Futian said coldly. Everyone had a temper. You, the Empress roared. A cold storm arrived instantly. A frightening cold spear shot towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian stood there quietly, allowing the icy spear to pierce him without moving. Now, his physical body was very strong. Even if the Empress was a grade 2 noble, he wasn't afraid. However, ancient lowlands nobles were much weaker than the Holy Ji Palace's nobles, even if she was the Empress. If you keep attacking, I won't be polite anymore, Yi Futian said coolly. The Empress shook in anger, her chest rising and falling. This bastard, she thought. Lulan Shui, come back, the Empress said in anger. Don't serve him anymore. Looking at her mother, Lulan Shui shook her head. What do you mean? The Empress stared at her. He's humiliating you like this and you'll still follow him? You're the princess of Lulan. He's really treating you like a servant and you throw yourself onto him? Mother, I'm doing this willingly. It has nothing to do with him, Lulan Shui said softly. The Empress looked at her, speechless from anger. Then she said coldly, then I won't have a failure like you as a daughter. With that, she really turned to leave. Lulan Shui ran over, but the Empress waved her hand. Don't run after me. Just follow him. Lulan Shui stopped. She stood in her spot, eyes a bit wet. The Empress' body flashed and quickly disappeared. Her eyes were also damp. She'd asked for Yi Futian's news in Book Mountain and learned about the Divine Sky City's Starry School, so she went there. Then she came all the way to the Holy Ji Palace and learned about Yi Futian's achievements over the years. She didn't bear to do this to her daughter, but she was clear about Yi Futian. He would only go further and higher. In this case, she would just let her daughter go. She could only help Lulan Shui to this point and she hoped the girl would understand her intentions. Chapter 609. After the Empress left, Lulan Shui remained in her spot, staring at her back. They hadn't seen each other in years. Would she just leave after scolding her? After the Empress left, Lulan Shui remained in her spot, staring at her back. They hadn't seen each other in years. Would she just leave after scolding her? Lulan, don't think too much. It's not how you think, Yi Futian said. The Empress isn't as heartless as you think. She did all that for you. Lulan Shui froze and looked at Yi Futian with her silver eyes. For her. I've truly been ordering you around these years and I've gotten used to it. I'm sorry. If you want to leave someday, you don't have to worry about me. Yi Futian sighed and turned to leave. He knew how calculating the Empress was. He could obviously see through her intentions. The Empress had already planned to make him feel guilty about Lulan Shui so he would treat her well. She wanted Lulan Shui to keep journeying with Yi Futian. This way, she could see a bigger world. Her current cultivation plane was catching up to the Empress. The Empress obviously knew about this. Thus, she decided to let go completely and let Lulan Shui fly with him. But she was worried Lulan Shui would be treated badly, so she yelled at Yi Futian. Looking at Yi Futian's back, Lulan Shui quickly realized this. Then she looked to her mother's back and sighed inwardly. Had she disappointed her mother? Yi Futian returned to the foot of the Holy Ji Palace. As strong cultivators from the 9 holy roads arrived gradually, Yi Futian arrived beside Zhuge Mingyu on the stairs. Futian, Ji, you'll watch the trial battle with me today, Zhuge Mingyu whispered. She looked forward. The battle would last a few days. Today was only the opening. Yi Futian's pupils constricted. His second senior sister rarely called his name. Something seemed off with her today. Second senior sister, is something wrong? Yi Futian asked. Zhuge Mingyu turned towards him. What are you thinking? How can anything be wrong? Really? Yi Futian didn't believe her. Zhuge Mingyu glared at him. Yi Futian's eyes moved away and then back. Second senior sister, if anything's wrong, you can tell Jiyu and me. We can help share your troubles. Zhuge Mingyu reached out to pat Yi Futian's head. Smiling gently, she said, Kid, just work hard on cultivating and reach the sage plane soon. Yes, I will. Yi Futian nodded. These 3 years, I never left the pavilion. I've been cultivating every second of the day. 3 years ago, I was down there. 3 years later, I'm watching the trial with senior sister. I believe that it'll only be a few years before the Baron Sky ranking has my name, not for the fame but to prove some things. Zhuge Mingyu smiled at Yi Futian. She knew what he was talking about. Bai Luli had become 10th on the Baron Sky ranking soon after entering the Sage Plane. Jiyu Dongliu had challenged him once and lost. Bai Luli also had a complicated relationship with Zhuge Mingyu. Yi Futian wanted to prove some things to the world. Of course I trust you. Zhuge Mingyue's smile was warm. You're 25 years old now, right? I still remember how you were only 18 when you came to the cottage. You were so cute. Yi Futian was speechless. Cute. So Zhuge Mingyu had thought he was cute when they first met? Yes, I'm 25. Senior sister, I didn't awaken my life spirit and start cultivating until I was 15, Yi Futian said while looking in the distance. It's been 10 years. These 10 years, I went from the beginning stage to now. I'm only a grade 4 noble now, but if I'm serious, I can be at the top of the Holy Ji Palace's rank. If I enter the top-level noble plane, no nobles here dare to say they'll defeat me. His voice was extremely confident. Zhuge Mingyu looked at the handsome side profile and her eyes shone brighter. She knew that Yi Futian wasn't bragging. He just wanted to tell her. Seems like Junior has grown up, Zhuge Mingyu murmured. The 3 years passed in a blink and she could feel that Yi Futian had grown up. The 18-year-old who'd entered the cottage was now mature. A poem says, if only life can remain how it was at the first meeting, but it's nice to see you grow up bit by bit. Zhuge Mingyu patted Yi Futian's head. Feeling Zhuge Mingyue's gentle hands and affectionate eyes, Yi Futian was speechless. She said he'd grown up, but she was still treating him like a kid. Where was his image? Senior sister, who's the most popular for the battle this year? Yi Futian's gaze moved to the examination grounds. There were countless people now. Most of them would be eliminated. Zhengzhou City's large forces all have talented figures in every generation. It's the same this time. Amongst them, the Shimen clan and the Thunder Courtyard both have one very talented figure. People have high expectations. Other than that, the Yang Ju that you defeated last time has a sister. She's even more talented than Yang Ju and she's here. The Zhuge family and White Cloud City also have powerful figures. Zhuge Mingyu smiled and continued, but no matter how talented they are, they can't surpass the last round. Of course, Yi Futian said, smiling. Look at who was in the last round. Zhuge Mingyu smiled at Yi Futian with pride. She left after the first day. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu stayed beside her the whole time and Yi Futian felt keen that something was wrong. He said many things to her. Some of them seemed arrogant, but Zhuge Mingyu must have understood his intentions. Yi Futian continued watching the other battles because Long Linga was there, along with Long Mu and Jiyu Yunshi. Long Mu had truly improved greatly these past 3 years, perhaps motivated by Yi Futian. Long Linga was only 18 years old, but she'd already shown her shocking talent as a dragon master. She was even more talented than Long Mu. The battles this year were still spectacular. There weren't any underdogs like Yi Futian and Yu Sheng who reached the end, but many talents were still very shocking. Shimen Jiyu of the Shimen clan was first while Yang Qingyang of the Sword Saint Mansion was second. She was Yang Ju's sister. Her swordsmanship was precise and graceful. She'd added her own thoughts to the 9 swords of the Celestials. Third was a pride from the Thunder Courtyard. Last time, neither the Shimen clan nor the Thunder Courtyard had been able to enter the top 10. This time was a boost to their ego. Shimen Jiyu entered the Holy Sage Pavilion and Yang Qingwu entered the Sword Pavilion. 3 years ago, the Sword Demon hadn't wanted Yang Ju, but he was impressed by Yang Qingwu. When the strong cultivator on the steps announced the end of the battle, the vast space fell into an uproar. Some were happy while others were upset. Yi Futian walked down to Chen Yuan's group. He looked at Long Linga and saw her grinning. Brother Futian, how was I? Yes, the Daozang Pavilion made an exception for you. Seems like little Linga has grown up. Yi Futian patted Long Linger's head. At 18 years old, she was only in the upper arcana plane, but Sage Daozang had personally made an exception to accept her. Clearly, her talent had been very impressive. Sage Daozang also knew Long Yitian. Coming from the divine sky city of the Eastern Barren State, Long Yitian had been on the Barren Sky ranking. He'd been incredible and shone for a while before passing like a shooting star. He saw yet another dragon master in Long Linger. Of course. Long Linger was a bit proud. Chen Yuan and Madame Long were also happy. They'd thought Long Linger wouldn't achieve anything and never thought the Daozang Pavilion would make an exception for her. It was a great surprise. Long Mu, you did well, Yi Futian said to Long Mu. He'd entered an island on the 1,000 Holy Islands. This counted as entering the Holy Ji Palace too. I'll catch up to you. Long Mu looked at Yi Futian. The disdain still existed, but it had become his motivation to keep improving. He was especially affected when he saw Yi Futian get first place 3 years ago and had cultivated crazily. Then you better work hard, Yi Futian said, chuckling. He'd moved on from the past conflicts. Madame Long smiled at these juniors. Her smile was just as beautiful as when she was young. She was obviously happy seeing the juniors like this. Long Mu had finally grown up. In the future, he could be a good and reliable man like her brother, Long Yitian. Are you going back with me or entering the palace directly? Madame Long, I'm not going back. Mother, tell father that I didn't disappoint him this time, Long Linger said. Okay. Madame Long nodded. Your father's strictness was for the best of you. Now that you and Long Mu have entered the Holy Ji Palace, you must cultivate well. I will, Long Linger said. Mother, don't worry. I have brother Futian and sister Jiyu here. Futian, you'll have to take care of this girl, Madame Long said. Madam, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to Linger, Yi Futian said. I obviously don't worry with you. All right. Go on now, Madame Long said. Yi Futian nodded and looked to Jiyu Yunshi. Yunshi, don't be disappointed. You can cultivate well in the Starry School too. Yes, I will. Jiyu Yunshi nodded, but how couldn't she be disappointed? She'd already worked hard, but it still wasn't enough. Chief Chen, Madam, I'm going now. Yi Futian bid farewell to everyone and took Long Linger into the Holy Ji Palace. It wasn't just them. Many entered the palace directly instead of going back. With Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu, there was no need for the guards to lead the way. The group soared in the sky. Linger, I'll take you around the palace, Yi Futian said. Okay. Long Linger's eyes glowed with curiosity and excitement. Yi Futian brought her around the pavilion's law power zone. Long Linger looked down and said, What is that? It doesn't look like a cultivation area. There are so many people there. That's a law power zone. Some disciples plan battles there. Many enter the law rank there. You, newbies, are usually more interested in them, Yi Futian said, chuckling. Law rank. Long Linger was interested. Brother, I want to go see. Okay. Yi Futian smiled. The group landed before the law rank and Long Linger rushed to the front. Brother Futian, you're number 10, she exclaimed. Many people looked towards Yi Futian. The older disciples also looked at him. He'd already entered the rank more than 2 years ago. If he fought again, he would definitely be higher up. Many newbies were looking at him. Was this the winner of the last pavilion battle? You're Yi Futian. A sharp gaze looked towards Yi Futian right then. Yi Futian glanced over and saw a pretty girl dressed cleanly. Her entire body radiated with sharpness, giving her a different kind of beauty. This was Yang Qingwu, second of the battle and Yang Ju's sister. Yes. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. It's because of you that my brother returned soulless that year. Someday, I'll challenge you, Yang Qingwu said. I'll be waiting, Yi Futian said, smiling. He didn't mind. His mindset was completely different from 3 years ago. Number 1 from the last round, someone muttered, standing before the law rank with his back to Yi Futian. It's a pity I wasn't in the same year. Many people looked at the speaker. It was Shimen Jiyu, the winner of this year. Was this newbie challenging his senior? Yi Futian glanced at him. He was really arrogant, but Yi Futian didn't mind. The winner of the battle would definitely be arrogant. If you're in the same year, you won't be anywhere near number 1, Longlinger said. Shimin Jiyu turned around. He looked at Yi Futian and then gazed at Longlinger. Chuckling, he said, "You're Longlinger, right?" "Yes." Longlinger looked at Shimin Jiyu, not liking his eyes. "Look at who's number 1 on the law rank," Shimin Jiyu said. Longlinger looked and saw that the name at the top was Shimin Hanjiang. Shimin Jiyu continued, "My brother entered the Holy Ji Palace 6 years ago and he was first in his pavilion battle. I entered this year and I'm first in my battle." He chuckled before walking away. "If you pretty girl wants to find someone to kiss up to, you can come to me." "You." Longlinger looked at his backside. Her expression changed slightly. Yi Futian glanced at the law rank. Shimin Hanjiang was a strong competitor. If he could be first on the law rank, he was naturally very talented. The Shimin clan had produced 2 winners of the pavilion battles. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. "Wait," Yi Futian uttered. Shimin Jiyu paused and looked up at Yi Futian. "Yes." "Apologize," Yi Futian said nonchalantly. Chapter 610, Shimin Jiyu stared at Yi Futian, though Yi Futian continued to turn his back on him. Shimin Jiyu stared at Yi Futian, though Yi Futian continued to turn his back on him. 2 people who had been first in the admission examinations of their respective admissions batch actually got into a conflict on their first encounter, and the reason was the newbie provoking the senior. The crowd all had befuddled expressions. It was common for the seniors in the Holy Ji Palace to bully the newbies, but it was uncommon for the reverse to happen. However, Shimin Jiyu was the first in the admission examination, and his brother, Shimin Hanjiang, was also the first on the law rank. As such, he had nothing to worry about, and he arrogantly provoked the previous batch's first ranking in the admission examination, Yi Futian. Of course, Shimin Jiyu might not understand Yi Futian, but the people from the Holy Ji Palace understood him very well. This was an indomitable person who dared to face all the disciples in the sparring session in his first year as a Holy Ji Palace's disciple. Moreover, he defeated Lian Yuqing as a grade 8 noble, causing the 5th on the law rank to keep a low profile while cultivating in the future. In the next 2 years, Yi Futian had not clashed with anyone, so his ranking on the law rank was still 10th. Now, there was someone who was provoking him. Moreover, that person was Shimin Hanjiang's younger brother. This made many people thrilled. It seemed like something exciting was about to happen. The prideful fellow had not fought anyone in 2 years. How could he possibly allow Shimin Jiyu to belittle him? "What if I don't apologize?" Shimin Jiyu looked at Yi Futian and said. He was not worried and was even a little exhilarated. Although Yi Futian's cultivation level might be higher than his and Futian was definitely stronger than him, he felt that it was a good idea to fight him and experience the strength of the previous batch's first. As for the other repercussions, he did not consider them. After all, although Yi Futian was 10th on the law rank, Shimin Gu's brother was at the top of the law rank. Yi Futian turned and looked at Shimin Jiyu, smiling and saying, "If you're unwilling, I don't mind teaching you some respect." Shimin Jiyu looked at Longlinger who was standing beside Yi Futian, then smiled and replied, "Is that so? But I don't see anything wrong with what I said." As he finished, the entire area froze up and became exceptionally quiet. Many people's gazes landed on Yi Futian. He was not someone with a good temper. "No problem," Yi Futian smiled and replied. He then raised his hand and stretched it out in Shimin Gu's direction. In an instant, an exceptionally violent aura descended upon him. It was the strength of combined wills. The heavens rumbled and a spiritual chi storm started brewing, sand flying around Shimin Gu's body. Shimin Jiyu immediately released his spiritual will, but in the next moment, he felt a horrifying will descending upon him. His body hardened and he was unable to move. Shimin Gu's expression became panicky, and he attempted to break free from the spiritual will. However hard he tried, he was unable to do so. It was as though the area around him had completely frozen and his body was completely suppressed. Yi Futian stepped towards Shimin Jiyu gradually. Although his speed was slow, the crowd behind him was all startled. After more than 2 years, Yi Futian had finally fought someone again. But what was this overwhelming spiritual will? It was like a horrifying force had been created by combining spiritual wills. Shimen Ji was in trouble. The Holy Ji Palace doesn't have strict rules, so the seniors often bully the new disciples. When I entered the palace, I kept a low profile because I knew that I was unable to defeat them, so I hate it when the seniors bully the newbies. Today, I am going to do the thing that I hated. Yi Futian looked at Shimen Ji and said calmly, "That is because some people really deserve it." As his voice landed, he swung his palm outward and the wind started billowing and turned into a palm print. With a giant smack, it landed on Shimen Gu's face and sent his body flying, a distinct palm print on his face. Silence. The first in the admission examination, Shimen Ji had been slapped by Yi Futian on his first day in the Holy Ji Palace. This was a feat that probably nobody would ever achieve again. Shimen Ji stood up and wiped the blood around his mouth. He raised his head and stared cruelly at Yi Futian. "You humiliated me intentionally?" Shimen Ji clenched his fists and growled. "It looks like you understand how it feels to be humiliated." Yi Futian had no pity for him and did not feel that he had gone overboard. It did not matter how arrogant the first in the admission examination was, since he was arrogant as well. However, he had dared to say such humiliating things to Longlinger and had no remorse. He could only let Shimen Ji feel the impact of his actions. Shimen Ji laughed mockingly and said, "You're a senior. Since you said that the Holy Ji Palace has no rules, it's fine if you humiliate me. However, have you thought of the consequences?" As he said that, he looked derisively at Longlinger, who was standing beside Yi Futian. He would remember this slap. "It looks like you haven't learned your lesson," Yi Futian said calmly. Then, his arm stretched forward and a giant palm appeared in the air, grabbing Shimen Ji by the neck. Shimen Ji wanted to dodge, but his body could not resist. The giant palm lifted Shimen Gu's body across the air and slammed him into the ground. With an ear-splitting crash, Shimen Gu's body was violently smashed into the ground and his body shuddered vehemently. "Yi Futian, you dare bully me like this? My brother will not let you off," Shimen Ji said ruthlessly. However, as he finished, the earth started to shake. A figure ran wildly from the distance and many people raised their heads to look at the person. They saw a burly figure land beside Shimen Ji and grab him by his shirt. Shimen Ji lowered his head and saw a pair of emotionless eyes with beastly rage in them. The expression in those eyes was as though they were looking at a dead person. Shimen Ji felt his body go cold. What kind of eyes were those? However, this was the Holy Ji Palace. Who would dare treat him like this? When they saw the figure appear, many people grieved for Shimen Ji. He had just entered the palace and had not understood Yi Futian before provoking him. What a tragedy. In the next moment, Shimen Ji felt his body being flung, and with a giant crash, his organs felt as though they had shattered as he was crushed vigorously into the ground. Moreover, the other party did not stop and smashed him into the ground repeatedly. Many people could not bear to continue watching. Shimen Ji was probably the most tragic first in the admission examination in the history of the Holy Ji Palace. He had barely been in the palace for a couple of hours and he had already been brutally defeated. Blood streamed from Shimen Gu's mouth and his brain stopped functioning. On his first day in the Holy Ji Palace, his views had been flipped upside down. How could this be? He was the first in the admission examination, the most outstanding among this batch's disciples. His brother was the first on the law rank. How could the other party humiliate him with no reservations? He did not understand. "Yu Sheng," Yi Futian shouted. If that fellow continued, he might really disable Shimen Ji. Yu Sheng heard his voice and stopped, then threw Shimen Ji on the ground and walked over to Yi Futian. He did not mention Shimen Ji but said, "Teacher wants us to go over." "Okay." Yi Futian nodded and then said to Hua Ji, "You bring Linger to the Daozong Palace. I won't be sending her." "Okay." Hua Ji smiled and nodded. Yi Futian walked over to Shimen Gu's side and said softly, "You can go and tell your brother about today's incident. If he wants to look for me, that's fine. I'm just going to remind you, If you dare to insult Linga again like you did today, I will make sure that you are unable to stay in the palace." After saying that, he looked towards Long Linga and said, "Linga, your cultivation is the weakest in the palace. If anyone bullies you, come look for me." Millimeter Long Linga nodded her head solemnly. Big brother Futian was more handsome than before, big brother Yusheng as well. She had not noticed that he was this handsome in the past. She would have another idol from now on. Yi Futian left with Yusheng, and Hua Jiyu also flew off with Long Linga. The surrounding crowd looked at the figure lying on the ground. After 2 years, they had finally seen Yi Futian and Yusheng in action again. How overbearing. That tone, it was as if. Many people reeled in shock. Did Yi Futian's words mean that he did not fear Shimen Hanjiang? Now, Shimen Jiyu was probably doubting his entire life. Tough luck, he had provoked Yi Futian. In the crowd, Yang Qingwu watched the incident with an equally stunned expression. Was this how things were in the palace? Was that the Yi Futian who defeated her brother back then? What a deep impression he left. In the Battle Sage Palace, Yi Futian and Yusheng made their way to the Battle Sage Hall. "Master," the two of them shouted as they saw Sage Dojan. 3 years, not bad. Sage Dojan looked at the two of them and smiled. He then asked, "Yusheng has already made it to the 18th level of the sky-reaching tower. Which level can you reach now, Yi Futian?" "The 17th level," Yi Futian replied. "How many acupoints can you open from the incomplete Heavenly Manual's 7-star acupoints?" Sage Dojan continued asking. "The same as Yusheng, 4 acupoints," Yi Futian replied. "That's more than me." Sage Dojan smiled and looked at his 2 disciples. He then said, "Teaching disciples is not my specialty. Although I've taken you 2 in as disciples, the truth is that all your cultivation is your own effort. Now, I will teach you 2 a body-enhancing technique for battle. It is extremely strong, so make sure to learn it properly. Yi Futian, I've heard that you specialize in all elements. However, Yusheng, you will have a chance to enter the Saint Plane with body refining. Don't waste your potential." Yusheng nodded. He also knew that his physique was superior to others and was a natural warrior. Body refining was indeed very suitable for him. "Prepare yourselves." The eye in between Sage Dojan's brow chakra opened again, and a gleaming light emitted from it, heading straight towards Yi Futian and Yusheng's brow chakras. Following that, images flooded into their brains. In their heads, they saw what looked like a god. Sage Dojan stood in the air, naked. His frame appeared to be bigger, like an ancient god. What was even scarier was the gleaming light around his body. An unparalleled shadow appeared. It was an imposing golden figure. The Dojan body can create a martial arts body and provide astonishing power. It is an unstoppable offensive ability, a voice sounded in their heads. Next, the cultivation method and things to look out for were all imprinted into their brains. Yi Futian and Yusheng closed their eyes, taking it in silently. The incomplete Heavenly Manual combined with the Dojan body created Sage Dojan, who is 7th on the Barren Sky ranking. Your potentials are both higher than mine, so your achievements will definitely surpass the 7th on the Barren Sky ranking. Sage Dojan looked at the two of them and said softly. He had high hopes for both of them. Chapter 611. The Holy Ji Palace was refreshed by the addition of new students. The news of the champion of this year's law battle being humiliatingly crushed by Yi Futian and Yusheng within a mere 2 hours after entering the palace spread far and wide like wildfire. The Holy Ji Palace was refreshed by the addition of new students. The news of the champion of this year's law battle being humiliatingly crushed by Yi Futian and Yusheng within a mere 2 hours after entering the palace spread far and wide like wildfire. The prestige of being the champion of the law battle had originally been unspeakable. Even though they might have suffered some oppression or bullying due to being a lower plane, none had ever suffered what Shimen Jiyu had been through, getting trashed after being there for just 2 hours. Shimen Jiyu was then ridiculed as the most pitiful champion of the law battle in the history of the Holy Ji Palace. Many felt rather excited at the news, as both Yi Futian and Yusheng had not been seen in action for 2 whole years. Many wondered if their first battle after all that time to teach Shimen Jiyu a lesson would earn them the wrath of Shimen Hanjiang, the one who ranked first on the law rank. Everyone thought it would be interesting if Shimen Hanjiang were to avenge Shimen Jiyu. Were Yi Futian and Yu Sheng trying to provoke Shimen Hanjiang? Their action of trashing Shimen Jiyu was a sign saying they gave no face to the champion of the law rank, Shimen Hanjiang. Shimen Hanjiang eyed his brother while they were in the Holy Sage Pavilion. His eyes looked rather cold doing so. Other than Shimen Hanjiang, there were also other students of the Holy Sage Pavilion present, such as Bai Zi and Zhuge Xing him again. Bai Zi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If anyone was said to hate Yi Futian the most, it would have been none other than Bai Zi. We were preparing to welcome Shimen Jiyu, we never thought. Zhuge Xing said as he saw Shimen Jiyu lying there in a bloody mess. He really showed no mercy at all, just as arrogant and reckless as he has always been. Brother, crush him, Shimen yelled as he looked at his older brother. You, shut up. Shimen Hanjiang berated him coldly. You dare pick fights with the law rank disciples of the latest batch as soon as you get in the palace? Did you really think you were invincible just because you're number one? He knew how terrifying Yi Futian was. Yi Futian had been a grade 8 noble all those years before, but he displayed immense talent like none other. While he did not actually fight with anyone, there was no doubt about his talents, be it martial arts, sorcery, or music. All were immeasurably superb. It was anyone's guess how powerful he had gotten now that he had become a grade 4 noble. Shimen Gu's picking a fight with Yi Futian as soon as he got into the palace was little different from trying to make a death wish come true. I said little more than 2 lines. I never knew those two could have been so vicious. Shimen Gu's eyes were practically filled with hatred. 2 lines, you said? Shimen Hanjiang retorted coldly. You deliberately insulted a girl, and you didn't see that to be an act to provoke him? You said you wanted to know how powerful the champion of the last batch was, and now you know. Tell me, how does it feel? Shimen Jiyu was speechless. He had meant to provoke Futian after all. Let what happened this time to be a lesson for you. Put your pride aside from here on out when you're in the palace, and be diligent in your training, Shimen Hanjiang said coldly. Shimen Gu's knuckles went white. So that's it. Take him to rest, Shimen Hanjiang said to someone around him, and Shimen Jiyu was carried away from where he lied. Shimen Hanjiang looked in the direction of Battle Sage Palace. While there was no doubt that Shimen Jiyu was indeed the one at fault, it was also true that Yi Futian went too far. Brother Shimen, are we going to just let this slide? Bai Zi asked as he looked at Shimen Hanjiang. Since he is already at such a level now, it'll only be a matter of time before we clash. He probably won't miss this year's sparring sessions, Shimen Hanjiang said calmly. His main objective at the moment was to make it into the ranks of saints, as he was already at the pinnacle of noble plane. The fact that Shimen Hanjiang was not nominated by the Sage Palace was an obvious indication to him, saying that he, despite being the one ranked first on the law rank, was not someone of exceptional caliber like Hua Fan of the previous generation. He failed to prove himself worthy of entering the Sage Palace. No one else said much after that, but Zhuge Xing quipped, Alchemy City is inviting forces from all over Barren State to witness their ceremony. Are any of you, seniors, interested in going? I'm preparing to train behind closed doors. As such, I won't be going. In the case of all of you, however, this would prove a great chance for you to train and get exposed, as mighty ones of all kinds will gather in Alchemy City, Shimen Hanjiang said. The Holy Ji Palace was a comprehensive, self-sufficient place in itself. Most nobles simply trained within the palace and rarely made contact with the outside world. However, if an opportunity presented itself, the Holy Ji Palace's members were free to venture outside. Alchemy City was highly renowned and held an important status in the Barren State. The city never participated in the Holy Ji Palace's selections, and the city served as the symbol of the southwestern region of Barren State. Many nodded lightly. The trip to Alchemy City this time was indeed seen as one worth making. Mighty ones from all sorts of places in the Barren State, other than the Holy Ji Palace and the Ice Temple in the southernmost regions, would probably gather in Alchemy City. The members of the Holy Ji Palace felt rather disappointed, however, that the predicted fight between Shimon Hanjiang and Yi Futian was not going to happen. They had, after all, been anticipating a clash of the titans. However, the news that Alchemy City was about to hold the Alchemy Conference spread out from the palaces and pavilions, taking the entire Holy Ji Palace by storm. Yi Futian knew of the news through the mouth of Sage Dozhan. Alchemy Conference. Yi Futian eyed Sage Dozhan in the temple. Indeed. The Alchemy Conference is the largest armor competition in Alchemy City, and everyone below the Sage Plane is invited to the event. It is held only once in 10 years. Forces from all over the Barren State are invited by Alchemy City, and the Holy Ji Palace is, of course, among the ones invited. However, as Alchemy City never bothered participating in the Holy Ji Palace's selection processes, the elders of the Holy Ji Palace saw no need to give them face. You people, however, are free to visit them, Sage Dozhan said. I'm not an armor. What is the use of me attending the event? Yi Futian said, showing that he had little interest in it. The armorer competition will be a gathering of mighty ones from all over the Barren State. You have been training in the Holy Ji Palace for more than 3 years. Don't you want to go outside and have a look at things? Sage Dozhan smiled as he said, finding it impressive that despite Yi Futian's youth, he was hardly bothered by loneliness. Do you wish for me to go, teacher? Yi Futian asked Sage Dozhan. I do indeed. Sage Dozhan nodded. I will make the trip then, Yi Futian answered with a smile. Very well. Sage Dozhan smiled. The act of cultivation through the refinement of one's body is a lifelong process. This isn't to say that one stops developing their physical body upon becoming a sage. Rather, the higher you go, the steeper the requirements will be on your body. By then, even the resources the Holy Ji Palace are able to provide will not necessarily fulfill your needs. Furthermore, it isn't possible for you to just keep staying in the Holy Ji Palace. Alchemy City has the finest armorers in all of the Barren State. You will be able to find powerful body-refining implements in Alchemy City, and so, it will do you good to make friendly relations with the people of Alchemy City. It was obvious at that point that Sage Dozhan had other intentions. Yi Futian felt rather speechless at his teacher's blatant intentions and plans for Alchemy City. Teacher, I heard that the City Lord of Alchemy City is ranked 8th on the Barren Sky ranking. But why is it that Alchemy City has such a prestigious status in Barren State? Yi Futian asked out of curiosity. First of all, that would be attributed to their prowess as armorers. Forces everywhere probably have needs that can only be fulfilled by the city. Second, it would probably due to the city itself housing many super ritual implements. While the city lord of that place might only be ranked 8th on Barren Sky ranking, the additional kick provided by ritual implements might have just made them someone few dare touch. Needless to say, no one dares invade the city's territory. Alchemy City is where it is today due to all of those reasons, Sage Dozhan elaborated. I can find holy ritual implements there. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled with an unusual sheen. There had been saints throughout the Barren State, and the 3 great schools were of the lineage of a saint. The Holy Ji Palace's Sage Palace was probably no exception. You will indeed. Sage Dozhan nodded. Yi Futian came to understand why Alchemy City's status was so prestigious. Besides, as Alchemy City has invited the Holy Ji Palace to participate in the event, all 6 palaces and pavilions have informed their students about it. Many of our students will probably head there, Sage Dozhan added. All right. Yi Futian nodded. I'll ask around and see if anyone wants to make the trip with me. Yes, you should, Sage Dozhan said. The news of the armorer competition from Alchemy City spread far and wide in the Holy Ji Palace. Many came asking about Yi Futian, and the news of Yi Futian's participation of the event soon reached everyone's ears. Many mighty ones gathered at the Battle Sage Palace that day. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Yi Xiaoshe, Yuan Zhon, Shu Qiu, and Zui Qianqiu were all present. The silhouette of 3 girls made their way through the air, and everyone's eyes sparkled. All 3 were top-class beauties, and they were none other than the 3 beauties from Daozong Palace, Hua Jiyu, Yun Shuixing, and Phoenix. With the exception of Xiong Ji Qin, 3 out of the 4 were present. So, it seems like Sister Yun and Phoenix will be going to Alchemy City as well, Hua Jiyu said with a smile to Yi Futian. As fellow students of Sage Daozang, it was natural that all three of them had become familiar with each other over the past 3 years. Welcome, Yi Futian said with a smile. While he and Yun Shuaisheng had a rocky start, their feud was long over. Yun Shuaisheng was still unable to break into Sage Plane even after working at it for 2 years, and it was only natural that she had wanted to go outside for a bit. Wait up, brother Yi. A few more figures were seen coming through the air. It was Zhongli and the others, fellow students who entered the Holy Ji Palace with Yi Futian. All of them had been helped by Yi Futian one way or another in their training over the past 2 years, and they all gathered at Battle Sage Palace. Are you going, Zhongli? Yi Futian asked. Yes, indeed. My place is near Alchemy City, and I'm rather familiar with the area, Zhongli answered with a smile. Zhongli came from the Zhong clan of the Separation Road, which was near Alchemy City. Let's head out together then, Yi Futian answered with a smile. Yi Futian was among the ones of the lower rank in their current party. He was the one with the lowest plane when he entered as a grade 9 noble. 3 years had passed and he became a grade 4 noble, but the others were training as well. There were grade 3 nobles among them, and the stronger ones had even become grade 2 nobles. Yun Shuaisheng had been at the pinnacle of the noble plane all that while. The party was indeed a fearsome one, as many hailed from top forces from all over Barren State. They leaped into the air and quickly vanished into the clouds. Sage Dozhan and Sage Jingang stood looking in Battle Sage Palace after they left. Sage Jingang was seen with a smile, saying, "That batch from 3 years has indeed become quite formidable. This time, it's no longer the Holy Sage Pavilion being the center of things, but Yi Futian. That guy really has a way with things." Yi Futian was the one with the lowest plane among his party, however, the current way things went spoke volume of his natural prowess and talent, as well as his charisma. Shimon Hanjiang is far from capable of such feats. He lacks the decisive advantage which allows him to make those of the same batch submit to him. Hua Fan, however, accomplished something like that. Yi Futian will probably succeed Hua Fan. Maybe he will someday become like Bai Luli, a symbol of one whole generation in the Holy Ji Palace, Sage Dozhan elaborated with a smile. Chapter 6:12. The western region of the Barren State looked vast and endless. The place was filled with many magnificent cities, and there were 2 that were the most renowned among all, Alchemy City and White Cloud City. While other major cities were also very, very influential, none were able to match those 2. The western region of the Barren State looked vast and endless. The place was filled with many magnificent cities, and there were 2 that were the most renowned among all, Alchemy City and White Cloud City. While other major cities were also very, very influential, none were able to match those 2. White Cloud City reigned supreme in the northwestern region while Alchemy City was situated in the southwestern corner. Alchemy City's influence encompassed all surrounding areas. Many top forces forged amicable relations with Alchemy City. Alchemy City was also immensely grand and luxurious. It was as if the entire city was made out of ritual implements. The designs of the buildings there differed greatly from those of other regions. In Alchemy City, many buildings served as ritual implements themselves. Intensely thick spiritual qi was found within Alchemy City, and the concentration of metal and fire elements were especially strong. Countless mighty ones gathered at that incredibly old and renowned city. Many more kept arriving in the city by air. With the amorous competition held once in 10 years about to commence, it was a grand event comparable to the Holy Ji Palace's recruitment. Top forces throughout the Barren State gathered there, and the ones from southwestern regions were particularly eager to participate. The finest armorers from all over Barren State also gathered at the city to show their mettle. It should be known that the prize of every armorer competition ever held had been incredibly terrifying. Many were even given the chance to become the direct disciples of the City Lord of Alchemy City, and the one individual who reigned supreme was even given an opportunity to marry a princess of the City Lord office. As such, many flocked to participate in the event. However, The ones ranked in the top 3 in every armorer competition ever held mostly consisted of the top forces of Alchemy City, and there had even been ones emerging from the City Lord office. While the number of people who specialized in making armaments was comparatively low in the Barren State, but the sheer size of the Barren State meant that there was still a considerable number of them gathering at Alchemy City. The armorer competition was seen to be, without a doubt, the most prestigious event for armorers in Barren State. There was simply no other event comparable. A line of mighty ones appeared in the airspace of Alchemy City. They were members of Nantien House. While Nantien House was quite a distance away from Alchemy City, the trip was seen to be a must. The godly spear of Nantien of the Nantien House was renowned throughout the Barren State, and the very spear among the godly spears held by the Lord of Nantien House was crafted by none other than the armorers of Alchemy City. As such, it was only natural that members of Nantien House participate in the event. Many of the top-class ritual implements throughout the Barren State, like the godly spear of Nantien, originated from Alchemy City. As such, many top forces respected Alchemy City. Members of Mortal World arrived as well in their air warships. The sovereign family of Zhongzhou arrived to participate in the Alchemy Conference event. Needless to say, the Sacred Fire Sect, the Zhong clan and others who originated from the southwestern regions, all arrived early in Alchemy City. Many mighty ones also came for another reason, to see if there were useful divine arms and ritual implements to be traded in Alchemy City. There was no doubt that the ritual implements from Alchemy City were the best in the Barren State. 2 more figures were seen flying into the city in the air. Both of those figures were at the pinnacle of the noble plane. One looked dashing and handsome, and the other exuded a rather pompous aura. "Fourth brother, are you really planning to participate in the competition?" one of them asked. "Not me, us," the other answered. "But we can't make stuff." The one who started the conversation shrugged. "But you are good with fire, aren't you? There is little difference between cooking and making things. I have read a lot of books and tried to catch up. I will know what to do," the one called fourth brother answered. "Are you messing with me? How can that work, fourth brother? We have come so far and there is nothing else I can do. We'll have to participate whether we like it or not. But you're the one pulling all this, not me. Fourth brother, you can't just rope me into this. Luofan, if you weren't the one egging me on, I wouldn't have made such a huge mistake. Are you really trying to sit around and do nothing?" These 2 were of the Eastern Barren Territory Cottage, the 4th disciple, Shuiyi, and the 5th disciple, Luofan. "Shuiyi, how can you say that?" Luofan glared at Shuiyi. "Well then, why don't we just go beg second sister then? To hell with that." Shuiyi glared at Luofan. "I don't have the gall to do that, and besides, what good would that do? If you're not going to participate, I'll smack you down right here, right now." "Fourth brother, you're too much," Luofan said rather dejectedly. "How can you bully someone like that? We are brothers, no? We share the credit and blame, and we sink or swim together." Shuiyi tapped Luofan at the shoulder as a consoling gesture. Luofan turned and looked at Shuiyi dejectedly, saying, "But you sure didn't have me around where there was credit to be had." "Credit? Hell no," Shuiyi cursed at Luofan. Luofan sighed and lamented at his fate. Yi Futian's party had arrived at Alchemy City, flying in Alchemy City's airspace, tall and proud. "Zhongli, does all of Alchemy City fall under the influence of the City Lord office?" Yi Futian asked. He knew little about Alchemy City and was able to see so far that it was a city of magnificent prestige and influence. "No. Other than the City Lord office, there is another powerful force with substantial influence in this most renowned place in the southwestern region, the Emperor family," Zhongli elaborated. "They call themselves that?" Yi Futian looked rather funny as he asked. "The Emperor family of Alchemy City has influence on par with that of the sovereign family of Zhongzhou City." Zhongli added, "It's said that in ancient times, the ancestor of the Yu family, which is the City Lord clan, was best friends with the Emperor family. They were both saints and armorers when they came to Alchemy City. In later days, the Yu family retained the armorer lineage and talents of the ancestors, while the Emperor family emphasized the cultivation of their own powers, leaving their armorer lineage behind. Both forces maintained very good relations and competed with each other, ruling the renowned city in the barren state together. Their relations stayed amicable, even to this day, and it was common for members of both families to marry. The city lord of Alchemy City ranked 8th on the barren sky ranking, while the head of the emperor family ranked 12th. Both forces never bothered participating in the Holy Ji Palace's selection processes. They made it out solely on their own. Zhongli continued, furthermore, exceptionally talented individuals emerged frequently from both forces, and it was said that one of the exceptional talents, capable of going against the heavens, has emerged. Rumors sat that person rivals the likes of Bai Luli, and the emperor family has pinned great hopes on them, hoping that they will one day to become a saint. Yi Futian nodded. The barren state was a vast place, and while the Holy Ji Palace was a sacred ground in the barren state, it was not the only one. Huang Jioge of the sovereign family refused to train in the Holy Ji Palace. The likes of Alchemy City and the Ice Temple made it on their own as well, and mighty ones emerged one after another from their ranks. They thought themselves to be able to meet many excellent armorers participating in the event this time. Will many forces from barren state come? Yi Futian asked. Many will. Zhongli nodded. The armorer competition is a festival for armorers of the noble plane like none other. Some of the best armorers will stay behind in Alchemy City, but there will also be a substantial number of great armorers being bought away by outside forces with hefty prices, becoming their personal armorers. When they become sages one day, those armorers will go on to craft something befitting of their status and power. Understood. Yi Futian nodded. It was only natural that any top forces lacking good armorers wanted to recruit from here. The event will be held in several days. Anywhere else we can go? Yi Futian asked the members of his party. We'll go see if there are any good ritual implements for sale and have a look around since we're already here in Alchemy City, Shu Qiu said with a smile. Ritual implements were what Alchemy City was most famous for, after all. You have a point. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. He glanced at Hua Jiyu beside him and thought of finding something to give to her as a gift. However, while the stock of spirit stones on his person was indeed substantial, it would still probably be inadequate as it was still the best sage ritual implements they were talking about. But many of the ones around him were known to be incredibly rich. Should I just go all out and leech on them? But wouldn't that be rather inappropriate for someone as principled as I am? Futian thought. There are few renowned spots in Alchemy City. The two most famous ones are the Sky Treasure Tower, established by the City Lord, and the Alchemy Casino. The Sky Treasure Tower houses many top-class ritual implements to be bartered for. The Alchemy Casino also houses much powerful stuff, but the interesting part about the place is that it is still a casino. Every ritual implement can be acquired by betting something of equivalent value, like powerful spells, techniques and methods, other precious ritual implements, and so on. They can be used to trade in gamble fights. Zhongli then added, the casino was the most popular place in the city in every armor competition. Won't we end up emptying the place if we were to participate? Yi Futian asked, looking rather shocked. Zhongli glanced at Yi Futian without saying a thing. Just what is with this guy? Easy for you to say. The rules of gamble fights are determined by the casino, as they are the house, after all. As such, they almost always end up being the winner. But those who gathered here for the event were all incredibly confident people, Zhongli said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded in acknowledgement. Looks interesting. Yi Futian looked at everyone around him, and some looked interested. The casino it is then. Very well. Zhongli nodded with a smile before taking the entire party there. The Alchemy Casino was located at the center of Alchemy City. It was indeed the most popular place in the city, and it was said to have very powerful backing. The City Lord office and the Emperor family, as well as many clans and forces, were rumored to be the ones backing the place. As such, no one ever dared kicking up a fuss with the casino, as it was no ordinary casino. The Alchemy Casino was incredibly lavish, grand, and magnificent. One step into the place and one was able to tell it exuded the bearing of a royal palace, flocked to by countless people. They kept moving forward and saw many flocked to their left side. There were 3 ritual implements placed on a piece of rockery seemingly made of jade, a short sword, armor, and a long whip. All 3 exuded aura of sage ranks. All ritual implements found in the alchemy casino are sage ones? Yi Futian asked with a rather shocked expression. Indeed. Zhong Li nodded. Noble ritual implements have no appeal to truly mighty ones, and anything of equal value is nothing the casino would bother forking out. As such, everything found here are sage ritual implements. Yi Futian felt rather interested. The sage ritual implements were simply placed where they were without any concern about them being stolen. That fact alone spoke volume about the casino's confidence, and that in turn meant that their backing was very terrifying. Everything found as they moved forward was tremendously precious. They were not even allowed to go near them, as there were matrices to keep them aloft. Yi Futian saw a fearsome golden spear before him, which seemed to have whipped up an appalling storm. The tip of the golden spear emanated light of destruction, where one could somehow see a terrifying black hole. No one dared go near the weapon. Many gathered around the spear, and everyone lifted their heads to look at the weapon that exuded destructive powers. Their eyes burned with a tinge of passion, and it was obvious that the spear was an incredibly precious ritual implement. There is a magical bell. In another corner, a large magical bell was levitating in the air. The light spilled out of it contained terrifyingly destructive powers, and many gathered around the magical bell as well. Yi Futian swept his gaze around and found the place littered with powerful ritual implements. His eyes sparkled. What a nice place to be. Jiyu, if you see anything you like, just pick it out. Wuchen needs a sword as well. Qingxian and Chenyuan don't lack anything, so there is nothing for them here. Yi Futian's eyes continued shining. Everyone's eyes froze and they stared at him speechless. Is this guy actually behaving like he owns the place? Yi Futian, I see that you've come to Alchemy City. A group of people arrived in the air, staring down at Yi Futian's party. They were members of Nantian House. Nan Hao, Nan Feng, Nan Yu, and all the others were there. Let's go. Yi Futian kept going forward without paying them any attention. Can't you hear what I said? Nan Yu's expression turned rather sour seeing Yi Futian ignore them. Yi Futian spared a glance at Nan Yu and said plainly, Who do you think you are, talking down at me like that and what not? Chapter 6:13. You. Nan Yu pointed at Yi Futian, his face livid, never expecting to be insulted in front of everyone. He was, after all, still a member of the Nantian House and was of the noble plane. He never thought Yi Futian would have grown even more arrogant and contemptuous. You. Nan Yu pointed at Yi Futian, his face livid, never expecting to be insulted in front of everyone. He was, after all, still a member of the Nantian House and was of the noble plane. He never thought Yi Futian would have grown even more arrogant and contemptuous. Nan Hao and Nan Feng eyed Yi Futian coldly, thinking that the law battle champion had indeed grown increasingly arrogant. He deliberately refrained from making a move against Yi Futian on the Holy Road, due to wanting to see where Yi Futian would end up with Hua Jiyu after they made it out of the Holy Road. Nan Yu had never expected him to defeat Zhuge Xing and crush Bai Ziyi, emerging as the ultimate dark horse by becoming the champion. Yi Futian then entered the Holy Ji Palace and became a couple with Hua Jiyu. Furthermore, many who entered along with Yi Futian were by his side, even Shu Yu, who had defeated him. Yi Futian spared a glance at Nan Yu and saw that the elders of Nantian House were there as well. However, he did not care about their presence and continued to eye Nan Yu sarcastically. Nan Yu was all high and mighty as he deemed others to be below him, and now Yi Futian thought it best to have Nan Yu taste his own medicine, humiliation and ridicule. Yi Futian, the law battle champion to enter the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago. Many turned their eyes to look at them, mainly Yi Futian. They were guessing if the incredibly handsome young man was Yi Futian or not. He was able to beat Bai Ziyi and Huang Zhoge 3 years ago, earning his place as the law battle champion. 3 years had passed since, and he should have grown even stronger. Many mighty ones who were browsing ritual implements far away came near them, and Yi Futian expectedly found many familiar faces among those people. There were Bing Yi and Chu Shong from the mortal world, Yang Ju and his entourage of Sword Saint Villa, and even Xie Ji from the Sacred Fire sect. All of them had participated in the battle to enter the Holy Ji Palace, and many came to the Alchemy Casino that day. The air turned rather peculiar in an instant with their presence. Bing Yi, Xie Ji, and Yang Ju, after all, lost to Yi Futian once. The students of the Holy Ji Palace are here. Many more came and laid eyes on Yi Futian's party. The eyes of the spectators all burned with brimming brilliance, speaking of their extraordinary bearing. The Holy Ji Palace was considered sacred ground in the barren state. While many top forces did not participate in the examination battles of the palace, the students of the Holy Ji Palace proved to be quite an attraction no matter where they went. Yi Futian scanned the crowd and smirked before taking his steps forward again. Everyone around walked with them. The only reason the students of the Holy Ji Palace are here is definitely because of the ritual implements and to get the prizes in the Alchemy Casino. These students need to do battle. With that said, will we all be getting to see the Holy Ji Palace students fight? Many wondered. Yi Futian kept walking around for a bit before stopping somewhere. Yi Wuchen had his eyes on a short sword floating in the air before him. The weapon felt like a shadow, shimmering in and out of existence and emitting dazzling light. It was a ritual implement capable of containing a life spirit. Yi Wuchen's life spirit was none other than a small silver sword, and it was only natural for him to halt there. I want that sword. How do I go about with the gamble fights? Yi Futian pointed at the sword and said. A group of people came by. They were all in golden attire, and the leader was an elder of immeasurable strength. His eyes turned to look in another corner, seeing a swordsman from the Sword Saint Villa standing right there, exuding terrifying will of sharpness all over. The Sword Saint Villa intended to take the sword as well. If you want to go on with the gamble fight, one of you needs to do battle with the one from the Sword Saint Villa. So, who is up for this? The elder explained with a smile. A battle between the Holy Ji Palace and the Sword Saint Villa would surely bring a crowd. Yi Futian looked at the other party and came to suddenly realize what Zhongli said. The rules of the gamble fights were set by the casino, and it was impossible for the house to lose. For instance, the battle between them and the Sword Saint Villa. Both sides needed to pledge something of equal value to the sword, which would then be measured by the house. What they both would offer would have to be something the casino would like more, which meant the value of whatever was offered needed to exceed the value of the sword. As such, if they were to reach an agreement with the Sword Saint Villa, the casino would still emerge as the winner, regardless of who won the battle. Furthermore, the battle between the Holy Ji Palace students and the students of the Sword Saint Villa would surely attract attention. Yi Futian cast his gaze at Yang Ju and smirked. You want to try again? Yang Ju eyed Yi Futian with eyes as sharp as a sword. While Yang Ju had improved a lot over the past 3 years, there was no way Yi Futian would have been sitting around doing nothing. Yang Ju was not sure of his chances of winning. Both disciples of the Tingxue swordsman and the Wuji swordsman were unable to fight previously. How about? The elder opened his mouth with a smile as he eyed on Shu Qiu and Yang Ju. Yi Futian glanced at the elder. A cunning old fox indeed. If those two disciples of the great swordsman were to fight here, it would surely cause quite a fuss. I'm fine with anything. Shu Qiu shrugged. Yang Ju eyed Shu Qiu. He looking for a sure win in gamble fights like these, and there was no certainty he would emerge as victor if he was to be pitted against Shu Qiu. How about you pick between me, Shu Qiu, and Yu Sheng? Yi Futian intervened. He did not bother asking about Yang Ju's plain level. He resorted to make his own measurements with things. As the heir of Sword Saint Villa, Yang Ju's results from training for 3 years would be formidable. Yi Wuchen's chances would be slim if he were to fight, as Yi Wuchen's plane was definitely lower than Yang Ju's. I'll pick Yu Sheng, Yang Ju said as he pointed his finger at Yu Sheng. He lost to Yi Futian back then, and Yu Sheng lost to Shu Qiu. Yu Sheng's combat capacity was utterly terrifying, but Shu Qiu had been able to fight Yu Sheng and win by combining his speed with sword techniques. Yang Ju's sword attacks were as fast as lightning, and he deemed himself of being able to accomplish what Shu Qiu did back then. Deal. Yi Futian smirked. Yu Sheng glanced at Yang Ju plainly, his eyes colored with a tinge of ridicule. The sword was something forged by a sage, a high-class sage ritual implement. What do you offer as a bet? The elder looked at Yi Futian's party. The Guqin score of Liu Guangsheng, the nine-fingered Guqin devil, mesmerize, Yi Futian said. That will do. The elder nodded with a smile. The nine-fingered Guqin devil was a senior from the previous generation. His song, Mesmerize, was notorious in all of Baron State as many top-class figures fell under the song. It was deemed a worthy bet, and it seemed that Yi Futian was incredibly confident about the battle. Please, if you would. The elder led the way. Yi Futian and his party moved and everyone around them began to move in the same direction. Someone beside the elder asked the elder, "How about we make a bet on the fight?" "That is a given." The elder's eyes sparkled. There was no way that there would be no bets with one such battle. The odds. 2-1 if Yu Sheng wins, 1-2 if Yang Ju wins, the elder said with a smile. What? The pupils of the eyes of everyone around dilated. You have that much faith in Yu Sheng? Yang Ju was famous, and that was further compounded by the fact that while Yu Sheng was formidable, he had lost to Shu Qiu. Such odds would have had most betting on Yang Ju. If Yu Sheng lost, they would have lost a big one. Relax. The elder then left with a smile on his face. He deemed that there was no way that Yu Sheng would lose. The odds he put were simply to have people bet on Yang Ju. As the game was set, many in the alchemy casino bet on Yang Ju in a crazed rush. Yang Ju was a top-class genius and the heir of the Sword Saint Villa. While he did lose to Yi Futian's emergence as number one in the battles meant that there was nothing surprising about Yang Ju's loss. While Yu Sheng was indeed formidable, he ended up losing to Shu Qiu. As such, the odds of both people should have been even. However, since the odds were set in such an imbalanced manner, most would have bet on Yang Ju. Of course, there were still quite a number of people who refrained from betting. The casino was clever, and they deemed it wise to be on their guard. There were definitely reasons for them to place so much faith on Yu Sheng. The alchemy casino had specialized platforms for holding gamble fights. Both Yu Sheng and Yang Ju stepped onto the platform and found themselves surrounded by countless people. There were many who were unable to personally witness the fight for entry into the Holy Ji Palace, and it was only natural they were now excited to witness Yu Sheng, who was already studying in the palace, fight Yang Ju. Those scum from the alchemy casino. The members of Sword Saint Villa looked livid hearing about the odds. Are they trying to insult the Sword Saint Villa? 1-2 and 2-1, the difference was 4 times. Yang Ju knew of the odds. He stood covered with intense sword aura on the platform, sporting very cold looks. Please, the person hosting the fight said. The sword aura covering Yang Ju burst, covering the entire platform in his sword might. As a superior noble, he was far stronger than he used to be. Incredibly dazzling swords were conjured in the air, and each and every one shone with golden light. Their collective weight seemed comparable to mountains as they floated above Yu Sheng's head. It was as if they were going to fall on him. Such strength. Many of the spectators were excited. While it was common for sages to fight in the casino, fights between top-class geniuses were rare instead. The fearsome sparkle of swords flashed in Yang Ju's eyes as he pointed his finger. 9 tremendously heavy swords felt straight down at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng looked up. Layers of light burst from his body shortly after, as if piercing through his body. He stomped on the ground and his body rumbled in response. Gloomy and ruinous star acupoints opened, drawing out terrifying power from his body, as if dark golden storms whipped about. Boom! A heavy sword was seen coming for Yu Sheng. He took the sword with both his hands. Many trembled at the sight as the heavy sword got closer and closer but was surprisingly stopped by Yu Sheng's hands. He held his ground as the clothes on his body burst from terrifying sword aura. A tremendously stout bronze-colored body was seen, brimming with intense power. Many saw Yu Sheng simply pick up the sword and fling it away, hitting the other 8 swords falling onto him. What? Many witnessed the scene in shock, and those who bet on Yang Ju began to have a bad feeling about things. Rumbling sounds of explosions sounded out as the heavy swords were destroyed one after another. Flashes of swords shot out from Yang Ju's eyes, and beams of dark and light swords zipped through the air. Yu Sheng's stout body was, however, covered in dark golden demonic armor. The swords tore through his armor, yet his physical body was like armor as well, as it went on to withstand the onslaught from the swords without budging. Yang Ju's swords of light and darkness were tremendously fast and ferocious. While their damage potential was not as strong as the heavy swords, their sharpness was such that they were still capable of cutting down foes with one slash. However, they failed to pierce through Yu Sheng's defenses and physical body. Yang Ju's eyes continued to glare at Yu Sheng. He did not expect Yu Sheng to have grown so much over the past 3 years. Chapter 6:14. Yang Ju's expression turned serious as he accelerated the flow of sword will around him. His body became like a sword as his sword spirit appeared behind him in a blinding flash. His 9 swords swirled around in the air as countless sword aura rushed and turned them into 9 dazzling swords. Yang Ju's expression turned serious as he accelerated the flow of sword will around him. His body became like a sword as his sword spirit appeared behind him in a blinding flash. His 9 swords swirled around in the air as countless sword aura rushed and turned them into 9 dazzling swords. The swords hummed as Yang Ju took to the air and pointed his finger forward. 9 extremely blinding flashes of swords zipped through the air in an instant, heading for Yu Sheng. The sword aura flowed like a great river, completely covering the space between them. Yu Sheng stomped his feet on the ground. The light around his body shone in an even more dazzling manner as he reached out for one of the giant swords. The sword headed for him with the full intention of piercing through him. However, it ended up stopping in its tracks, caught between Yu Sheng's hands. The tremendously sharp sword aura tore through everything around him and hummed loudly as if it was trying to tear his hands apart. Yu Sheng's hands seemed to have conjured another pair of giant palms. The dark golden-colored palms pinned the sword in its place. Both hands seemed to have gone through the entire body of the sword as they did so. That is some sheer brute force like none other. The hearts of many were stunned. That is the body refinement techniques of Sage Dojan. The art opened up the 7-star acupoints. The ruinous star, flirting star, gloomy star, and the other acupoints enable power to permeate 7 major points of the body, including both of the user's arms and legs, allowing the use of sheer power like no other. Some powerful sages looked at the battle thinking to themselves that despite being sages, this was a battle to be noted in all seriousness. Terrifying sword aura tore through everything in its path as it headed for Yu Sheng, and then attempted to pierce through him with incredible force. However, the sword aura still failed to cut through Yu Sheng's physical body. Back then, Shu Qiu had been able to make Yu Sheng submit by using sword techniques in conjunction with intricate body movements. Yang Ju had wanted to imitate what Shu Qiu did but then discovered that Yu Sheng's body had developed to become much more sturdy and powerful than it had been back then. Voom! A fearsome light was seen. It was the light conjured by Yang Ju's sword, which Yu Sheng threw back at him with his bare hands. It was indeed a show of brute force like no other. The platform shook in response. Yu Sheng made his way to Yang Ju by stepping onto the swords. Sword flashes like none other flowed about Yang Ju's body. A giant sword that seemed to be out to destroy the space between them and crush the earth appeared in a dazzling flash, cutting the sword that was thrown back in a single, clean stroke. Yang Ju's body seemed to have become part of that cleaving sword itself as he swung at Yu Sheng, who was heading for him. It was the embodiment of sword and swordsman cutting everything in its way. Boom! Yu Sheng's body seemed to be covered by the shadow of a devil devouring all spiritual qi around him. His body burst into dazzling brilliance as he lifted his arms and reached out for the giant sword coming his way. Many in the audience stood up at the scene, stunned by Yu Sheng's strength. The very next moment, Yu Sheng's hands trapped the sword swung at him. The giant sword cut through the air with a force capable of splitting the earth, yet it was stopped dead in its tracks by Yu Sheng's hands. It was as if the devil was holding up a godly weapon. It was a stunning scene like none other. Cut him! Yang Ju yelled in fury. Sword aura gushed about as the giant sword attempted to finish its job, yet Yu Sheng seemed entirely unperturbed. His hands slid along the sword as he moved forward, and in one single step, he descended upon Yang Ju like a bolt of lightning. Yang Ju looked utterly dejected as he threw away his sword and turned into a sword flash, backing away. However, Yu Sheng's movements seemed to be faster than a lightning bolt. He descended upon Yang Ju in mere moments before he lifted his fist up high and brought it down on the swordsman. Bam! The dark golden fist tore through the space to reach its target, and the attack landed hard on Yang Ju, sending him flying. Yang Ju slammed down on the platform, spitting blood from his mouth as he yelped. Yu Sheng landed on the ground with a spectacular boom, looking as if a devil had descended upon the platform. He lifted his head to look at the elder and asked, "Where is the sword?" "Fetch the weapon," the elder said. A figure was seen holding the sword in both arms, walking onto the platform and handing it to Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng took the sword and walked down from the platform, returning to Yi Futian and handing the weapon to Yi Wuchen. "Good work." Yi Wuchen took the weapon without any hesitation. "You are indeed giving away ritual implements." Zhong Li, who was standing nearby, was rendered speechless. It was no wonder why Yi Futian had been so confident. What Yang Ju did was no different from handing them their prize indeed. However, many eyes coldly looked in the party's direction, especially those from the Sword Saint Villa and those who had bet against Yu Sheng. How is it possible for that asshole to be so powerful? He became even more terrifying, the mighty ones from Mortal World and Nantian House noted to themselves as they looked at Yu Sheng. The young man's mastery of the demonic arts had made him a formidable being 3 years ago. That, coupled with the newly learned body refining techniques, allowed Yu Sheng to simply take Yang Ju's sword head-on. Ha ha ha! A laugh came from the elder from the alchemy casino. He looked very pleased with himself at the moment, smiling from ear to ear. The one who benefited the most from that battle was not the victor, Yu Sheng, but the elder's casino. While the sword that was traded away was a high-class sage ritual implement, the price the Sword Saint Villa paid was just as valuable. The gamble that he set up with the spectators earlier also made him quite a lot of money. That was spectacular. A battle truly befitting of the status of the students of Sage Dojan and Wuji swordsman. While Mr. Yang lost the match, the strength that was demonstrated definitely held up well to the reputation of the Sword Saint Villa, the elder said in an attempt to make the outcome seem less embarrassing for the Sword Saint Villa. The alchemy conference is about to begin and many mighty ones will come, even cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace. Shouldn't the casino show a token of appreciation or something? Someone from the crowd quipped. The elder smiled and replied, "There are still many top-class sage ritual implements in the casino. Would you all like to have a look? Well, bring them out already." The eyes of many sparkled. "Just wait for a moment. I will make the trip myself." The elder flashed and left the place, returning after a while. Several other elders followed him, all of whom had an incredibly fearsome aura. One walked onto the platform and waved, conjuring a ritual implement in the air above the gamble fight platform. It was a scepter of coldness. When the ritual implement was unveiled, a terrifying will of coldness swept through the air, covering the entire platform in a cold, white frost. The currents of cold continued to emanate from the scepter, making their way into everyone's bodies. Yi Futian's body was seen covered with a layer of frost, and he was able to feel the coldness seeping into his mind. The Hail Scepter. A ritual implement capable of assaulting one's mind and obstructing the casting of spells. It is also an item with very potent control abilities. The elder introduced the weapon and the eyes of many burned with excitement. The ritual implement showcased on the platform was then put away, before another walked onto the platform and unveiled another ritual implement. It was an article of clothing as thin as the wing of cicada. It was a clear, dazzling, and brilliant. A girl who was dressed skimpily went up and put the ritual implement on. It covered her white skin in an instant, as if having melded to her skin. A layer of brilliance shone about her. The elder who stood beside her used a palm attack on her. While the girl was sent flying, many were able to see that the ritual implement conjured layers of dazzling light screens, which looked as if the majority of the power of the attack was being absorbed. It is a defensive ritual implement crafted with extremely painstaking effort. It is capable of dispelling most of the force dealt onto it, be it spiritual attacks, spells, or physical attacks. Many looked on with excitement, especially with the girl showcasing it. It was a defensive ritual implement with very high practical value. The third ritual implement was unveiled later, an incredibly dazzling green bead. Threads emanated from the bead as it spun in the air. Its radiation permeated the space, encasing everyone within the vicinity and making them feel as if they were under a very powerful control spell. The only difference was that no one was in control of that spell. The telekinesis pearl. The most valuable treasure for spirit elementalists, especially those specializing in the use of telekinetic control. The item amplifies one's mental powers, granting a huge boost to abilities of both offensive or defensive nature. The elder finished his introduction. His people packed up all the introduced ritual implements. The excitement in the crowd is obvious, as all three treasures were indeed top-class sage ritual implements. The elder spared a glance at Yi Futian before turning to look at Hua Jiyu, who stood right beside him. His intentions were unreadable. The telekinesis pearl would have served as a huge boost to a divine spiritual sorcerer, especially one at such a level. Yi Futian took note of the elder's eyes. Is that old guy trying to lure me into fighting a battle myself? The casino would begin another game. If Yi Futian, a law battle champion 3 years ago, were to fight, the house would then find an opponent who was of great popularity. It was anyone's guess how many would bet on that game. Yi Futian had thought himself able to profit at another's expense when he heard of the alchemy casino. He came to believe himself to be naive, as no casino would have been able to become the largest in Alchemy City if it was run by fools. There are still other treasures that have yet to be unveiled. The three were but a preview, a taste for mighty ones who came from near and far, especially the students of the Holy Ji Palace who have come to Alchemy City. I will make these treasures available tomorrow for gamble fights, and I welcome all to try their hand, the elder smiled and said. That old fox. Many people cursed under their breath. No one had expected the gamble fights for those treasures to be held the next day. It was obvious by then that all that had happened before this was simply a marketing maneuver. It was not hard to imagine what the place would look like when more mighty ones flocked to the casino. The number of competitors would shoot through the roof. All are still welcomed to tour the casino today and see if there is anything to your liking. If you see anything you like, you may inquire, the elder elaborated gallantly. Yi Futian spared a glance at the elder, thinking him to be a sly one. In that case, we will come back tomorrow. Yi Futian rose and smiled, before turning around to leave. As anticipated by many, what happened in Alchemy Casino that day spread through all of Alchemy City like wildfire. The interests of many were piqued hearing about the arrival of students from the Holy Ji Palace. Yu Sheng, who had become a student of the palace, went on to crush Yang Ju in the casino. Many thought the Holy Ji Palace lived up to its reputation as the sacred ground of the Baron State, as Yu Sheng's improvement was evidently far greater than Yang Ju's. So then, just how powerful have Yi Futian and Shu Qiu gotten? Furthermore, what the casino had just showcased made many people's hearts pump. However, it was also obvious that only those with immense talent and those of top-class forces, or powerful sage-level figures would have had the privilege of participating in such gamble fights. Common people would not be able to offer anything of equal value as bets. The Alchemy Casino clearly targeted the geniuses or figures of the highest levels. Top-class sage figures would not participate easily in gamble fights. As such, only proud sons and daughters were deemed capable of drawing mass attention. As anticipated, mighty ones from all walks of life arrived at the casino the next day. Even mighty ones from the sovereign family in Zhengzhou City were there, and Huang Zhoge was among those people. He looked incredibly dashing and eye-catching as he walked into the casino. It was anyone's guess how powerful he had gotten in the past 3 years. Chapter 6:15. The Alchemy Casino was livelier than before today. Many people were gathered somewhere, looking towards the front. There were 7 top ritual implements there, including the 3 from before. The Alchemy Casino was livelier than before today. Many people were gathered somewhere, looking towards the front. There were 7 top ritual implements there, including the 3 from before. The Alchemy Casino had a good background, so they obviously could bring out ritual implements of this level. But taking 7 out at once was extremely generous. They were preparing to make the biggest trade-off since the alchemy conference. They wanted to use these 7 top ritual implements to trade for treasures of the same level from the big figures of top forces. After all, the alchemy casino didn't lack ritual implements. They maximized their interest through betting on battles in the casino. Yesterday, news had already started spreading and it caused a commotion. Today, many top forces of Alchemy City arrived gradually. Some very powerful sages had arrived too. After all, even sages would be tempted by treasures of that level, but they knew that the Alchemy Casino's target wasn't them, it was the descendants of the top forces. Senior sister, hail scepter suits you. The strong cultivators of the mortal world stood together in the crowd. Chu Shong told Bingyi, go for it. When the elder had taken out the hail scepter yesterday, she'd thought that it really suited her senior sister. 3 years ago, Bingyi had been embarrassed at the pavilion battle and lost to Yi Futian. Later, Yi Futian won first place. This proved that it wasn't because Bingyi wasn't talented enough. Instead, Yi Futian was too powerful. Bingyi nodded. That hail scepter indeed suited her, but there were too many strong cultivators here today. They came from the east of the Zhongzhou lands while this was the west. This wasn't their main city. The top forces of the west were all here. Jiqin, which treasure do you want? I'll give it to you, someone in the crowd said. His tone was very arrogant. He had long fiery red hair and looked handsome and domineering. Seeing him, no one found his words strange. He was qualified to talk like that. The woman beside him was indeed Xiong Jiqin of the Holy Ji Palace. Looking at the handsome man by her side, she said, I don't need anything. Jiqin, if your brother-in-law wants to give you a gift, just accept it. Choose any of the treasures here and he'll figure out how to get it, the beautiful lady beside Xiong Jiqin said. She looked similar to Xiong Jiqin. Dignified and beautiful, she was on Xiong Jiqin's level. However, compared to Xiong Jiqin's youthfulness, she looked more mature. This was Xiong Jian, the other princess of the Xiong kingdom. She'd already married Li Futu of Fire Mountain's Fire Emperor Palace. The handsome red-haired youth by her side was indeed Li Futu. He'd come from the vast Fire Mountain and was one of the West's top prides. He was in the top 3 of his generation in the West. One could imagine how powerful he was. Then that shirt. Xiong Jiqin pointed at a beautiful women's ritual implement shirt instead of saying anything. She'd heard that Yi Futian's group had arrived as well. Yi Futian had unmatchable talent in the Holy Ji Palace. She didn't know how her brother-in-law would compare. The sovereign family has arrived. At that time, many eyes looked over and saw the sovereign family walking in the crowd. Is Huang Jioge the most talented of this generation from the sovereign family? He was second in the pavilion battle 3 years ago, but he didn't cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace. Many eyes fell upon Huang Jioge. The sovereign family. A young man's eyes fell upon Huang Jioge at this time. He smiled. The sovereign family calls themselves the descendants of the queen, but they couldn't even get first place in the battle. He lost to someone of a lower cultivation level. I think it's just empty talk. Everyone turned to focus on him. Who was brash enough to mock someone from the sovereign family of Zhongzhou City? But when they saw the speaker, it made sense. It was Diju of the emperor family. They were the emperor family while the Huangs were the sovereign family. Thus, many in the barren state would compare the two. The emperors were famous in the west, the sovereigns in the central region. Huang Jioge gazed at the youth and asked indifferently, "Who are you?" "Diju," the youth replied. "Never heard of you," Huang Jioge replied arrogantly. Diju didn't mind. He just smiled and said, "You've at least heard of the emperor family's Di gang, right? The one who's known as the once-in-a-century genius of the emperor family?" Huang Jioge said nonchalantly. Di gang was known as number 1 of the alchemy city. Even Li Futu of the Fire Emperor Palace shone dimmer compared to him. "Seems like you know him." Diju chuckled. "Yes, but we haven't fought before. I don't know if his talents meet his reputation," Huang Jioge replied coolly. He was a descendant of royalty and they were both proud. So what if Di Gang was famous? You're probably not enough, Di Ju said nonchalantly. If my brother participated in the pavilion battle, no one else can be first. I heard that Shimon Hanjiang of the Shimon clan is first on the law rank. I wonder if he'll come to Alchemy City. He used big words, but Di Gang was indeed an extraordinary figure. Everyone in Alchemy City knew him. This was also the Emperor family's territory. Right then, commotion sounded at the back of the crowd. Many people turned around and saw a group walking over. It was Yi Futian's group. Even with the emperor and sovereign families, the Holy Ji Palace was the true mecca of cultivation in the barren state. It gathered the top prides to cultivate together. Yi Futian's group were the geniuses of the Holy Ji Palace. They would obviously be the center of attention. Even Di Ju and Li Futu couldn't steal their spotlight. Only Di Gang could, if he came. The winner of the battle 3 years ago has come too. Interesting. Many people looked at Huang Zhouge. With Yi Futian here, the first and second place of the battle were both here. Yi Futian walked into the crowd and he also saw Huang Zhouge. Smiling, Huang Zhouge said, "It's been 3 years. How's your cultivation?" "Grade 4 noble," Yi Futian said. "What about you?" "I entered grade 2 not long ago." "You won't be able to win against me anymore," Huang Zhouge said, smiling. He seemed extremely confident. "Really?" Yi Futian said nonchalantly. "That's not definite." Many people came from the Holy Ji Palace. Di Ju gazed at Yi Futian's group. "Other than Yi Futian, who are the others?" Someone beside him said, "Yu Sheng, Hua Jiyu, Yi Wuchen, Shu Qiu, Yuan Zhon, Yi Xiaoshe, Huang. That one might be Yun Shuisheng. They all entered 3 years ago." Yi Futian glanced at the other. This man knew them quite well and could recognize them all. "How are their abilities?" Xiong Jian asked Xiong Jiqin. "All very strong," Xiong Jiqin said. "Yi Futian hasn't fought in a long time, but 2 years ago, he defeated everyone at the Holy Sage Pavilion's battle podium. After that, he only cultivated. He's only a grade 4 noble, but his true fighting abilities might be at the top of grade 2. I heard that Yu Sheng defeated Yang Ju yesterday. He hasn't fought in 2 years either and he can't be weaker than Yi Futian. The Holy Ji Palace is the mecca of the barren state," Xiong Jian said. "They're all very powerful. This group entered 3 years ago and they seem to have all matured. But it's okay if they don't take the treasures we want." Li Futu had his eyes on 2. One was for himself. The other, he wanted to give to his sister Xiong Jiqin. He didn't care about himself, but his sister was cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace. There were tons of talents and the pressure must be high. At that time, Yi Futian scanned the treasures with a hot gaze. These were all sage ritual implements. This trip wouldn't be a waste of time. Alchemy City was the top armory city in the barren state. "Which do you want?" Huang Zhouge asked from the side. "All of them," Yi Futian said, smiling. These were all top sage ritual implements. There wasn't one that he didn't like. He picked up a brilliant pearl and said, "Ji Yu, this telekinesis pearl will suit you well. And this defense shirt too. The Hail Scepter too." Everyone stared at him in shock. Was he really spoiling his girlfriend like this? This was crazy. These were top sage ritual implements. Of course they all suited her. Which one wouldn't if he just chose randomly? But was he going to give it all to his girlfriend? Even the ones from the Holy Ji Palace stared at him, speechless. Was this possible? Hua Jiyu fluttered her lashes. Seeing everyone looking at her, she couldn't help but get shy and kick Yi Futian. This guy. Many people were dazed. This must be divine spiritual sorcerer Hua Jiyu. She was just as shockingly beautiful as rumored. Beside her, Huang and Yun Shuisheng were all beauties of different styles. There were also the Xiong siblings and the group of girls in the other direction. Today, the Alchemy Casino was a battle of the prides and a competition of the beauties. And if Yi Futian wanted everything, what did he make of the other prides here? Many top figures were present, such as Li Futu, Di Ju, and Yu Ming, who was extremely talented in armory. There was also a group of strong cultivators from the west and figures from all over. It was difficult for someone to take even one ritual implement with the current setup of the alchemy casino, let alone take them all. It was basically a fantasy. The telekinesis pearl must be very helpful for those who cultivate spiritual energy. I like it too, a gentle voice said right then. Many people looked over to see a beautiful girl. She seemed as gentle as water and was movingly beautiful. People could be mesmerized by one smile. This was Su Hongxiu, the virgin of the goddess pavilion. I'll give it to you, a voice said. The speaker was Yu Ming, the top armor. He would attend the alchemy conference and was known as one of the top 3 competitors. His abilities were evident. He was infatuated by Su Hongxiu, but so were many people. The girls of the goddess pavilion were all so beautiful and powerful. Many prides had fallen for them, not just Yu Ming. Li Futu wants to give a ritual implement to Xiongji Qin, his wife's sister. Yu Ming wants to use the telekinesis pearl to win over the beauty. Yi Futian wants everything, and there are top figures from other places as well. This will definitely be a good show. Many people were impressed by the alchemy casino's tactics. Chapter 616. Yi Futian looked around. Other than the top forces that he'd seen before, there were many that he didn't know. They were most likely from the western region. Yi Futian looked around. Other than the top forces that he'd seen before, there were many that he didn't know. They were most likely from the western region. In the southwest, Alchemy City was the largest city. Other than that, there was the powerful Inferno City. Fire Mountain was in the west and its influence reached outward, so many fire elemental forces arose in that area. The Armoress of Alchemy City, the people of the main houses, the Sacred Fire Sect, and the Fire Emperor Palace were all skilled in the fire element. On the other hand, the Southern Ice Temple was obviously more skilled in water and ice. It would be hard to take away these top ritual implements. Ha ha! Bright laughter sounded right then. The elder from before brought people over again. Seeing all the strong cultivators gathered here, his eyes smiled. Just as he'd predicted, these people would definitely come here to compete if he prepared 7 top sage ritual implements. The people of the top forces were all very confident. They also clashed with each other rarely. Thus, they wouldn't miss a chance like the alchemy conference that gathered them all in Alchemy City. He had to exchange his ritual implements for the treasures of the top forces. Plus, they'd also gathered a lot of information and had judged these people beforehand. Setting up the bet like this, they could earn a lot. You are all top prides. Gathered in my alchemy casino, I am so honored, the elder said with a smile. Yesterday, I already introduced 3 ritual implements. There are 4 more today. This sword is the Ghost Shadow Sword. It's the sword that Ghost Sword used. It's thin as a cicada's wing and slices gold as if it's butter. It contains frightening sword intent. As he spoke, he looked towards Yi Futian's group. Ghost Sword's disciple had entered the Holy Ji Palace and was still there. He didn't believe that they didn't want the sword. Hua Ji Yu would definitely try for the telekinesis pearl too. This way, the Holy Ji Palace disciples would have to act. The elder pointed at another ritual implement. This is a sun crown. It contains fire essence from the 3-legged gold raven, the sun god's bird. Feel its power. The sun crown hovered in the air, releasing frightening sunlight. Many fire elemental cultivators would compete for this. The wolf fang bat weighs thousands of pounds and is a martial arts ritual implement. The thorns on it are indestructible. It's used to rip through spells and martial arts defenses. It is extremely mighty. This is a golden tripod. It glows with golden light and can transform into countless golden tripods to destroy everything. It can even shatter someone's spiritual energy and contains double attacks. The elder pointed at a huge golden tripod. The 7 ritual implements were all very powerful. They were top sage ritual implements. Now, I will bring these 7 to the battle platform. Those who want it can come fight for it, the elder said, smiling. Welcome. Everyone's eyes flashed. The 7 ritual implements were brought out at once today. The crowd all walked towards the battle platform. The scene was very impressive. The ghost shadow sword is your master's? Yi Futian asked Zui Qianqiu. When I met my master, he was already disabled and didn't have his sword, so I've never seen it. But if the alchemy casino said that, I'm sure it's true. Something flashed past Zui Qianqiu's eyes. He had to get his master's sword back. The alchemy casino is the top gambling location of Alchemy City, Zhongli said. It's also the biggest ritual implement trading center. The most important rule here is honesty. They definitely won't lie, they all keep their words. It's the same for us. If we don't give up what we gamble, you won't be able to leave, no matter who you are. Yi Futian nodded. We must get the ghost shadow sword. The golden tripod suits Zhongli, as well as the sun crown. As for the wolf fang bat, Yuan Zhon should be able to use it. Everyone looked at Yi Futian with strange faces. These were all top sage ritual implements and they were a big group. Each one would suit at least someone. Do you really want them all? Shu Qiu stared strangely at Yi Futian. If we don't take it, others will. Let's not waste, Yi Futian said to Shu Qiu. That makes sense. Shu Qiu nodded. But Yu Sheng defeated Yang Ju yesterday, Zhongli said. The alchemy casino probably has a different judgment of our abilities now. They won't let us win so easily anymore. Our opponents won't be weak. Since they lured us here, they clearly hope we'll place bets and fight, Yi Futian said. They won't make things too hard for us. After all, if it's the same as yesterday, the alchemy casino will choose the talented opponents of top forces who are the same as us. This way, no matter who wins, they'll just trade a ritual implement for a treasure. As for the strengths of the two sides, they only worry about the bets. Zhongli and the others nodded. It was true. The 7 ritual implements hovered above the battle platform. They were very attractive. The elder looked to the crowd and said, "The alchemy conference is about to start. It's rare for the top forces of the Barren State to be gathered here. Today, the alchemy casino brought out 7 ritual implements for everyone to bet and fight for. If you want something, please stand before the ritual implement and I will arrange for a fight. Of course, you must agree to it." As expected. Many people's eyes flashed. This battle was designed for the figures of the top forces. These people were the best at attracting the spotlight. Many people walked onto the platform. Bingyi walked to the Hail Scepter. She didn't know who she would fight with, but she had to try for it. "Bingyi, virgin of the mortal world," someone said. "Yang Ju of the Sword Saint Mansion lost yesterday. He doesn't seem satisfied." Yang Ju walked out of the crowd at that time and walked to the ghost shadow sword. Xie Ji of the Sacred Fire Sect. Another person walked out. It was Xie Ji going to the Sun Crown. Li Futu of the Fire Emperor Palace and his wife walked out together. One went to the Sun Crown while the other went to the beautiful armor shirt. Clearly, the couple wanted 2 ritual implements. Su Hongxiu of the Goddess Pavilion went to the Telekinesis Pearl. Yu Ming also went there, saying, "Hongxiu, I'll help you get it." "Thank you, Mr. Yu." Su Hongxiu's voice was extremely gentle. "One could drown in it." "What about the Holy Ji Palace?" the elder said, looking at Yi Futian's group. Today's setup was to make the talents of the Holy Ji Palace participate. They couldn't be missing. Even Li Futi had walked out. "We want all 7 of the ritual implements," Yi Futian said. The elder froze and then smiled. This was the best. Such a big appetite. Di Ju scanned Yi Futian. The emperor family had stocks in the alchemy casino, but this Yi Futian wanted all 7 ritual implements. Could he really take it all? In that case, I'll have to arrange the battles with much consideration, the elder said, smiling. No need to make it so troublesome, Yi Futian. Since we want all the ritual implements, we'll definitely give treasures of the same level. You only need to find 7 people who can give treasures of the same level to participate in the battle and arrange one battle. 7 is too complicated. Everyone's chests tightened and their eyes flashed. Yi Futian was very ambitious to want to take it all for himself. "So you mean you want a group battle?" the elder asked. "Yes. Yi Futian nodded. We can send 7 people with no problem. Interesting. Di chuckled. In that case, count me as one. I'd like to experience the Holy Ji Palace's abilities. With that, he stepped out to the battle platform. He wanted to participate. Me too. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Nan Hao of the Nantian house also walked out. Yi Futian actually wanted a group fight. He couldn't miss this chance. Everyone's eyes focused on the battle platform. The setup there now was frightening. Li Futu and his wife, Yu Ming, Xie Ji, Yang Ju, Nan Hao, Di Ju, Su Hongxiu, and Bing Yi were 9 powerful cultivators. The elder gazed at them and said, "There are only 7 ritual implements. If you all wish to participate, please choose the ritual implement you want." "Hongxiu, leave it to me," Yu Ming said. Su Hongxiu nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Yu." With that, she stepped off. Then Nan Hao went to the golden tripod. Di Ju walked to the wolf fang bat that no one else chose. There was still one extra person. Both Li Futu and Xie Ji wanted the sun crown. "Xie Ji, don't compete with me. You can't win," Li Futu said emotionlessly. Xie Ji's eyes hardened. He truly wasn't Li Futu's opponent. "Fine, I won't compete for the ritual implement, but I still want to be part of the fun. I'll participate in this battle for another ritual implement. Are there any?" Xie Ji asked the elder. "Of course. Then you'll gamble for another top ritual implement. If you win, you can choose anyone you wish. If you lose, you'll have to give up a top-level sage ritual implement," the elder said. "How is this oral vow?" "Good." Xie Ji nodded. "The conditions are the same for everyone else." "Agreed." The elder looked to Yi Futian again. "Agreed." Yi Futian nodded. "In that case, what will you all gamble for this battle?" the elder asked. "The soul guqin of the 9-fingered guqin devil, musical piece Mesmerize, my polearm of divine destruction, the sun scripture and the shadow scripture," Yi Futian said. "Anything else?" the elder asked, smiling. "The sword ghost's techniques," Zui Qiancho said. He wanted the ghost shadow sword this time, so he had to bet something as well. "The phoenix pill that my master created," Phoenix said. The elder's eyes flashed. The undying old man's phoenix pill was extremely valuable. "Is that enough?" Yi Futian asked. "Yes, enough." The elder smiled. He was very satisfied with these wagers. Then he looked to the people on the battle podium. They all reported their wagers, making the elder's smile grow brighter. The surrounding people were all shocked. They'd all invested fortunes. Finally, both sides of the battle must agree. The elder looked back to Yi Futian's group. Chapter 617. Yi Futian looked at the gamble fight arena and said, "I want to know the cultivation levels of all the people here." Yi Futian looked at the gamble fight arena and said, "I want to know the cultivation levels of all the people here." "All right." The elder commanded them, "You all, say your cultivation levels." Immediately, the 8 experts on the gamble fight arena reported their cultivation levels. Of the Li Futu couple, one of them was a grade 1 noble, the other was a grade 2 noble. Yu Ming, grade 1 noble. Di Ju, grade 3 noble. Xie Ji, Yang Ju, Nan Hao and Bing Yi. The 3 of them had taken part in the admission examination battle 3 years ago, so Yi Futian knew a little about them. Li Futu is from the Fire Emperor Palace and is extremely strong. In the region around Alchemy City, only Di Gang's reputation exceeds his. Yu Ming is an elite armorer and specializes in matrices. Be careful. Li Futu's wife is Xiong Zhiqin's sister and Di Ju is Di Gang's younger brother. Although he is only a grade 3 noble, he is also rather formidable. Zhong Li introduced them to Yi Futian. There are 2 grade 1 nobles in the gamble fight arena, while we only have 1 grade 1 noble. Moreover, only Shu Q is a grade 2 noble, the rest are grade 3 and grade 4 nobles. We are in too much of a disadvantage in our cultivation levels. I would like to borrow the strength of someone else, is that all right? Yi Futian looked at the elder and asked. "Who?" the elder asked. "Huang Jioge," Yi Futian replied, and his gaze landed on Huang Zhouge. He smiled and asked, "We're already at the alchemy casino, aren't you interested?" Huang Zhouge had a shocked expression. He was surprised that Yi Futian would invite him as an ally in battle. He looked at the people on the gamble fight arena. He also wanted to try it out, so he replied, "Sure, I'll join you in battle, but you have to settle the wager yourself and accept the result of the battle. Of course, if you still wanted the spoils of victory, I wouldn't have looked for you." Yi Futian smiled brilliantly. Huang Zhouge was speechless. Was this how wretched this guy was? "What about the other people participating?" the elder asked again. "Me, Yu Sheng, Shu Qiu, Huang Zhouge, Yun Shuisheng, Yuan Zhon, Yi Xiaosha and Phoenix," Yi Futian replied. "1 grade 1 noble, 2 grade 2 nobles, 3 grade 3 nobles, and 2 grade 4 nobles. Do you have any objections?" the elder asked the people on the gamble fight arena. "None," Li Futu replied nonchalantly. "Sure." Yu Ming also nodded his head. The others had no complaints as well. They had 2 grade 1 nobles, Li Futu and Yu Ming, giving them a huge advantage. Li Futu's battle ability was undisputed and Yu Ming was an expert in matrices. Xiong Jian was also very strong. Coupled with the other 5, they felt that their lineup was extremely strong. "Then it is settled. I will give all of you 2 hours to plan your tactics. The battle will begin in 2 hours, and the victor will be able to take all the ritual implements with them," the elder smiled and said. Many people snorted at his words. Giving them time to plan their tactics? More like giving the casino time to open up their betting house. However, this match was really something to look forward to. Out of these 16 people, half of them were geniuses from elite factions while the other half had 7 Holy Ji Palace disciples and Huang Zhouge. A battle of such grandeur got the crowd really excited. Who would win this battle? The elder walked to one side and had a quiet discussion with some people. This battle was a group battle and was extremely complicated, so they needed to seriously consider the odds. On the surface, Li Futu's group had a stronger lineup with higher cultivation levels. The most prodigious duo from the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, were only grade 4 nobles, but their battle strength could definitely not be considered the same as a normal grade 4 noble. Huang Zhouge, Shu Qiu, Yuan Zhon, Yi Xiaosha and Phoenix could be compared with Di Ju, Yang Ju, Xie Ji, Nan Hao and Bing Yi. The former 5 should be slightly stronger, but the difference would not be that big. If Xiong Jian was added to the latter 5, it would be enough to make up the difference. What would be left was Li Futu, Yu Ming, Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Yun Shuisheng. Li Futu's battle ability should be higher than Yun Shuisheng. After all, Yun Shuisheng was not that famous in the Holy Ji Palace. Yu Ming was a matrix sorcerer. Apart from his own battle ability, he could set up matrices to boost the battle ability of his entire team. If his whole team's strength went up a notch, it would immediately resolve Di Ju, Yang Ju, and the other 3's weakness and turn it into an advantage. Therefore, Li Futu's lineup was likely to be stronger when considering the entire picture. What was left would operate the betting house. Soon, the odds were released. The casino had offered a 1-to-1 payout for both sides. The whole casino was in an uproar and countless people rushed to place their bets. Although the elder in charge of the betting house was there were people repeatedly coming forward to report the situation. Today's match had attracted an innumerable number of experts, and the bets would reach a shocking amount, which was why he had specially allocated an hour for people to place bets. 80% of the bets are on Li Futu's team. If Li Futu's team wins, we will incur a huge loss, the elder frowned as he thought. The initial opening of the betting house was to assess the situation. As he had expected, because the strongest 2 members of the Holy Ji Palace had the lowest cultivation levels as grade 4 nobles, the majority of the crowd did not favor them, especially with Li Futu and Yu Ming's reputation in the Alchemy City region. In such a scenario, the casino needed to balance the odds well. If they felt that Yi Futian's team would win, it was worth the gamble. However, they did not feel that Yi Futian's team could win. This was different from Yu Sheng's fight with Yang Ju. "Adjust the odds," the elder said decisively. Soon, the news had spread that the odds had been adjusted. Li Futu's side had their odds adjusted to 2-1, while Yi Futian's side was 1-2. Evidently the odds favored Li Futu's side heavily. These bastards, those who did not manage to place their bets in time, cursed. They had wanted to place bets, but they did not expect the odds to change so quickly, and it had changed to a difference of 2 times. It looks like the Alchemy Casino is also optimistic about Li Futu's victory. The majority of the crowd must be betting on them, even at a 2-1 payout, many people thought as they continued to place their bets. After Li Futu's group heard about the odds, their expressions did not change. This was well within their expectations. However, Yi Futian's group was surprised. It looked like the majority felt that they would lose. As time passed, information continued to be transmitted to the elder. Soon, the odds changed again. Li Futu's group had changed to 4-1, while Yi Futian's group was now 1-4. Bastard, I'm not betting anymore, someone shouted in a rage. There was no point in betting on a 4-1 payout, there was too little to earn. Why not? A voice sounded. The person who had shouted raised his head and saw a handsome teen smiling at him. It was Yi Futian. 1-4, you can bet on us, Yi Futian smiled and said. His gaze then turned to the elder on the viewing stand and he asked, Senior, can we place bets as well? You can only bet on your own victory, the elder replied. This was to prevent people from losing intentionally. However, this was an uncommon sight for geniuses like Yi Futian. From a value standpoint, those who participated in the gamble fight were not allowed to place bets, but it was inevitable for participants to get others to place bets for them. Therefore, the Alchemy Casino would supervise the participants to ensure that they did not lose intentionally. If the casino found any such cases, they would not live to walk out of the casino. Yu Sheng, 7th brother, don't you all have ritual implements? The opportunity has come, Yi Futian smiled and said. 1-4, it seemed like they would be able to be well equipped with ritual implements after this. Alchemy City is a good place indeed, Yi Futian exclaimed in his heart. If that is so, I will partake, too, Huang Zhouge smiled and said. Did you not consider me when you allocated the ritual implements? Shu Qiu smiled and asked Yi Futian. You're from the Tingxue house, after all, why would you lack ritual implements? Yi Futian replied, looking at him disdainfully. Then why did you ask me to battle? Shu Qiu saw Yi Futian reply with a matter-of-fact expression. Do you know how rare it is to get a chance to battle? I'm thinking of you. Moreover, you can place a bet now, Yi Futian replied righteously. Shu Qiu was speechless. As expected, it was impossible to reason with a shameless person. He could only place bets using his own treasures. Does anyone have something good that I could borrow to place bets? Yi Futian asked the people around him. Yun Shuaisheng glared at Yi Futian. Her impression of Yi Futian had gotten better, but now it had reverted to the first time they had met, shameless. I'll lend you this, a gentle voice sounded. A brilliant flame illuminated beside Yi Futian and the cries of a phoenix could be heard occasionally. A horrifying aura was released and countless gazes looked towards Phoenix. At that moment, Phoenix was covered in an exceedingly beautiful phoenix feather dress that perfectly fit her body. It got further from her body bit by bit and eventually flew into a storage ring which Phoenix then passed to Yi Futian. Little sister. Yun Shuaisheng shouted, aren't you scared that he'll lose your treasure? Isn't it just 1-4? If I lose, I'll pay for it, if I win, I want a portion of the winnings, Phoenix smiled gently and said. Thanks. Yi Futian nodded, then turned to the elder and asked, how much is this ritual implement worth? You can pick 4 ritual implements from the Alchemy Casino, the elder replied. Okay. Yi Futian nodded his head. The Alchemy Casino had a gargantuan organization behind them and its wealth was beyond imagination. Alchemy City was definitely the richest place in the barren state. The surrounding people were all watching and as they saw Yi Futian confidently betting all his treasures, many people started to waver. Let's just gamble that they can win, many people thought this as they continued to place their bets. 2 hours passed by quickly and the elder nodded after hearing the final report. After the 2 rounds of changing the odds, the situation had been reversed. With the bets that the casino had taken in now, if Li Futu's team won, the alchemy casino would earn a huge sum, but if Yi Futian's team won, the casino would incur a huge loss. Evidently, the alchemy casino expected Li Futu's team to win. The alchemy casino knew about Li Futu and Yu Ming's strength. Moreover, Di Ju was also very strong. Li Futu's team had no reason to lose this grand gamble fight. Please take your places, the elder looked at both parties and said. Immediately, Li Futu's group stepped onto the gamble fight arena. Yi Futian's group also moved rapidly into the arena. The group of 16 people, the geniuses from the Holy Ji Palace versus the prodigies from all over the barren state. Everyone got into position in an instant. Li Futu, Yang Ju, Nan Hao and Di Ju stood at the front and were responsible for the assault. Bing Yi, Xie Ji, and Xiong Jian stood into the middle, supporting the team with their spells, and Yu Ming stood at the back, preparing his matrices. Yi Futian's group also got into their positions. Yu Sheng and Yuan Zhon stood at the front, Shu Qiu on the left, Huang Zhouge on the right, Yi Xiaoshi, Phoenix, and Yun Shuixing at the back. Yi Futian's position was right in the middle. Chapter 618. In the battle arena, the 16 experts took their places. The alchemy casino had sage plane experts creating defenses around the area. Although the arena was huge, battles of such scale would often cause huge damage to surrounding areas. Even if both parties controlled their attacks, it would still reach their surroundings, so it was natural to set up barriers. In the battle arena, the 16 experts took their places. The alchemy casino had sage plane experts creating defenses around the area. Although the arena was huge, battles of such scale would often cause huge damage to surrounding areas. Even if both parties controlled their attacks, it would still reach their surroundings, so it was natural to set up barriers. The geniuses of the Holy Ji Palace versus the elites of the barren state. Who would be the victor of this battle? Countless people held their breaths and stared at the battle arena. This battle would definitely cause a commotion in Alchemy City. It was extremely rare for a battle of such a scale to take place before the Alchemy Conference. Li Futu's reputation was renowned in the region. Di Ju was the younger brother of Di Gang. Although he did not have as much potential as Di Gang, he was still extremely strong. Yu Ming was one of the favorites for this time's Alchemy Conference, and the others were also experts who had taken part in the Holy Ji Palace's admission examination. On the other side, the first and second in the admission examination 3 years ago, Yi Futian and Huang Zhouge, as well as the savage Yu Sheng, the Tingxue House's Shu Qiu. This match was really a sight for sore eyes. As ray after ray of brilliant light glowed, the spiritual qi in the air started to rampage, multiple colors illuminating the area. Everyone released their aura at the same time and all kinds of powerful life spirits appeared. These elite geniuses were extremely strong in one-to-one combat, but they all held their positions and did not move recklessly. Evidently, they would not underestimate their opponents and knew that the people they were facing were also equally strong. Become chess pieces as you land. Yu Ming stepped forward. His life spirit was a huge golden chessboard, and the chessboard projected itself on the spacious battle arena. Golden lines intersected, turning the area into a game of chess, and the 8 of them on his team each took up a square on the board like they were pieces in a game of chess. The chessboard rapidly evolved and turned into matrices. Although they did not move, they felt as though they were moving simply by standing on the chessboard, due to the developments of the chessboard. Yi Futian's group felt dizzy, like they were constantly being displaced. It was as though they were battling on a moving chessboard. What a peculiar control-type life spirit, Yi Futian thought to himself. In front of him, his Guqin spirit appeared and he sat cross-legged, strumming the strings on his Guqin. A melody sounded, giving off an unrestrained feeling. It was loud and clear and appeared arrogant, resounding in the air. Every melody appeared to have a unique power of its own, causing others to be drunk in the melody, and their spiritual energy appeared to be affected as it moved to the music. This matrix can change one's direction, causing our perception to be affected. I'll control this battle, Yi Futian said, continuing to play his melody. His team felt as though the melody caused them to integrate as one, as all of them were in the imagery created by the Guqin melody. The feeling was indescribable, yet felt especially apparent, like they were no longer individuals, but an entity with Yi Futian as the core. He actually has that kind of ability. Huang Zhouge was surprised. Was this the charm of a musical sorcerer? As he thought that, he no longer resisted the intrusion of the melody but assimilated into the imagery. He naturally trusted the strength of someone who had defeated him once. To doubt Yi Futian's strength was to doubt himself. As for those who followed Yi Futian from the Holy Ji Palace, they were also the same. The melody was thundering and had a haughty undertone, with the courage to take on the world. Huang Zhouge and the rest felt their spiritual energy becoming stronger, as though they had been stimulated by the melody. The blood in their body was boiling and their aura became even more robust, even their perception was becoming sharper. What an arrogant piece! What is that piece? Sage Plain figure stared at Yi Futian and asked. The Holy Ji Palace has a Guqin Valley, which was where the nine-fingered Guqin demon Liu Quangsheng stayed when he was alive. Yi Futian had once wagered the Guqin demon's Guqin and Guqin piece, so this means that he had received Liu Quangsheng's inheritance. If I didn't guess wrongly, that Guqin piece should be the High Song. There was a Sage Plain figure who was extremely well learned and managed to guess the name of the piece. High Song, the rumored Guqin piece that can allow people to share their spiritual will and spiritual energy to strengthen all of their abilities, the first Sage Plain expert asked. That's right. Under the Guqin melody, the 8 of them have become one, was the reply he received, causing many people to have glints in their eyes. If that was so, was Yi Futian using his Guqin to repel Yu Ming's chess matrix? Li Futu and his team could also feel that the accumulation of might had ended. They started to launch their attacks. Bing Yi's ice spell descended upon the other team, a frigid aura enveloping them, turning into an ice dimension. It attempted to drag the other team into an illusion of a world filled with ice. As the Guqin melody sounded, Phoenix could feel Yi Futian's intentions through the melody. She made her move, and with a crisp sound, a shadow of a brilliant divine phoenix appeared, blocking out the sun. The shadow formed a veil around the 8 of them and kept the frost out. Following that, Xieji's destructive flame lotus assailed them along with Xiongjian's thunderbolt spell. The 2 spells rushed towards them, striking the protective veil wildly, shattering it. The thunderbolt and flame lotus reached them at the same time, but at that moment, Yun Shuisheng shut her eyes and a frigid will engulfed the area, causing the area to freeze and the flame lotus to turn into an ice lotus. The thunderbolt spell was also greatly weakened. The edgeless great sword. Yang Ju bellowed as 9 blades crashed down towards them. At the same time, numerous blinding spears shot out from behind Nan Hao. Behind Di Ju, a golden space appeared and many terrifying tripods appeared, striking towards Yi Futian's team. Li Futu raised his hand and made a huge palm print appear. The flaming red palm print melted everything in existence, crushing down on Yi Futian's team and attempting to destroy them. Yi Futian continued to play his Guqin piece, but it was like his team could understand what he was thinking. Yi Xiaoshi flew into the air and his Emperor's Vine rapidly sent vines forward while Shu Qiu wielded his sword and slashed forward, using a fence as a defensive measure. Yu Sheng let out a roar and his body wildly absorbed spiritual qi, creating dark golden devil halberds that pierced forward. Yuan Zhong also used a terrifying rod technique while Huang Zhouge struck out with his fist, which crunched through the air like a battle chariot. In an instant, the 2 forces collided and an exceedingly horrifying destructive current swept past, causing the air to look like an explosion had occurred. The chessboard matrix under both teams' legs glowed even brighter. Next, Huang Zhouge and the rest could feel their bodies changing positions, like the ground below them was moving. Not only that, but there was also a dreadful force that was constricting them, causing them to feel especially heavy. Attack, Yu Ming said. The matrix had shown its might. As he finished, Li Futu's team launched an attack again. Yi Futian's Guqin melody acted like strands of wire, connecting the 8 people on his team, causing them to gather near him. The 7 of them did not attack this time, but set up defenses in the area around them, allowing the enemy's attacks to land. "Open a path," Yi Futian said as he played the guqin. As his voice landed, Huang Zhouge's Renhuang bow life spirit emerged, and 9 arrows shot forth with blazing light, as though they had Yi Futian's spell enhancement on them. They flew with the wind, tearing through the air like 9 bolts of lightning. Li Futu raised his arm and caught 2 of the arrows. Yang Ju slashed out with a stroke of his sword, Nan Hao pierced forward with his spear and blocked the remaining arrows. However, at that moment, Shu Qiu's body rushed towards them like the wind at breakneck speed. At the same time, Yu Sheng and Yuan Zhong also stepped forward, causing the earth to quake. They actually initiated the clash. The experts in the crowd were stunned. Both parties originally occupied one side each, but now Yi Futian's side was not content with simply defending, and initiated a clash, daringly breaking the deadlock. "Matrix change," Yu Ming said. In an instant, a gold veil surrounded the people on his team. "Rise," Yi Futian said. As his voice landed, his body flew into the air. In front of him, Shu Qiu, Yu Sheng, and Yuan Zhong stepped into the air above the other party. Huang Zhouge, Phoenix, and the rest also leaped into the air, and they promptly reached the area above the other team in the same formation. Li Futu raised his head and looked above him. He stretched out both hands, each with a formidable flame force. On his right hand, there was a golden flame with a dreadful destructive ability. On his left hand, there was a black flame that was rapidly devouring the spiritual qi in the air around him. A huge pair of flame wings appeared behind him. It was a pair of brilliant spiritual vermilion bird wings. His crimson-red hair swayed and his body floated in the air. It was as though his extreme destructive force could erupt at any time. The other people also prepared themselves. Once the defenses were breached, they would attack vigorously. In the air, Huang Zhouge held the Renhuang sword and slashed downwards. Shu Qiu's blade then sliced through, following the path that he had made. In an instant, a crack appeared in the veil, then blasted open the next second. Hum! A figure flew upwards, then towards Yi Futian at lightning speed. That lone individual rushed towards them with no fear. This arrogant feat could only have been made possible by Li Futu. Behind Yi Futian, a figure stepped forward and the area was immediately covered in frost. The surrounding people felt as though time had stopped still. The flow of air, blood, and the burning flames all seemed to have slowed down in that instant. Yi Futian was shocked. He had not given Yun Shuaisheng any orders, but she had already stepped forward. Yi Futian had no choice but to assist her with his guqin melody. A robust spiritual energy rushed towards Yun Shuaisheng, causing a fearsome snowstorm to appear around her. Her palms headed straight for Li Futu's flame palm prince, no intention of avoiding him. Asking for trouble, a thought appeared in Li Futu's head as their palms collided. The two of them were then knocked back. Li Futu looked at his palms. The flames had been extinguished. On Yun Shuaisheng's end, the horrendous flames had not burned her and had only torn her sleeves apart, revealing her fair skin. "Descend," Yi Futian said. They descended amidst their opponents' forceful attacks. The location they chose to land at was where Yu Ming was. Chapter 619. They want to take down Yu Ming first. The crowd saw the actions of Yi Futian's team and immediately understood what they wanted to do. Yu Ming used the chessboard as a matrix and would affect their battle. As long as they took down Yu Ming, the rest of Li Futu's team would be split up and unable to act as a whole. They want to take down Yu Ming first. The crowd saw the actions of Yi Futian's team and immediately understood what they wanted to do. Yu Ming used the chessboard as a matrix and would affect their battle. As long as they took down Yu Ming, the rest of Li Futu's team would be split up and unable to act as a whole. Yu Ming looked at the air with a cold expression. The brilliant chessboard on the ground flew into the air, turning into a defensive ability that spread out across the air. In the air, Yi Futian continued to play his guqin piece. The high song became even more thundering, and the aura on the 7 people beside him became stronger, as though they had all entered a state of rampage under the influence of the guqin piece. Behind Huang Zhouge, the Renhuang body life spirit appeared. He was like a descendant of the Renhuang with the Renhuang sword in his hand, slashing down towards the ground. A blade of light that penetrated the heavens appeared and struck the chessboard. The chessboard slowly split, and Shukyu moved as well. With a graceful arc, the blade in his hand sliced down, splitting the chessboard in two. With a blinding glow, the chessboard disappeared. At the same moment, the attacks from the experts on the ground landed again. Yun Shuaisheng looked down, and a frost wall surrounded her body with extreme coldness. Frost surrounded the air, and the icy intent permeated every expert on the ground. They could feel their movements becoming slower and their blood felt as though it was about to stop flowing. Their spells were all being delayed and frozen. Only Li Futu's body was bathed in endless flames, and he flew into the air, the terrifying flames burning in the air, expelling the frost intent. Yi Xiaosha's vines rushed wildly towards the people on the ground with rustling sounds. At the same time, Huang Zhouge and Shu Qiu moved towards Yu Ming. Yu Ming's expression was ruthless. The chessboard life spirit behind him lit up glaringly and shone onto Huang Zhouge and Shu Qiu, slowing them down. Kill. Huang Zhouge fired arrows which tore through the air. However, Yu Ming's expression did not change as he stretched out his hand and waved it. The chessboard moved and caused Huang Zhouge's arrows to deviate from their original path and miss him. Shu Qiu's blade landed, yet Yu Ming's body turned into a shadow. He was like a piece on the chessboard, always in motion. It was as though he could predict all of Shu Qiu's moves on his chessboard. No matter how fast Shu Qiu was, he could not escape Yu Ming's perception. Wanting to deal with him first? Dream on. An even more terrifying glow was emitted, and using the heavens as pieces, Yu Ming looked at Yi Futian, who was in the middle of the team, and revealed a mocking expression, chanting, "Ground restriction." As his voice landed, the chessboard that had projected onto Yi Futian's team surrounded them, trapping them within like a prison cell. Li Futu, it's up to you now, Yu Ming said. He had controlled his matrix to seal Yi Futian's team within his chessboard. Li Futu's body flew into the air, his vermilion bird wings sparkling brightly, covered in inextinguishable flames. He stretched out his palm and a golden flame current rampaged wildly. Gradually, the flames transformed into a vermilion bird and flew out from his palm, shadowing the heavens and attacking Yi Futian's team. The vermilion bird's wings slashed downwards, the flames burning even the heavens. While Yi Futian's group was trapped, Li Futu's ritual implement, Yang Ju's sword, Nanhao's spear, and the other experts fired their strongest attacks simultaneously towards them. As expected of Yu Ming, many people thought. Yi Futian's team wanted to deal with the matrix sorcerer, Yu Ming, but they had not expected to be trapped between a rock and a hard place. At that moment, Huang Zhouge, Yun Shuaisheng, and the rest did not resist and stood still, allowing the matrix to trap them within. They released their formidable spiritual energy which combined with the Guqin melody to form a terrifying spiritual energy resonance. Yi Futian, who was standing in the middle, was immersed in a brilliant light. At that moment, his spiritual energy flooded the entire battle arena. With his fingers strumming the Guqin, Yi Futian lowered his head and continued playing without looking at the attacks descending from the sky. The chessboard's matrix surrounded them and it seemed like the attacks were about to land on them. The vermilion bird dived towards them, destroying everything in its path. However, at that moment, a formidable force appeared around Yi Futian's body, surrounding his team within. A veil of light that resembled starry brilliance encompassed them. Although the veil was invisible, the divine vermilion bird was unable to break through it. The sword and spear reached as well, rushing towards Yi Futian. But the moment they reached the veil, they were unable to progress. All attacks appeared to falter before the veil. What an intense zone force, some strong sage plane figures said while looking at Yi Futian's surroundings. They could only see a handsome figure playing the Guqin. The 8 figures appeared to have combined into one at that moment, all of them encompassed by the imposing light. "Break," Yi Futian said. Immediately, his body was surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. In the next moment, thunderstorms appeared and tore through everything, resembling the rage of the thunder god. The heavens shook in response, and the thunderbolts appeared to have multiple colors. Green, golden, purple. All the thunderbolts turned into dragons and serpents, and frantically devoured everything around them. The vermilion bird was struck by lightning and howled in agony. Its huge body pierced by the lightning. Its limbs were all surrounded by dreadful lightning and its body was completely torn apart. All the other attacks were also nullified, and even the chessboard was destroyed by the thunderbolts. Spiritual energy resonance, using the Guqin melody as a medium for spiritual energy to cast spells. Is this Liu Guangxing's Guqin piece? Many people commented as they watched. At that moment, the resonance was still active and Yun Shuixing had a glint in her eyes. The frost in the heavens descended onto the battle platform, and she stretched out her palm and the snowstorm landed on the other team. Yang Ju, Nan Hao, and the rest of the other team were all buried within the snowstorm, and their consciousness started fading as their thoughts came to a halt. "Go," Yi Futian said. As his voice landed, the people surrounding him flew forward and Huang Zhouge headed directly for Yu Ming. Yu Sheng launched off the ground, pouncing towards Yang Ju, a terrifying golden glow surrounding his feet as he stomped down. Yang Ju growled in anger and broke out of the ice. His sword slashed forward, tearing through the air. Bang! The footprint crushed the sword strike that had yet to reach its maximum power. Yu Sheng then stepped on Yang Ju's chest, pummeling him into the ground, crushing numerous rib bones in the process. In another direction, Shu Qiu headed for Nan Hao, his figure like a sword, dripping with a thirst for blood. Nan Hao was already affected by the frost spell and was unable to deflect Shu Qiu's sword. Blood trickled from his arm and his spear fell to the ground. There was even a trace of blood on his throat. He fell to the ground, unable to continue battling. Phoenix flew towards Xie instead. The divine phoenix shadowed the heavens and devoured the opponent's destructive flame lotus and sent Xie flying. Yuan Zhan assaulted Di Ju, the two of them trading blows crazily. Di Ju repeatedly fought back, and under the Guqin melody, Yuan Zhan attacked bravely in a flurry of strikes. Yi Xiaoshi flew towards Xiongjian, his vines rushing madly at her. The sudden reversal caused many people to be stunned, especially the crowd who had bet on Li Futu's team. They were flustered that they were going to lose. However, those who had bet on Yi Futian's team in the last round of betting had sparkling gazes. A 4-to-1 payout, if Yi Futian's team won, they would be the biggest winners. Bing Yi looked at the battle arena, saw that her team had been dominated, and was at a loss. She fired her spells and flew forward, but saw Yu Sheng, who had just dealt with Yang Ju, walking towards her like a demon. Total annihilation. Li Futu also had a grim expression when he saw the situation in the arena. He released his life spirit, a vermilion bird spirit and an immensely huge flame figure. The golden flame figure looked like a god. Following that, a golden flame armor appeared on Li Futu's body, making him look as though he had been possessed by a god. His body contained a huge amount of destructive force. Bam! He stepped forward, his body flying into the air, heading in his wife's direction. When Yi Xiaoshi's emperor's vine engulfed them, Li Futu stretched out his palm, golden flames spewing from it, burning the vines to ashes. Li Futu's eyes turned golden, and the giant vermilion bird behind him swayed, causing the flames to burn even brighter. The vines were all incinerated, and Li Futu's body flew towards Yi Xiaoshi like a ray of light. Retreat! Yi Xiaoshi heard a voice in his head and he backed off immediately. Li Futu continued to charge forward, even when he saw Shu Qiu's sword slashing towards him. He grabbed the sword with his bare hands. Although the sword sliced towards him, his golden palm appeared to have hardened beyond belief and burned Shu Qiu's sword. Li Futu continued stepping forward and delivered a punch. Shu Qiu's body turned into a flash of lightning and retreated. Li Futu's offensive ability was terrifying after he flared up. Countless gazes stared at Li Futu. Could the Fire Emperor Palace's elite genius reverse the situation with his own ability? An imposing frost current descended and prevented Li Futu from continuing forward. Yun Shuixing landed in front of him, covered in a frost armor. Her slender arm stretched forward, colliding with Li Futu's seemingly godly flame arm. When their palms clashed, the image that most people expected did not appear. Yun Shuixing was not burnt. Although her body was weak, she stood firmly without moving an inch. Around the two of them, a terrifying storm brewed. A storm of ice and fire, each trying to erode the other. The storm continued to expand in the air, the flames burning through space and the snow permeating the skies. The crowd could see the flames invading Yun Shirasheng's arm. The golden flame was extremely overbearing and attempted to melt the ice on her body. Similarly, the armor on Li Futu's body had been invaded by the frost, and it was making its way into his body. Li Futu stared at the figure in front of him. He came from the fire mountain and his flames and body had been tempered by the mountain's flames thousands of times, yet, the girl in front of him could withstand and resist it. Was the Holy Ji Palace really such a scary place? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.